feel it in my bones. A spark to lead us through the shadows. But can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul. A road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones. A spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the most important Saturday showdown of the split, as there are fewer playoff spots left up for grabs and multiple teams vying for those last several spots. Welcome to the space and our pre-show. I'm Digon alongside Chronicler and Valdez, and we've got a huge one here today. BNK Fearx and Kwangdong Freaks fighting for potentially 5th, 6th, or 7th place.
Yeah, I love it when we're in a season and a playoffs race takes this long. We've had weeks of LCK where I think like in 2021 where like in week 6 playoffs were basically decided and it's just like, well, that's it, I guess. And this time around it is so tense. Even after this, like this has insanely big implications, but it's not done and dusted.
It's not done and dusted. Any of these 4 teams can make it into playoffs. They still have a relatively high probability to do so. It really just comes down to the way that the games play out from here, especially this first one for Saturday Showdown.
That's right. The fierce Sandstorm versus Kwangdong Storm blowing towards the playoffs. Lots of storms, but only one could come out on top.
I don't really know what a Kwangdong Storm is, but they have definitely been, well, clearly, but they've definitely been a team that went through the collapse, you know, the mid-season classic, and now is on the upswing again. Although I do think they are somewhat reliant on picks, whereas BNK have just looked like a very solid mid-tier team.
BNK are really hitting their stride. I think Quantum Freaks took out KT, but you know that's always kind of a coin flip. So I think Quantum Freaks are a little bit less known as a quantity, whereas BNK are definitely looking a bit stronger, but have the weakest chances of making it in.
Yeah, it'll be tough for them as they figure out their identity. It's Dive. Now let's dive into the playoff contention probability powered by Team Snowball AI. As T1, they are in 4th. But 8 and 7, not so safe, especially after that last loss.
And yesterday really threw everything into complete chaos, because now all of a sudden KT is at 8 wins, which they weren't expected to be, so they've now pulled ahead. And T1, with that loss, is suddenly in a much more dire situation, because I think what's really important is that KT, in their win, it's just KT, but T1 genuinely looked completely out of sorts. And they're playing their 2 direct competitors throughout the next week, right? So it could go up all the way to that T1 and BNK game at the very end for who makes it in.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, T1, their form does look, honestly, maybe the worst out of these 4, which is kind of crazy to say. They still have the highest probability because they've done a lot of work to get to this spot at 8-7 with the +1 game score, whereas BNK on the other side definitely not feeling great with the 7 and 8 and the -4, so more work for them to do.
Yeah, definitely playoff starts now for all of those teams, especially Team 1 against the Bros. As we take a look at the history of teams qualifying in 6th place, recently 7 and 11 last split was good enough, but 6 and 12 in summer, and you got to go back to spring where we had such a playoff heavy sided season at 10 and 6.
I mean, even now we have like teams at 8 wins who aren't sure that they're actually going to make it to playoffs. So this has been an insanely competitive season in that regard. I think Sandbox surging, KT just existing as a force of an agent of chaos, and then Kwangdong getting out of their collapse as well has made this place, or this race rather, really insanely competitive.
Yeah, it's very different from 2023 spring, where in order to make playoffs, Liv Sandbox had 10 wins, and they only had to get 7, but it really shows you that there was a big divide between the playoff teams and the rest of the story, which is not really the case this time around.
Let's dive into the head-to-head between these squads over the last 2 years. Very close in terms of match score, 4-3 for the Freaks, but still very, very close, only 10-8 between game score.
Yeah, so this is when we got kind of the core of both of these rosters. Previous to this, I think they were pretty substantially different. And what we see is that this is actually very close. There have only been 2-2-0s. Our expectation today, given the current form of these teams, is also that it is going to go to 3 games. I do think that Kwangdong in particular have a little bit more instability in them, where I think BNK have already figured out what they want to do in every single game.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that Quantum Freaks took that 2-0 earlier on in this split, and maybe that helps them mentally just kind of prepare for this, say, hey, we've already done this, we've already beat these guys. But as we said before, BNK definitely on the rise right now.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the highlights here from BNK in their recently, they played DRX, had the victory there, and then played D+ early this week in probably my favorite series of the split.
It showed us that good League of Legends doesn't have to be clean, because it was definitely messy, but it was also really entertaining. For me, it's so insanely funny and silly that the identity of this team, as they have rediscovered, is the same as it was 2 years ago, which is just playing very forward. I do think, want to give them some credit for this, that they're more versatile than I thought. I really initially thought that they were exclusively reliant on Vi, and I think that Raptor has really outshone himself. But the main character, outside of Duro coming in and revitalizing the roster, has been Clear.
Yeah, I mean, Clear is just kind of insane right now. I don't know what has gotten into this player, but he is just kind of solo carrying. He looks maybe the best on Kennen out of anybody in the entirety of the LCK.
Especially after those losses yesterday.
Yeah, that does help. But, I mean, he was already looking fantastic on this pick. And as Chronicler was saying, we had such a tense and crazy back-and-forth series here between BNK Fearx and D+ Kia, obviously, which, if you missed that one, definitely go ahead and watch Game 2, which is where these highlights are from specifically. Very back and forth, you know, Nexus races and crazy fights over the Nexus, and it was just insane. But yeah, BNK definitely looking really strong right now.
So the picks that we wanted to highlight, and this is with BNK, I think still being a pretty inconsistent team that really had a rough round 1 specifically. Clear really stepping up. Raptor, even as one of the biggest free willy yellers at the beginning of the split, have now fully converted right to Mr. Dinosaur. And then Henna specifically on the Zeri, I think, kind of gets to do the same thing that a lot of people look at Pace for, which is just wait, scale, and then jump in when the moment is there.
Yeah, they've been relatively coordinated compared to, as we said, even higher teams above them. That's why that D+ series was so dang good. Now on the opposite side, Kwangdong Freaks also on an upswing after their mid-season slump that all of you have predicted. They've done every season, but they've righted the ship here against KT.
Yeah, and I feel like this timing of the series against KT is very nice as well. Right when KT's in their very flippy stage and Kwangdong Freaks are able to take advantage of that. They looked fantastic in this series. Yes, KT did leave Aurora up, but it did take its first loss yesterday, but still a very strong champion in its own right. And Kwangdong Freaks, I feel like they're also kind of finding their understanding of how to win their own games as well.
A lot of that does come down to Mr. Cuz over there. We've been singing his praises, and understandably, he really feels like the guy that keeps this roster together, that is the most consistent. And Kwangdong, I think, have still a very high ceiling, but I do think, which is crazy to say, given how flippy BNK has been in the past, but right now I think they look like the more consistent team that can replicate their form across multiple different drafts, whereas Kwangdong, I think, when they get their picks, they look insanely good, but they are a lot more reliant on getting those, which I think might play a big part when we get into these drafts.
Yeah, that's called foreshadowing, boys and girls, because as we take a look at
I would never
the
what are you talking about?
picks here from Kwangdong Freaks, you're going to see a very, very specific trend. Oh, how about that? Nidalee 100%, Tristan 100%, oh, and Rakan 100%. You could probably even throw Maokai in there, which has been dominant here for Cuz.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this is that Quantum Freaks are a team that have a less than 50% win rate in series, and yet they have undefeated streaks on these champions, right? So Nidalee for Cuz, very obvious. He is one of the guys that has the card of Nidalee. We have the Tristana for Bulldog. He was one of the first people playing Tristana, and then it got nerfed a bunch, and he's still winning on it. And then Andal on his Rakan. A lot of those highlights there, he was kind of the bait for the team. You know, KT would go all in on the Rakan, and then he would, you know, He's still very good on Rakan.
Yeah, still very interesting to see both these squads kind of lose their way, and then I guess earlier in the split, into the middle split, now find it and peak. And there's only so many playoff spots that we have. Here are two players that are going to be key to it. And take a look at those stats for Clear. This is of round number 2, but he's been the guy.
And this is nuts, right? This is including playing a series against, for example, Gen G, who, even after the loss yesterday, I think we still very obviously consider to be the absolute top dog of the LCK and one of the best teams in the world, if not the best. And Clear has been incredible. And I think that for BNK, it's not just that Duro's come in and looked better. It's not just that Raptor has really found his groove after kind of getting used to the LCK stage, but Clear individually has made the largest improvement, I'd say, of any individual player on the team. There's been a really large reason of why BNK's wins have looked so decisive. Because winning lane is one thing, but consistently turning it into big team fight wins, I think is a lot of that comes down to Clear.
Yeah, and now time to take a look here at the supports, because Duro has come on in to this squad and very much so transformed the way BNK have played. Execute, we knew that he could engage, but his high highs brought a much lower floor, whereas Duro has been pretty stable throughout. Andal on the opposite side, given the opportunity to start in this split, has gotten subbed out once, but now, as we've talked about, the Rakan and a little bit more engaged has been pretty good here, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, the engaged support meta, but you also see a couple of unique picks there. We also wanted to talk about Andal on his Seraphine. Definitely one of the guys that has some of those, pocket enchanter picks, and just looking really good on that as well. I think that it's funny because Andal had his little redemption arc, and also Duro, when he first came in, we were like, not sure about this guy, but then very quickly he won our hearts. So definitely a couple of key players, I would say, for these teams in order to find wins.
Well, playoffs are coming in very, very close, and preparation has been key for both of these teams. Let's hear what the coaches have had to say as Ryu gives us the solid one. Yeah, I think it's solid. That one's solid. All right, what? No?
It's long.
All right, what do we rate these?
It's definitely like 3 times the one of CV Max. This is really the classic. I think we could have made these up and it would have basically been the same.
Yeah.
We'll do our best fighting, or we'll do our best fighting, or we'll do our best fighting. Thanks, EV Max.
It's good to do your best fighting rather than your worst fighting. That'll
that's true.
Generally help you when you're playing up against a really strong team.
I'm a big fan of coaches. Like, I don't have time for this. I got to prepare a draft because I think a lot of that of this series is going to come down to that.
Well, although the coaches' smack talk might be lacking, we had some fans show up and say some things, and let's see what they had to say because they're here.
너네는 내년 스프링에 보자. 원래 폭풍의 원조는 모래 폭풍이야. 광동 다운. DRX 화이팅!
Oh, thumbs down? I've always wondered what the smack talk is.
I love this guy. What a gamer!
That is what a Bulldog would do.
It's also, bite it. It's one of the most iconic slogans, right up there with "Why not?"
Yeah,
which is home our lives. That's
why not?
That's a real why not?
Why not?
And why not? We'll ask when Hanwha ends up playing. But yeah, I love to see the fan sentiment, and I think that one of the best parts about the LCK is seeing these fans come down, even for teams that will not have the level of fan base of T1 or Gen G.
Yeah. All right. Prediction time, y'all. Let's see who picked who and how things have gone. This week has been so wonky. Ox looked good at the start, and then we haven't hit in like days. It's been days since getting one right for Ox. And now everyone on the BNK side, I'm on the Kwangdong Freak side, and then we're locked in
great
for
this week. As long as Kwangdong don't win, I'm gonna end up pulling ahead.
Wait, mine's wrong. Mine's wrong. I flipped it. I had Hanwha Life beating
no,
Bro,
don't listen to
but then
him.
I had Bro beating T1.
Don't listen to it.
I had Bro beating T1. All right. Well, anyways, I've got Kwangdong Freaks here trying to get this win as we close it on out. I need you to explain why you picked BNK here, Chronicler and Valdez.
As mentioned, I think that Kwangdong, with the specific drafts, can do really well, but BNK have been super consistent in terms of team play. Almost beating DK, to me, was a clear indicator that they've got what it takes.
Yeah, I just think they have kind of the streak going for them. I think that match against DK is only going to inspire them more to really push for that win today. I just think they're a better team right now than Quantum Freaks, to be honest. Like, the win against KT doesn't really mean that much to me, to be honest. Like, I think that KT had a rough day. Quantum Freaks looked good, but obviously playing against the coin, sometimes you look good.
Let's be honest, KT didn't have a rough game. They were just they're just KT.
Tails.
They're just KT.
I think you guys are both wrong. I think you're underestimating the power of Bulldog's dancing. All right, he's won the last couple, and he's pulled off the cheerleader dance. Right,
He is the best dancer.
He is definitely the best.
He hit the G Idol one, right? He did this.
Don't tell me that I'm not appreciating Bulldog enough. That hurts me, Dagon.
Oh,
That's
you didn't pick him. You didn't pick him.
Well, no, I did pick him at the beginning of the week, and I was right.
You were right. All right, well, we'll see who's right in today's matchup. It's a huge one with playoff implications up and down, not only for them, but for the other teams in the race as well. Who will win? Let's find out together as we kick off the Saturday Showdown. It's BNK DRX against Guangdong Freaks.
I've seen the darkest of the days where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
BNK 성경제가 놀랍습니다.
이제 광동풍은 사라지고 모래폭풍이 그 시간이라 광동풍을 저희 경기로 확실히 잠재우도록 하겠습니다.
바람이 다시 불기 시작합니다. 광동 프릭스입니다.
이번에 여우 한번 짓눌러보자. 파이팅!
화이팅! DRX 화이팅! 해랑 화이팅! 팡팡! 안들! 프릭스 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Saturday Showdown. It is LCK 2024. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined by Orcs here today. Double A, we can go in your appliances to make them work, or we could commentate the LCK.
Yep, that's the two things we can do.
Yep.
We did them pretty well.
But we're not powering any appliances right now, and that leaves only one option, and that is this Saturday Showdown. And this is a big one. This is actually, like, I imagine when we plan out the Saturday Showdowns as the weeks go on, I think that a lot of them are pre-planned, obviously, because the schedule is pre-planned. I don't think anyone knew just how important this one was going to be until right now.
Well, the scriptwriters did. And, you know, the KT...
They're pretty powerful.
KT losing a bro and beating Gen G, that was a great plot twist late in the season.
Certainly was.
And this one, you know, I think
really when you get this close to playoffs and when both teams are 6th and 7th with the same series score, Quantum Freaks with the edge, both in points and in their remaining schedule, they have a bit of an easier time with DRX to be played. They definitely have the edge, but BNK FairX have been in hot form, and this series is so important.
Oh yeah, this is the 2-match swing. For either of these teams, it could mean do or die, and it doesn't fully throw them out of playoff contention with a win or a loss here, but it makes things so much more difficult. And we'll see whether BNK can do it, because if BNK win, then that keeps that race extremely close.
Yeah, I think expectation is Quantum Freaks will still win against DRX, so they'll be able to get their 8 wins from that.
Yep.
But losing here to BNK FairX, particularly the game score, is also going to be important when teams are so close in wins. If it's a 2-0 to either side, that is a massive swing in terms of game difference.
Yep, game score swing of 4 and a match score swing of 2 between the two teams. And so keeping the Quantum Freaks down, just because they do have a much higher amount of 2-0s and 1-2s when it comes to their wins and losses. That game score is looking a lot better. Closer versus Bulldog, going to be a really interesting matchup. I think especially with how Closer has developed over the split. You can see there, the very front, that Talia pickup, which does have a decent matchup into a lot of what Bulldog wants to play.
Yeah, it's been really solid on the Talia, but also Yone and Yasuo have been very popular recently, but that's not to discredit the fact that, you know, Bulldog's been pulling out some strong Yone performances as well. The Aurora also a huge pick for him. And the bot lane, Juro's gone head to head. I think everyone has talked endlessly about the difference Juro has made for this roster, but Leaper as well. You know, the addition for Quantum Freaks has really helped revitalize them.
Not to mention the fact that Andal's really coming into his own. We saw that when Quantum was subbed in, Andal came out and had a few of those issues. He is looking a whole lot better. Having a look at the fan prediction here, it could barely be closer between these squads. As of LCK on Twitter at 1450. So this was pretty recently. You can see there in the background a few of the Korean media outlets as well, seeing a little bit Quantum Freaks favored.
Yeah, just barely, but still very close between the two. And I think ultimately...
Yeah, Leaper's family here to watch, see whether he is going to be able to pick up a win today. And bringing the family down does mean that things are getting serious.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big one. This is a Saturday Showdown, and it is super meaningful, as we've highlighted. You need to be on your best form today. And I think ultimately, BNK FairX, that is the big conversation about them. Their form has gone up massively.
Oh yeah.
Playing compositions that really suit them. It feels like other teams have really started to adopt some of the picks they've kind of pioneered this season.
Yeah.
And have worked for them.
It's been D+ and BNK sort of leading the charge on the we're going to dive everything all the time style of compositions. But I think that BNK at their best really do kind of personify that game style. And we'll see whether it's going to mesh into Quantum Freaks better than it did last time around in Round Robin 1. That wasn't necessarily something they want to be focusing on. They want to be focusing on the improvements that they've made.
Yeah, and over on the side of Quantum Freaks, it definitely feels like, you know, we had once again that middle of the season slump where the form ideal.
Wait, it's Prince. We didn't even have him in full screen. He was just like, Prince was just hanging out. Of course, okay, I don't want to spoil anything.
Okay.
But Prince may have been somewhere in some LCK media that has come out recently, and you'll just have to watch all of it. It's all up on LCK Global on YouTube.
I expect our viewers do watch all of it anyway. So
that is true, so maybe it's not necessarily a spoiler, but I still don't want to because it's a dope reveal.
I'd be very disappointed if anyone watching hasn't been keeping up with that Who Are You Man?
Oh yeah, that's a really good example of a show that they could theoretically watch, that theoretically Prince could be in. Let's welcome Quantum Freaks to the stage here. They will be on the red side this time around. I think a big deal for BNK is the fact that they did have side selection going into this one. I think especially in what we've seen in this developing meta, blue side has been pretty important, unless you talk to Nongshim, who just straight up did not care about that at all yesterday. Closer versus Bulldog. Here in round 2, I think Closer has certainly made a huge splash. I think the KDA really showing that this guy's playstyle isn't necessarily about let's do things consistently. It's about let's make those game-winning plays.
Yep, and I feel like really the Talia, we've seen some great plays on him, even though the win rate doesn't necessarily reflect it. But Yone, all those sort of more aggressive picks have generally been in Closer's pool and worked well for him.
Yep.
Ari, Vi, Zeri, that trio was really what saw the initial resurgence of BNK FairX. So it'll be interesting to see what the mid-matchup ends up being. It'll be interesting to see if Closer has been practicing Aurora or if that's just permaban. Because I think if you can't play it, you're banning on both sides. That's just the rule.
Yeah, Clear and Closer, just a bit of a spoiler, have at least been playing a lot of it in solo queue. The win rates have been relatively high as well. Dudu also putting a lot of time into it. We've seen Bulldog play the champion already, get Flame Horizon and still win. Obviously is pretty good on the champion at the same time. I expect that Aurora will be banned on red side. I think it's going to be something fairly mandatory. Otherwise, it'll be a first pick. Given to either BNK or Kwangdong Freaks if we make it to a game number 2 with side selection switching sides. This man on your screen here though, cuz I think so much hinges around him because Raptor has been so good for BNK.
I think even in series like when BNK Fearax played against Genji, which obviously they lost that series, it still felt like Raptor was putting up a really consistent performance against Canyon, which is not the easiest one to do. I feel like even when BNK Fearax maybe haven't looked 100%, Raptor's been this consistent driving force, so I also think the Vi has been such a massive pick for him. We saw him going toe-to-toe against Lucid. And the first two games of that series ended up being wins on the Vi, so I think that one will be a pick you'll want to deny away from him.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know whether it's going to be a first pick though. I think it's going to be really interesting having a look at what Kwangdong Freaks decides they need to take away from BNK because they're only giving them one pick to start this one off. The interesting thing is, I expect Vi to be on that ban list purely because Cuz only played it one time. Of course, we know that he can play the champion, but it's not something that this Kwangdong Freaks has been playing around at this point in time. So very intrigued to see what this pick and ban is going to look like, and we're into it right now.
With how much emphasis there is on the series, you really bring out all the stops in terms of draft. So if you're like, okay, you know, we've been practicing some Vi and scrims for Cuz, we're ready to bring it out as like a surprise, definitely can make some tricks like that. But it looks like now Nidalee banned away from Cuz, that 100% win rate pick, and Vi denied from Raptor.
Nidalee, Trist, and Rakan? Anyone?
Nidalee, Trist, I think definitely. I think you can probably hold off the Rakan for now. And maybe deal with that later, or make sure you have a good matchup into it. But, you know, pressure's kind of on Kwangdong Freaks, given that Aurora is still open. We'll see. BNK Fearax, you would think they would end up leaving it open and hoping a first pick. They banned the Dusante, yeah, so I imagine this is Aurora from Kwangdong Freaks as the ban.
Oh, reneged. Okay, so Aurora is going to be first picked. There it is, okay. Oh, you can hear the crowd. They're like, oh, I don't know about that one. I heard a lot of those, the positive yells coming from the other side of the room, which is where the BNK fans are sitting.
Yeah, it's a flex, and Renekton and Rumble already banned. So 2 picks that, you know, maybe could give him a bit of trouble in the top lane, taking off the cards immediately. We've seen it do well into Gnar previously, and I feel like trading patterns, it's a struggle for a lot of champions to deal with that. It looks like we're going to get Leap on the Ezreal, which is, you know, it's still strong, but teams have definitely significantly dropped the priority on the pick since it's been nerfed.
Yeah.
They will pick that one up for Lipa and give a bit of safety. I also think into Aurora specifically, it's fantastic because Blinks get you out of her ultimate, and obviously Ezreal has one of those every few seconds in the late game.
I think the Maokai, certainly a good pickup here. I was wondering whether maybe they wanted to toy with Ezreal in the mid lane and then putting the Ashe towards the bottom side. We've seen the Ezreal-Ashe trade work out very well for teams, and now BNK has the option of just going that Freljordian 2-3 on the blue side here, or 1-2-3. There's a lot of Freljordian champions that they could pick up because Ashe is feeling like a pretty good option, especially in the hands of Henna.
Yeah, they could definitely take that one, but I think...
Oh, this is cooler.
Giving Closer the Yone, I think expectation was possibly that Bulldog would want to go for the Corki. And if you have the Yone Sejuani, that's a really strong mid-jungle 2v2. You can see Bulldog was toying with the idea for LeBlanc, but it looks like he might end up committing to the Corki pick. The Triforce, Manamune, Spike, consistent across the mid and bot, but I think he's like, no. I want to have a better lane matchup. He's toying with the idea. We'll see what he settles on.
Yeah, it looks like Corki might be the more standard option here. Of course, Bulldog has played a lot of games of this champion so far, not with the same win rate as his Tristana, but of course that one's kind of permanently banned these days up against him. One really interesting factor about this BNK option here is that it kind of blocks Gnar. Aurora does have a decent matchup into it, but Yone has an even better matchup into it, and theoretically, this is flexible between both Clear and Closer in the Yone and the Aurora. And so they can kind of just pick their poison a little bit here. Keeping things up in the air is kind of cool. As the Callista going to be taken away from Henna, one of his old favorites. Not something that he's really been going towards, but without Ashe being picked up, I think that this has to be an Ashe ban here and does allow Leaper to have an even better laning matchup.
Yeah, that's what we'll presume in this situation. And then you still have some decent picks that can follow up on the engage your team has, like the Jhin, the MF, are options that are available. You could even take something like the Kai'Sa, the Zeri.
Yep.
You know, these are all possibilities. So we'll see what Quantum Freaks settle on as their ban. The expectation is the Ashe, but they actually go for the Zeri. So obviously something that's been a really big piece to what BNK FairX have been bringing in with the dive-focused compositions. The Zeri's there for the cleanup. Not this time. BNK FairX have been trimming away those top lane picks. Do they want to ban the Rakan here? Might be a decent option.
Yeah,
now
certainly
that you're
could.
this late in the draft, and Andal obviously has had really solid performances. Actually going for the Alistar.
Just feeling like maybe Duro can jump on something like a Leona and be okay into the Rakan, perhaps. We'll just have to see where their minds are going to be going. I think Duro has defaulted to Leona in a lot of situations. And that is the Gnar pickup in theory for Dudu. Not a great matchup into either of what's being presented right now with the theoretical flexes going on.
Yeah, I expect it's probably the Aurora top, and that is just going to be a rough time. We've seen the early laning phase, Perfect, really struggling in that matchup. Did have a solo kill opportunity, but ended up missing out on it. So the pick definitely hard to deal with. And now the bot lane for BNK FairX.
Ooh, I never really know about Xayah Rakan.
Yeah. 28.6% win percentage.
Yeah, it's not very good.
I feel like it doesn't... Like, the Rakan fits well with what the composition wants to do, but I feel like the thing with the Xayah is, into the Ezreal in particular, you want to aggress on the Ezreal, and he just outranges you.
Yeah.
So I'm not the biggest fan of it here in the composition. I like the first three from BNK FairX. I think the bot lane I'm not too sold on. And it exposes you to this.
Yeah.
The Karma coming through, Rakan, compared to other engaged supports like the Leona, things like the Nautilus, the Rel, you have significantly less pressure in the 2v2. So you can just take the Karma and try and bully them out of lane. This is such a heavy harassed lane, and honestly, I think this might be a bit of a fumble for BNK FairX because, you know, Yone could weather the storm mid and then threaten kills post-6, but pre-6, Corki's going to have priority. Top lane is a good matchup, of course, but bot lane now is a really rough one, so you just ended up in a situation where you're going to struggle to find prio on the bot side of the map, and Raptor, he's going to have some fires to put out.
He will, and he's also not on a champion that we've seen Raptor really shine on, right? Like the Vi, the Lee Sin, these are the picks that we're looking at Raptor being like, oh man, he can really carry a game. Sejuani doesn't carry a game in anyone's hands, except for maybe Peanut, just because he exists places, and that often wins games for Hammer Life Esports. That is not how BNK function. They're 5v5 all the time, make things happen, do the cool plays, and Sejuani doesn't really lend herself to that. However, in 5v5s, if BNK can get themselves to a good spot, putting down a circle people can't escape from and then having a Feather Storm does not sound like a bad combination of things to me just in general. But it's all just excuse making. We kind of hate Xayah Rakan. We think it's not that good, and it gets outranged pretty considerably by what's represented on the other side. I think Quantum Freaks looking pretty good coming out of this draft. It is very standard, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it is a mantra that I think I have perhaps overused. And let's jump onto the rift. Game number 1. Man, Quantum fans always surprise me with the level of volume that they employ with their fan chants. I tell you what, every single time.
Yep, they definitely go hard. And I think ultimately we're seeing Jiro with the heal and not the ignite, which, you know, I talked already about the Rakan not having that much pressure in the matchup. One of the things with Karma is she's obviously the easier target to go on in a Karma Ezreal lane with Ezreal having the Arcane Shift. But if you Mantra W, the healing you get makes it so hard to actually kill the Karma, especially as Andal has heal on top of that. So I think without Ignite, the chances of, you know, you fighting a 2v2 kill or even forcing summoners significantly drops. And it also makes it extremely dangerous. If you head bot lane, try and focus Andal, Andal gets the Mantra W, gets the heal, and Cuz turns up, you could just end up losing that 3v3 pretty hard. So BNK FairX have to be smart about this one.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I don't know what the smart option was when it comes to lane swaps between the two squads. Of course, the top lane matchup for BNK looking really good. The bottom lane matchup, maybe not so much. So There is a couple of schools of thought there. You can see Closer charging up that Q as he heads towards the lane. Seeing this one work out for the Yone, but not early on, as you already mentioned. So it looks like 2 pushing lanes for Kwangdong Freaks out of the gate, and just the 1 over to BNK. Depending on what can happen. And it's interesting because we talk about, oh, that's a miss on the first Mantra Q there from Andal. Not great.
Yeah, good dodge from Juro. You know, it's the sort of ability where it's so easy to hit, it's so large, but also it's so telegraphed, right? She literally shouts at you when she's about to fire it. And missing the first one in the game, I mean, it's not just the fact that you miss the damage from it, but the cooldown refund you also don't get if you don't connect with the ability. You can see Rakan, very successful in the patch. He's not the part of the duo we have an issue with.
No. Rakan is just a pretty standard engaged support these days. Surprised that the win rate is this good at the moment. I feel like we have seen some Rakan performances go up and down, but apparently it is just up.
I think one of the things is he can definitely have a rough time in lane. This is what we're seeing right now, is you're going to be pressured in. But since they changed his Q to have so much healing, he can weather the storm a bit, and his team fighting is just hard to match. And especially a composition like this with other people to dive in, like the Yone, you can follow up so well. Now, this is the pain point.
Yeah, that is going to be a really interesting interaction there, as the Twisted Advance still allows Cuz to get hit by the Arctic Assault. As Raptor is just going to go for a trade, will be giving up his red buff here, understanding that the bottom lane is under fire.
Yep, this is the problem. You know, you have those 2 heavy pushing lanes, and it means Cuz kind of has free reign to do what he wants. Now Raptor does have Smite, but I think if you dash over there and try to steal, you could end up in a dangerous spot. So we'll just accept it, knows the limitations of what they've drafted. You can see top lane though, Dudu not having fun in this match.
Yeah. And the young man hands, often pretty good at making sure that these matchups work out, and learning new champions just comes a little bit easier to those younger folks. Clear certainly an example of that. And with the fact that he's been playing so well, him getting the priority pick, I think would feel really good for BNK fans, just because this guy's confidence is at an all-time high.
For good reason. You know, his Kennen's been fantastic, and I feel like, you know, sometimes we've seen Kennen recently struggle to find engages. We've seen Zeus and Keen have some moments where they just weren't able to pull it off. But I feel like the Aurora, the invisibility on the W, just gives her so much ability to get onto the enemy backline without being detected. Bulldog, rough end of a trade, does pop a biscuit to get some mana back. But you can kind of see, you know, after that level 3 point, the Yone having so much more pressure in the matchup.
Yeah, Bulldog going to have to go for that first teleport. I think that will give Closer a little bit more power in being able to go back whenever he would like. Mystic shots landing, Q's landing, and we knew that this was going to be just a really hard time for the BNK bottom lane. But something that I was going to say before we did get interrupted by some action here in the bottom lane is that Henna has always been a Xayah player. Ever since he was on Bro, they picked Xayah in places that made us very upset. Even back then, it was a different iteration of Xayah. It was largely with the lethality version that was coming on through, but Henna has just always loved this champion. Him and Delight playing the Xayah Rakan, of course. I think a lot of people can remember that Delight was the Rakan guy. Dura having some good performances on it as well. So you can understand why they're going to go back to picks like this.
Yeah, definitely a lot of comfort on it, but we'll see how well ends up faring. So far, they've lost 1 plate and a bit of a CS deficit, not too much of a surprise. And they're just trying to stop the recalls. And really, you know, they obviously have a lot of pressure with Lipa and Andal. We'll see what the buy ends up being here. If Lipa has enough to get more than just a tier sheet, that's a big one. This is where I honestly feel like it starts to hit more, because early levels, you know, level 3, you've only got 1 point in your Q, you don't have like an item to back it. But now, level 4, level 5, you're getting more points in your Mystic Shot, you've got the Sheen to back it up. If you take some Mystic Shots and a couple of the Qs from Karma as well, you're really going to feel bad.
Well, speaking of feeling bad, Dura is going to make his way over to look to make Bulldog's life a little bit worse. Does not necessarily work out. You've got Andal coming on up as well, just to add some support. Raptor over here. Early skirmish, perhaps, as Cuz is moving in. Take the Rakan for a walk seems to be an idea, as the grubs are going to be started by Raptor. Possible trade here, but full information going over to BNK. That means that they should be able to secure this one without too much to worry about.
I'm going to see top lane, pretty big advantage for Clear so far, as is the expectation. This is how it kind of went between Keen and Perfect. And there is, as you said, those traded neutrals. Ocean Dragon being first, actually a pretty big one. Early Ocean, I'd say one of the most valuable dragons, just that sustain when you're still in the laning phase.
Yeah.
And also the soul on the weaker end, and you know you've got a dragon towards that soul, and it's not going to be Ocean. It's always a nice feeling. Hex deck, the second one though, obviously a lack of Hex deck soul, not something you feel as good about if you're stacking up those early dragons.
Yep, Chemtech available, but the Swift Rift is still up as well, as is the Drift Rift as a possibility here, as Raptor is pretty deep in. And let's see who's going to be able to get the smite. It's going to be Cuz, locks that one down, as now Closer making his way in. Ulti going to come out, but they get the flash out of Cuz first. Decent trade there, but makes the laning a little bit weaker here for Closer in the meantime.
Yep, it's a good flash from Cuz though. You wait a little bit longer, it could be very dangerous. Avoids the follow-up CC. And this is kind of the power of that Sejuani Yone that you have to respect. You can see here the poke really starting to hurt now. Another plate going down. And it's also one of these situations where the Rakan, with how much healing there is in his Q, it kind of feels a bit like a Soraka lane, where if you just respect the Q and you dodge it, the sustain available to them is so much lower. So as long as he's not hitting those feathers consistently, he's not going to really have any option to sustain back up.
Yeah.
And you can see the health is just getting lower and lower.
Yeah, they've cleared out this wave, probably looking for a little bit of a back timing here. Andal wanting to stop that one. The back has been channeled. I think Duro should be able to get on in, and he is interrupted, but Henna isn't.
Yeah, just didn't get into it in time. There's like, you know, you have to get into the...
Oh yeah, they need to do the little dance thing.
Channel it a little, just like a little bit of channel before you're connected, so didn't get there in time. He has to stay around, which to be honest, isn't the biggest issue, as he's able to just pick up some solo XP. Does mean that Andal can now make some moves on the map, and Duro will be a little bit behind.
A little bit like that. You can see, as far as the gold is concerned, 200 in it. No first bloods just yet. Henna going to make his way back. And there is a 15 CS lead in the top lane. First item going to be the Liandry's this time for Clear. We've seen Malignance in mid lane every single time, and it has been Liandry's in the top lane more often than not. We'll see whether they do stick to a similar build option, which is heading for Malignance item number 2, and then things like Cosmic Drive and the Rabbiton's Death Cap and stuff like that immediately afterwards. But maybe Clear has a different idea as to what he wants to build.
Yeah, we'll see how that one ends up panning out. I think regardless of what items the champion builds, does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's pretty silly. Yeah.
Pretty crazy. I think the thing as well is, like, you know, a lot of comparisons have been drawn to Nico in terms of the team fight. Oh, actually, wait a second, we'll see. Andal might be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, Glacial Prison goes down. There's the grand entrance, and Andal's going to have to flash the Inspire for the extra movement speed as Leaper comes on over. But he is a long way away from safety. Duro and Raptor don't have a lot of damage, though, and that is going to be a Mantrid Inspire to come in. Closer ulting just to close the gap, and they are not done here. That's first blood, and it's even worse. The kill goes to Closer.
Closer making sure he gets in with a kill. You can see the damage wasn't quite there between Duro and Raptor. Duro with no mana as well ends up not being able to do more. We do see Dudu actually having a pretty good time here against Clear.
Yeah, turning around the matchup.
This is kind of the point we saw Perfect nearly get a solo kill onto Keen.
Yeah.
It backfires, so maybe a bit of a power point where Gnar comes back into the matchup before Clear has that first time. You can see him recalling now.
Ooh, yeah, Clear is actually going to go back up to the lane here as the drill comes down and another wave is going to crash. Raptor moving up, and that's why they feel a little bit safer in this instance, because holding on to that Gromp for the moment. They do have full information here as the snapback on the cube kind of working out as Bulldog. In position, Ward comes over as Duro looking for a bit of an entrance here as Cuz going down relatively low. Clear puts them in a circle with quickness. It comes down. Clear's going to have to exit, but he bounces away from the fight. Bulldog in trouble. Permafrost comes in, but they can't close the gap. The flash over, and Clear is going to get the kill, but it's traded immediately back. Dudu is a monster. The turret, not enough to kill him, and now Closer. Can you actually even this one out? That's the question. As Duro, I don't think he's going to quite be able to get him here. There it is. The Battle Dance going to help out. The knockups everywhere, and Andal is once again in the wrong place.
Yeah, Closer, I think if he'd been able to get to that fight sooner, it would have made so much difference, but he's a late arrival, and you can see the damage just isn't quite there. Members of Quantum Freaks ends up getting low, but between a Gnar, between a Corki, the sustained damage is so much more present. For Quantum Freaks, you can see Clay uses his full combo, gets the Corki low but doesn't kill. And then Andal reaches the fight first. The Maokai ult catches Closer, and the True Shot Barrage coming in really helps put things in Quantum Freaks' favor. Andal, unfortunately, does get left behind, but still Quantum Freaks getting what they wanted from that play.
Yeah, I think B&K not going to be too upset about it either. Just because Clear was denied a back before that one. Grub's going down here as Glacial Prison goes in once again. Duro, that is a great knock-up. The pullback from the ulti is in, but Closer just snaps his way out of it. There's going to be 4 Grubs picked up, not wanting to mess with any more. They'll allow Kwangdong Freaks to have 2, but hitting that 4 mark certainly going to feel good.
Yeah, you can feel the damage still lacking a bit there. You know, they focus on a Cuz, but already completed that locket. It's actually very hard to burst through him, and Leaper is able to Arcane Shift away from the ultimate Closer. So again, it feels like BK FearX, they're trying to find these engage windows, but pretty good at reading when they haven't found the angle. They do back off from the Grubs and give another one over to Kwangdong Freaks. But ultimately, Kwangdong Freaks, I think, being very cautious around some of these threats on B&K FearX, and it's really favoring them.
Yeah, I think as well, Kwangdong Freaks kind of very aware the fact that these Trinity Forces they're trying to build 3 of haven't come in just yet. Big spike when they can get to these 1-2 items that they're looking for, and not quite there just yet. They do have control of this Drake though. They should be able to take that one down. There's one lone Hex Tech before we get towards the Soul. Should be able to get them pretty close. And also continue the monopoly that they have on these dragons.
And I think, you know, Infernal or Mountain would both be pretty fantastic.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's Chemtech.
Yeah, of course.
You were focusing on the Infernal and the Mountain, and you just forgot to think about the fact that it can be a Chemtech.
Yeah, well, this is honestly great news for B&K FearX. A lot of the pressure, the threat of a looming Soul, kind of extinguished with that. You can really afford to give up dragons in this situation.
Yep. Ooh, a cheeky plate before they do fall down. Right, entrance is optimistic at best. Dudu is just going to get himself out of there. Clear. Relocating towards his bottom side. As Bulldog down here has been farming pretty well. Up against Closer, you can see same thing can be said for Clear, who is thinking about just comboing Bulldog to death, I think.
Yeah, you know, new champion. Obviously, you got to learn the damage limits. That's the main thing.
Yep.
And I think Clear calculating, like, can I just one-shot him? Probably not far off, but you have to be careful about that one. If you do end up burning your full cooldown and Bulldog is able to turn it around, he will do a lot of damage.
He does have his Cull about to catch in as well. Only 6 minions, 1 wave away.
Big payoff. Double Triforce just came in for his teammates, and I think with that Cull cash in, he probably has it himself. So some decent spikes, but I think the 2-item spike really what Kwangdong Freaks wants to be playing around. We do see Closer picking up the Blade of the Rune King. It felt like, you know, he was landing the CC in the last couple of fights, but the damage wasn't quite there yet. But this is a big spike for the Yone.
It really is. Leaper just protecting his control ward as True Shot Barrage doing a lot of work. Crowd going nuts at the same time as Raptor already got halfway through this Rift Herald. It feels like a bit of a leash though, as now Dudu goes down so low. Closer still with his ultimate in hand, but that is just going to be Rift Herald secured by Kwangdong Freaks. And Dudu just traded his health bar and flash for it.
Yeah, and you see immediately Dudu's learn about the 1-item spike for the Yone got shredded in that extended trade there.
Oh, Bulldog is inside the circle now. The pullback available for Clear, and the Spectral delivery. Closer gets another one, and Kwangdong Freaks, they notice it. It's a sacrifice from Duro, but he doesn't even need to go down. That's the pullback, though. And there goes the Sejuani. Andal looking for a little more as he gets a bit of damage onto Henna. So a 1-for-1 across the map.
Yeah, B&K FearX, I feel like their jungle bot duo just hanging around mid way too long after they lost the Herald. There was no reason to do so. And now losing mid tier 1 for it, a pretty big hit. You'll see the Yone trade back in the bot side, but I don't think this is a weird trade. Mid tier 1 so influential on the map, and also,
yeah.
Oh, he gets the angle.
Oh, very clean drift work there from Cuz. Going to be able to help lock down the outer turret in top lane as well. So all of that, it was an even trade of kills, but they grabbed the Herald, they grabbed 2 turrets, and they look to open up this map. Kwangdong Freaks now moving ahead 2,000 gold.
Yeah, we'll see the replay of this. I think what was pretty fantastic was the fact that Closer stacked up the Q, the 3rd stack of it, so he had the knockup immediately when he came in. I mean, I don't think it was needed.
Yeah.
And the setup was there. But here, B&K FearX are hanging around for so long, and it's like for what? You know, the Herald's already gone. We see Raptor tries to dash once the W's come in, but the timing's wrong. Jiro tries to create some space, but the Maokai's still so healthy, and they're able just to chase down Raptor. You can see Henna didn't really do anything in that fight, wasn't really away from him to approach, so bit of a club there from B&K FearX. It's punished well by Kwangdong Freaks.
I think B&K might have just thought that Henna was going to stick around, but instead he kind of saw the red dots and was like, I must go. And so then Duro and Raptor kind of had no damage and no follow-up. And weren't able to actually do anything. Don't really blame Henna. He needs to get towards 2 items as quickly as possible. Only an Essence Reaver in his pocket now.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's like if you're making a play on another side of the map, you can be happy that that play is winning. You don't need to do something there. Now looking towards Dude Mega. Not sure anything's going to happen. And I think for B&K FearX, we obviously know the impact an Aurora hat can have, but Closer 3-0 already on this Yasuo is potentially going to be a pretty big threat.
Well, Clear is finding another option here as Bulldog not going to be able to get out of this wall, and the bounce away does put Clear away from danger, but also away from his target. Still doesn't stop him from grabbing the kill.
Bulldog, I actually think makes the correct decision not to flash there, because there was a Sejuani ult ready for him if he did.
Yep.
You flash and then get Sejuani ulted, you're just going to die anyway. Saves the summoner for this next fight in 30 seconds if we're looking towards that dragon, if it is going to be a point of contention. But obviously he does get picked and gives that kill over to Clear, who's getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on.
Yeah, Clear also able to clear out the wave beforehand. Andal comes down, checks in to see whether Raptor is possibly in the area. So they had an inkling that this was happening. Unfortunately, Bulldog just wasn't allowed to walk up there, and he did anyway.
Yeah, but again, I think we see so many situations in Pro where players will be certainly dead and they burn summoners anyway for no real benefit. So I like the decision just to hold on to it. Now, setting up for this dragon. Remember, Clear didn't have Malignant, so he's a long way away from ult, and they're going top instead. Yeah, they just want to kill Bulldog again. The ulti's flash this time around as Closer gets himself out from underneath this inner turret. Raptor is still here, behind the dragon, just standing around. There is a mega blast cone that is going to get him to safety, thanks to Andal's auto attack. An inner turret in trade for Soul Point for Chemtech Soul. Probably not too bad, as Closer is almost just dead to a True Shot Barrage that flew on through. That could actually get him local gold for this inner turret, which is kind of dope, I guess. And Drake is going to be traded for that inner turret like we were talking about. Yeah, I think you can see the difference when it is a Chemtech Soul, how much more willing teams are to sacrifice that. But, Bulldog saved his flash, ends up using it in that top play, and does survive. It could have been a much more punishing play if he didn't have that one available. The gold, however, we see Clear and Closer, both of them finishing the second item. Shield Bow for the Yone, and that Malignant for the Aurora. Much needed item spikes, because you can tell the Bulldog and Leap are approaching theirs. And this is where the game gets a little bit delicate. Baron is going to be on the map in a minute. Bulldog and Leap are going to be repping their new shiny items. And I think the fights are going to feel a lot more punishing if they go either way.
Yep, I think Closer the one that has been the main benefactor of this game so far. You can see it in his scoreline, of course, but almost, 900 gold the lead for him, just individually. But this is Closer at the same time. Like, this is the guy that makes half the plays for this team in these team fights. They all like to get behind him. He's almost like a veteran now, which is kind of crazy for me to think about, because we remember when he was this young man trying to fill the shoes of Faker on T1 many years ago. And he has flourished into his own man, his own carry here for B&K.
And I feel like that's kind of the vibe of B&K FearX, when sometimes we see teams trying to imitate the top squads like Gen G, and they've really lent into their own style. And I think, given how Closer's like to play the champions he's been good on, seeing him on things like Yone and the team working in unison on these engages is just fantastic to see.
Yeah, well, now B&K looking for a little bit of a reset here as the gold has reached parity. What is it with B&K and being completely even with teams throughout the majority of most games? This is exactly the same as what happened in their matchup against DK, and I ain't complaining. It's real fun, but it is somewhat heart-wrenching. It's nerve-wracking.
It's volatile, and it makes it exciting, but it's also kind of how we've sometimes seen this team play. They definitely like to push the limits. They definitely like to challenge. But it means that, when it comes down to these big fights in the late game, they're often trading power in the earlier stages, often looking for picks, looking for angles, and sometimes do pay for it in return. But I feel like all the pressure's on now. I think Bulldog probably going to go for the reset now, get that mana immune. I've just seen the Vori Flicker Blades come in for Henna, but not. Still, I feel like Desire needs more items to be really relevant here. Raptor hovering around mid, maybe looking for something.
Yeah, Cuz is going to be Winteringly Wrathed, or at least attempting to be Winteringly Wrathed. Doesn't quite happen. That is going to be that 2-atom spike completed for Bulldog, who is not a massively accelerated Corki or anything like that. Still will be very dangerous with these items now completed. Closer unbinds the soul, says hi to Cuz. And there's still 2 minutes on this Dragon. We do not need to be fighting in the bottom side river.
Something I want to note is that Lipa doesn't have cleanse into Sejuani, into Rakan, so even though obviously Ezreal very safe, if something does connect...
He has to be tied to Andal because he does have the Mikhails completed. Cuz could be in trouble, has to flash to get himself out of the way. Clear can always bounce on over as Lipa. Gonna have an E thrown at him. Avoids a lot of the skill shots here as Clear as he makes his way out.
And I believe Andal used the Mikhails there on Cuz. Yeah, it's on cooldown. Locket also burnt as well. Dragon isn't up for another minute 40, so they don't have to fight on the back of this, but definitely be cautious about stepping up with those unavailable.
Yep, you can see now as well, Henna's still 30 CS behind or something like that, but we know that Xayah will be able to do a lot of work come later in the game. And we know that the Wombo combos, if he's ever actually able to participate and move forward with the Featherstorm, could be really dangerous. As Dudu finds a boomerang towards Closer. Closer looks like he barely even notices, and he's going to take away the enemy Grom.
Easy as that. We are seeing the Trick Cloak picked up by Closer. Often we've seen like Jack Show come out here third and going a little bit before the damage. Looks like he might just be wanting to chase Infinity Edge here and now and just maximize the burst potential and also just DPS in general. Yeah, I mean, Shield Bolt already gives you a lot of bulkiness, and Closer, level 15 already, highest in the game. Those base stats, definitely a lot of value there.
He's a monster.
He is very hard to deal with right now.
He's sitting in side lanes permanently. You're going to see he goes back, and that is a BF sword, all but confirming what you were thinking about there with the Infinity Edge coming in. Will make a 3-atom spike that is a lot of damage. You know, you land an ulti, and I think whoever gets caught in that is pretty much dead, especially if Clear can make them go inside a circle and send them between worlds, as it were, with this Aurora. This fight going to be a pretty important one, as Duro takes a little bit of poke damage. The Ezreal certainly online right now. Still looking for that Spear of Sojin, as Duro didn't want to take any risks, as they look to scry out a lot of the vision. Closer moving in. If he can find a flank angle, if he can find any angle at all, it could be really scary, but Clear looking for that as well. Teleport to come in from Dudu. This might be an honest 5v5 between these teams. Henna is fighting just in that front line. Takes a fair bit of damage, is now Clear looking for Bulldog. Man, half health just from a combo. Presses QE and he almost dies. Raptor tanking this one up. Condom Freak not actually fully committing yet, but that is a Glacial Prison to come in. The quickness and Grand Entrance combo is massive as Clear gets on in there, looks for Andal, and just bounces his way out, and he's straight up dead. It is going to be the soul picked up for Kwandong as well. Cuz quick on that smite finger, and that works out beautifully. Dudu, the monster, he finds the Wallop under too, and Kwandong Freaks have been saving up their power for this moment. They wipe B&K off the rift.
KDF get everything they want and more. The soul's secured, but they get a huge teamfight win. Ping's coming out onto the Baron. We'll see if they move over there. They get every single member taken out. We saw Clear go for the engaged flank. Doesn't really pay off, but the follow-up from Condom Freaks immediate to punish B&K FearX. We'll see, you know, Lipa doing a pretty good job of aggressively positioning, getting some poke down, but the engage ends up backfiring massively. Raptor leads it, gets the stun. Juro comes in, but we see Lipa gets Mikhails and flashes out. Andal also doesn't go down, and Clear uses his cooldown, so the engage just fails. They lose the Dragon as well, but then they have no tools left, and B&K FearX just have to run away, but Dudu finds his great blast cone angle, gets the flash wallop, and secures 3 more kills than they might have gotten otherwise.
Yeah, the chase down, just incredible, but I want to highlight Dudu there. Not only does he get into the Dragon Pit to deny Clear being able to bounce over and meet the rest of his team to start the engage, forces him all the way around, but while he does that, he also bounces in to really force Clear's hand and stop this Aurora from being able to do anything at all. It was gorgeously played from the Quantum Freaks top laner. And man, this, like, B&K is one of our better team-fighting teams in the LCK, and Quantum Freaks just outthought them at every turn.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, you know, not to specifically hone in on one thing, but Henna on the Xayah not really able to follow up on a lot of these engages. Something like Azeri or Kai'Sa could help a lot more.
Glacial Prison, Andal, I think he's dead, guys. Yeah, Raptor is going to be able to pick that one up. Baron was not taken.
Yeah, they didn't feel like they had a time after they were so, they led so heavily towards the bot side, they didn't have time to get it down. After moving over, the rest of B&K would probably be spawning, so good pick from B&K FearX, and it is a Chemtech Soul. Gotta remind you, yes, there's a 4K gold deficit, yes, Quantum Freak's definitely in control, but it's not unwinnable for B&K FearX. this soul doesn't grant nearly as much power as some of the other ones. So hope is still alive, but definitely being KFX from the back foot, and their engages need to be super crisp from here on out.
Yeah, we'll see what they're going to be able to do here. 4,000 gold is the deficit. And I don't know how many more excuses I can make for this Xayah pickup. But as you were saying before, certainly leaving us a little bit wanting here as Bulldog turns up towards that bottom side, and he is just firing his way forward, feeling a whole lot more confidence here. 3 items now done, and Closer not with that Infinity Edge yet completed. And I think now as this game sort of turns, a Jack Shows would have felt a little bit better.
Yeah, still a while away from finishing the Infinity Edge. I mean, I don't know how much gold he has in pocket, maybe isn't too far, but definitely when you're behind, like if you're ahead and you have the Infinity Edge, feels great, you're just one-shotting people, but if you're behind, you're vulnerable to that one-shot potential, and the items coming through from Quantum Freaks are making them very threatening. 3 items for Bulldog and Leaper, just going to be chunking.
Yeah, that is that Infinity Edge now done. But I think we need something more to come through from Henna, and I think we're going to have to wait until an Infinity Edge comes in before he's going to be able to do anything at all. You can see here, Henna with half the damage of Leaper, and that's being generous. Leaper is really above and beyond what is being capable for BNK.
And you look at the items now, there's a Last Whisper in inventory, so likely finishing LGR or Mortal Reminder. There's a Bounce Scepter, so it was like, oh, you know, I'm getting poked out, I need Sustain. That's going to delay your spikes, and also if you're going to build Infinity Edge next after the LDR.
No, he's got to build a QSS next. So he's got only bits of items.
Yeah, it just feels like he's in such a rough spot in terms of he needs so many items to really feel complete and is far away with them. But also just with how the comp wants to play, you know, with something like a Kai'Sa or a Zeri, when that engage comes in, you're there. You know, it's so easy to follow up on it, whereas the Xayah, not quite as easy to pull off.
Yeah. We can see here as well.
5 until the Elder, so you see Quantum Freak set up around the Baron, sorry, but pressure's going to really start to ramp up in this next minute.
Yep. And I think maybe BNK are kind of okay with the Drake being accelerated here as well. Maybe they can go for a Hail Mary, grab themselves an Elder, and then that's their passageway to victory before Quantum Freaks suffocate them out of too much more of their jungle and the extra gold. See, that gold lead is slowly but surely extending. Has moved up by about 1,000 since we mentioned it last time around, as Duro not feeling great about face-checking a lot of this stuff. True Shot Barrage does go wide, though. That's better news. Cuz going to start this one up, though, and clear. He's on the top side dealing with this minion wave, and things are so incredibly dark.
I remember, this is not a Warmog's Rakan, so Duro is very squishy and doesn't have the sustain. He's still low HP now. You see Cuz and Bulldog during this. Leaper and Hand will move over, but it's going so fast. I'm not sure they'll even get there in time.
Yeah, where's the Scryers? Where's the option here as Nature's Grasp is going to be walked away from? Raptor looking for an option. He finds a Glacial Prison, and Clear gets into that backline. He bounces over. They take down Leaper, but they trade their Aurora for it. Can Closer actually find this team fight? Because Dudu says absolutely not. Clear's still trying to fight this, but his health bar's going down low, and Henna hasn't been touched. He's now going to find a couple of autos, but he just disintegrates. Please do something, Xayah!
Even with a huge ult from Clear, it's not enough to find the teamfight win. The goal difference hitting them, but also, as you said, the Xayah not able to make it work. And now a 7,000 gold lead, Baron in pocket, Elder supporting in 10. The Nexus may not be dead right now, but it might as well be. Quantum Freaks have everything they need to win this game.
Yep, I think they signed the docket. You know, the deed has gone over, and Quantum Freaks now kind of own both sides of the map. The Baron stolen away beautifully. Cuz now getting to work on this Elder, and Dudu. Oh, this guy's Gnar has been just phenomenal. He's 2 versus 1 underneath the turret, though. Does he care? The answer's no! He'll just splash on top of him! Duro, a passenger, witnessing the demise of Clear.
And you know, we saw this matchup played, the Aurora versus the Gnar, and we had concerns in the draft.
Yeah.
It came out. Dudu didn't have any. He is displaying that he's completely fine with the matchup. This is kind of something that was actually spoken about in that series. You know, KT said they thought that they could handle the Aurora with the Gnar. Dudu showing exactly how you can do so.
Yeah, Dudu is just having a day out today. This guy's Gnar has looked incredible. They've got Exodia completed as well. They've got the Soul, the Elder, the Baron. Baron still 1 minute and 16, ticking down 7,000 gold Red Bull Baron power play. My goodness, I think he can just parade towards the Nexus now and take this one down, but they're looking to play it a little bit by the book as they'll clear out the jungle on their way over towards this inner turret that Dudu is preparing for them. Guangdong Freaks, you can imagine, probably saved up a lot of what they had prepared for this match right here. It is so important to go back to what we were talking about before. This is the Saturday Showdown, but not just that. This is for playoffs. B&K, their road becomes so much harder if they lose this series, but even losing a game in the series means a lot.
Yeah, it can make such a difference when Guangdong Freaks has the edge in game score. And they're trying to clear the wave, but their wave clear isn't the best. Henna taking a ton of poke, walking up.
Yeah.
It's a rocket, fortunately, but it's getting so dangerous.
Yep, that one's going to land. Glacial Prison does come on through there as Leaper. He goes golden, he bought himself an arm guard. Still he's going to die. They've taken down the Corki as well. Dudu is a legitimate threat, though. He has the power of the dragon behind him. The wallop comes in. That's a very dead Aurora. And despite the fact that two of the carries were just eliminated, I think that Guangdong Freaks are still just going to win this game unless Closer can do something absolutely miraculous. The superpowered minions coming in, Closer diving forward once more. But Raptor, I mean, there's a dragon that's going to get real angry with him very, very soon as Dudu goes down to hysterics. And the GA is procced here from Closer. He's still trying to work it out, still trying to figure it out, but the Dragon's Wrath will find him. And Raptor's going to go down. And of course, it's all about Dudu all the time. He doesn't have any minions, but he doesn't care. He goes Mega, and he'll destroy this Nexus.
Even with the Ezreal and Corki going down, Guangdong Freaks still have that carry. They're not taking over the game against the broken Aurora pick. Dudu does not care, and that is honestly
Look at him.
The easiest POG. 12 out of 12.
I mean, Riot Media could probably figure this one out. That's what I'm saying. Like, it is extraordinarily obvious. It was like when he picked his Aatrox and just said, oh no, I win these, and killed everyone by himself. Like, that fight. Yeah, they lost the Corki, they lost the Ezreal, and he says, and what?
Yep.
I just kill you all.
Yep, confidence with the Dragon Soul being there, and Guangdong Freaks, it really feels like they had a good understanding of what they needed to do for the draft to work, mitigating the engages from B&K FearX. So this is kind of a concern, you know, B&K FearX's style has worked so well for them, but they have that style.
Yeah.
They are diving into, you know that's going to be the game plan, and if you can prepare, you know, picks like the Maokai, great at counter dive, the Ezreal, great at disengaging and peeling, you can see it worked pretty well for them, and now B&K FearX losing this game and losing it in such a manner, because, you know, if they win the series 2-1, it's huge for them, but if they lose it 2-0, that might just be them out of playoffs. It might really ruin their chances of making it. You can see Dudu, a lot of that damage picked up in the end. But yeah, I mean, the Xayah did 19.3k. We didn't really see it. We didn't really feel it.
I didn't notice it. I don't think it was all that consequential. I think that is the first port of call in this draft. No more Xayah. And this applies to absolutely everyone around the world. League of Legends in general, competitively, don't pick this champion. It's not that good. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break it down. Then we'll have game number 2. See you there.
어차피 내가 야 자야공 야 연애 이거 그거야 가인이야 자야공 그냥 뺄 생각도 해 자야공 있어 천천히 볼게 봐봐 천천히 봐봐 나 딜러 내가 볼게 낙한 10초 야 안 죽을라 해봐 내가 볼게 기다려봐 야 나를 지켜줘 야 요네 해봐 쉐이도 줘봐 라카 태어났어 쉐이도 줘봐 밀면 돼 POG 뺏기겠네.
And that will do it. Gen Z will take the 3-2 victory. They will win.
팬 여러분의 뜨거운 파도 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
I see an Aurora, and I go Ayaya, but it does not work out for BNK this time, as maybe their eyes got a little too big on that one and focused on that pick, and maybe there were other picks in the draft that could have helped them out in game number 1. BNK Furix take game number 1. Guys, here's the draft.
Yeah, so what
jumps out at you?
What's really cool is that in drafting in League of Legends, you need to make sure to keep it together all the way to the end. And unfortunately, BNK did not do that. Like, I don't like tunneling on draft too much in games. But if you lock in Kai'Sa there, which, by the way, you're playing into Ezreal, you already know this. Your lane is boom anyway. Like, you're losing lane, right? Realistically, you know the Ezreal Karma is most likely coming, so, like, that's fine. But I would rather lose lane and then have a champion that works extremely well with the amount of backline dive that you have, as opposed to a champion that literally is flashing into people and still can't kill anyone.
I think somewhere along the way, we lost our way. The teams were like, you know, we really want to play Rakan, so we need to have Xayah. But we already figured out that you don't need to do that.
Play Kai'Sa Rakan.
You don't need
That's
to
a really good combo.
Xayah in this composition. You can play Kai'Sa. You can play literally anything else. The Xayah itself is very bad right now, and not just because the stats say so. It just doesn't work, and it doesn't work with this comp either. Everybody's going in, and Xayah's like, well, I got a flash, and I can't do anything. I don't do damage. And on the other side, Quantum Freaks, very awesomely crafted draft, by the way. Fantastic at disengaging. You have the Ezreal, the Corki. You've got Karma for shields. Gnar and Maokai are fantastic frontliners for just pushing everybody away and keeping them safe. And BNK dropped the ball at the end.
I just think that, again, you're sacking your bot lane and you're getting a win in top lane, right? Because the Aurora is insanely strong. But we saw, like, Claire goes in, and I think the response from Kwangdong was really good. I don't want to take away from that win, but it feels like if you have a pick that can actually follow up into the backline dive there, then it's playable. And I think that the Ezreal into Aurora response specifically is something that we did ask for, and I'm really happy to see that.
Yeah, I mean, we highlighted those key picks for Kwangdong Freaks. They got rid of the Nidalee. They got rid of the
Tristana as well.
Tristana, and then they picked away the Rakan. That's all the undefeated champions that Kwangdong Freaks have played, and still weren't able to put it together here. Shows the power from this Kwangdong Freak squad. Here's our first highlight. This is at Seoul. You're thinking, okay, Aurora's coming around the end. This is going to be it.
And then you see, I think Dudu, obviously, as the Cossus mentioned, definitely a standout here. But imagine if you have a Kai'Sa that ults into the backline and just kills Andil and Bulldog here. Like, just think about it for a little bit. And guess what? We had like 3 more fights like that in this game, where if your opponent is playing a pure kite back combo, like the re-engage is really good here, again, from Kwangdong. I think our team fighting looked really clean today, and that's the biggest advantage that it would have given over to BNK, even in the best case scenario. Hats off to them. But if you have a pick that can at least counteract that somewhat, instead of just getting engaged on and dying, it would be big. Wasn't the case.
Yeah, I mean, Dudu had a really awesome game today. Like, he's definitely going to be picking up the POG spoiler. I mean, he just perfectly finds the timing to go in. Xayah's like, I've got my Featherstorm, I'm fine, right? Well, the whole team was dead, and he didn't do any damage, and it should have been something else.
Yep, we have one more highlight that shows exactly that. Here at Baron, after taking Soul, very difficult for them to get into the Maokai. Then watch this fight here. Just any other AD carry.
This one just made us angry.
Hurts.
Like, this just hurts. Because you have, again, a BNK that try to get the best out of a bad situation. I just want you to keep looking at the Xayah.
Oh.
Oh, look at how much damage she's doing. Oh, okay, wait, no, okay, there's 2 targets here. Kai'Sa would double again. Okay.
Would have double.
Okay. Oh,
Cathian Rain.
Even if you go Kaz.
Yeah, I mean, especially in those broken up fights where everybody else is diving in and the Xayah is just isolated. This is everything we talked about, right?
I know Henna has a 30% win rate in his career on this champion. I get it. But, like, he legitimately... I don't want to talk about it. He legitimately doesn't need to do more than just ult in when the rest of his teammate creates responses. I think Kwangdong completely out-team fought BNK, and that first game was, like, miles apart.
POG time, everybody. Let's take a look at who it is, and of course, it is the Giga Chad in the top lane, not the Lord Morgan.
Is it an 11? Or are we actually getting the deserved 12?
Right Media voted for 80 carry. I don't actually know, but they probably did. I mean, he comes in here, he does a lot of damage with Midi Nari, secures the kill onto Clear, who was kind of going on a crazy angle that you pointed out to me while we were watching Chronicler. This fight was also big, waits for the exact right moment to go in with the Mega Gnar. I mean, he was kind of just everywhere. He did the Boom Boom damage as Gnar. He also did the Boom Boom team fight engages as Gnar. He also took a 1v1 versus the OP champ.
Like, Aurora, come here.
You do
yeah. All right, I'm done with that. I'm sorry.
It's okay, D-Gun.
It's just great.
I appreciate you committing to the bit. That's
Yay! We did it! Good job, everyone. Pack it up. We can go home now. Just kidding. We have game number 2 we got to send to the casters. So, Atlas and Ox, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dagon and the boys, for the breakdown. Yes, Kai'Sa would have been a good champion, and I don't think it matters how well you can play it. She just would have been better than Xayah in that instance. I agree, and we called it before. 12 out of 12 was the most obvious thing ever. Even Right Media could figure it out, and thankfully, we were correct. That just says doo-doo, everyone, and that's all it needs to say after game 1.
That's all it really does. Yeah, he had a monster performance, and you know, the team had some good moments, but like I think if you factor in how much harder this game would have been without Dudu, like that fight they showed where they picked up those kills at the end where he got that big Mega Gnar.
Yeah.
I could have seen BNK FairX really just walking away. You know, obviously they still would have lost out on the Dragon, but they could have just slipped away with 4 people.
Yeah.
It doesn't catch them all out. The final push as well, you know, if it wasn't for him just deciding we're ending the game now, the game could have extended. Probably still would have won, but it just feels like Dudu made such a big difference in that game, closing out in the manner it did, and gonna be a bit of a blow to BNK FairX. They know how important this series is. There's no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
And they now need to bounce back in game 2.
Let's jump into the draft and see what kind of adaptation is going to come through. No side swaps here, as once again, I believe Nidalee Tristana are still going to be banned.
Yeah, I think like the first 3 picks from BNK FairX, pretty fine. Maybe they switch the Cassante for the Ezreal.
Yeah.
That could be something they do. They actually banned the Aurora themselves. I still think the pick was good. I don't think Aurora was the issue. But playing it into Ezreal obviously was. And now we're going to see what they end up taking here with the Aurora down. They want the Maokai, which...
I like this a lot, actually. I think that the Maokai has been really, really powerful for a lot of teams. We saw Pyoshik play 3 games of it in a row into Gen G. It's now on a 3-game winning streak based on that, I'm pretty sure, unless it was played by Sylvie in the series afterwards, but I don't believe so. I remember a certain POG on a Viego. It's just really, really strong at controlling games, and for what BNK wants to do, starting fights, very good. You press R.
Yeah,
fight started.
It works so well because whether you're playing to engage, like BNK like to, or like last game, playing that more peel disengage, it works in both compositions. And since people have started rushing Locket on the pick, it feels like it gets so durable so quickly and offers so much in those 5v5s. Now we will get the Dusante coming through. The Zyra from Cuz as well. Definitely another pick that's good at like peeling away.
Yeah.
So if BNK FairX do dive into the Zyra, they have to deal with all those plants. Cuz also good at peeling away targets, so definitely feels like they can lean into that sort of composition again. Claire though, looking towards that Gnar, which you obviously saw Dudu have a fantastic game on. First and foremost, they're going to lock in the Corki for closer.
Yep, I think Corki Gnar would make a fair bit of sense here, but still taking some time. I think probably pondering whether it wants to be a Gnar or a Kennen. But choose a Yordle, and it'll probably be pretty good. Of course, a lot of people probably not that psyched about Kennen in general at the moment. But Clear has been very good at the champion. Bulldog looking to do the same as what Closer did in the last game, unless it's his brother. Having a look at a potential lock-in of the Yasuo, but...
I've seen the Wind Brothers have a lot of success in the Corki. You could have also picked like an 80 carry pick, like a Zeri. Could be flexed between mid and 80 carry. Could have been quite threatening. But they commit to the Yone, so both teams picking their top side of the map. Now the ban's coming through in the second rotation. BNK FairX have the advantage of being able to pick their bot lane at the same time, but Quantum Freaks have the advantage of counter pick, so it makes sense that Senna is an immediate ban from Quantum Freaks, because being able to slam like Senna on at the same time, very powerful.
Yep. Ashe Ezreal, I think, really standing out for me as to what BNK wants to be banning away. I think that Henna needs something with some sort of follow-up, although in this composition, it's probably fine to pick something like a Misfortune, I guess, just because they are a little bit more stationary. It's a little bit less, we're going to rocket forward with that Yone and make things happen. It's more about, can we peel for the enemy Yone this time around, as Kalista going to be taken off the board.
Yeah, interesting we haven't seen the Zeri get a look in. Maybe Quantum Freaks want to deny that themselves, but, you know, it's a pick that obviously Henna's had a ton of success on, but Lipa also pretty solid on it, so Ezreal gets banned. If you pay, one thing is if you take the Zeri, they might just respond with Kai'Sa, and we've seen that matchup be pretty good. BNK FRX already got a pretty good damage profile for the Kai'Sa to slip into as well.
Yeah, true.
Could be, you know, MF and Jin are the more sort of longer range follow-up champions, and then you have Kai'Sa and Zeri more the, my team is engaging, I'm with them.
Yeah.
That we definitely know BNK FRX like to play.
I'm expecting Henna to go something like a Jin. I think a Jin or a Varus would be pretty cool.
I like the MF.
I don't think people play Varus anymore. Misfortune definitely feels fun.
Varus kind of dead. I like the MF specifically because, you know, I think if Henna wanted to play like the Zeri, and it's going to have a rough lane, especially when he gets support counter pick.
Yeah.
Also, MF, Zyra, some big circles. Well, not really a circle, a cone from MF, but, you know, the impact's there. Still will get the Zeri coming in.
Danger.
Oh, this is very precarious. Team fighting power is definitely there if you have the Zeri Rakan, no doubt about it. But lane could be risky, and it makes me start to wonder, will we see a lane swap come out from BNK FRX if they...
I think they almost have to in this instance. Na and Cassante not going to be too happy about that, but that is an insta-lock on the Nautilus. They see Zeri, they see, I want to lock down the Zeri, and that is going to be successfully found.
Yeah, we haven't seen Nautilus have too much success recently. I feel like, you know, a lot of times he's just getting blown up in team fights and doesn't have the ability of a Rakan to sort of disengage from the situations. So not as much a common pick we've seen, but definitely makes sense as a response to the Zeri. I kind of like the vibe of BNK FRX's composition more in this situation. You know, I am a bit concerned about how bot lane's going to go, but again, if they swap to mitigate that, that's fine. The team fighting power is there for them. And I think Quantum Freaks, you know, they have the lockdown for Zeri, but they have like a Yone who wants to go in, Zyra who's more about sort of disengaging. It feels like their comp isn't as well-rounded as in Game 1.
No, I would agree. And basically what BNK have done is picked what Quantum Freaks had in Game 1 and then added Zeri Rakan to the situation instead of Ezreal Karma. Does mean that losing lane on the bottom side in comparison to what was a winning lane for Quantum Freaks last time. And so that could be a little bit of a difference maker here. Just have to see how the change is going to go. A little bit of a heart monitor situation here for the Quantum Freaks fans. And let's see whether we're in a dip or a rise at this point in time, because BNK a little bit more stable as far as the draft this time, although still some worries for that bottom lane.
Yeah, a little bit more straightforward. It really comes down to how the bot lane can perform, but also, you know, the mid jungle, yes, these picks work well, but not necessarily something we see them picking up every day.
Exactly. Let's jump into the rift. Game number 2. All right, and normally, you know, I get affected by which sides of LoL Park I'm on as far as like who I'm assuming are the loudest. Quantum Freaks are like double the volume of BNK here today as far as the fandom is concerned. Everyone's sort of showing up to support them as they make their rise once again from their slump in the mid-season. Riverback coming through here as the ward goes down in the last second. Andal says, nah, no wards for you.
Yeah, bit of extra XP given over from that as well. And the reset comes in from Andal, so pretty nice just to take out the ward there. Often in these range versus melee matchups in the top lane, getting the brushes water can make such a huge difference, because as a melee champion like the Cassante, you can kind of just hide in the brush until you need to come out and farm.
Henna is pretty far forward here, as we can see, but also isn't top lane. So it looks like BNK are pretty happy with just going for standard lanes.
Yeah, there's kind of two sides to it, because they have a rough lane, and swapping would help mitigate that. But the other side is we've seen a lot of teams swap, sometimes when they don't need a swap, and it backfire quite heavily. So,
yeah,
you know, BNK FRX, we praise them for their team fighting, we praise them for all being on the same page when they're engaging, but I don't think their macro game has ever been one of their big strengths. So, you know, perhaps not wanting to do something they're maybe not too practiced on.
Yep. And it is still, you know, a engage versus engage on the bottom side of the map. It's not like a Karma situation like it was yesterday. In the last game. And so we'll just have to see whether this can just go better, especially with a loss streak of 8 games in a row for the Nautilus. And some decent names on that list there as well. Lehen's being one of them is the important thing. He's only lost 2 games so far this season. Wait, 3 games. Take it back. Sometimes I forget that KT actually won that series.
It felt like a fever dream.
It really, really was. Didn't know, like Wolf and I didn't know which dimension we were in during the time, so I thought maybe we would have gone back to a relatively normal dimension, but apparently we're still in the same one.
Yeah. Definitely one of the more crazy results we've had the past few years, honestly,
yes, I would
in the
so.
LCK. But yeah, I think Nautilus, ultimately, we've been seeing a lot more, even like the Rakan. Rakan has really benefited.
Oh, it actually hits the wall on that one, and a little bit of a regret situation there.
The Rakan has really benefited from like the Warmonks meta because he ends up so much tankier and has that mobility, but a lot of the picks like Rel, Leona, Alistar, just so much tankier than Nautilus, and he often ends up struggling into them.
Full clear at 3 minutes here for Cuz, as he's already behind the enemy turret, putting down some Qs, trying to land the slow. We'll be able to get that from the plant, but the grasping roots not going to connect. Let's see whether they can actually make something happen here as Duro lit on fire already. Leaper in a bit of trouble, but Duro's burning. He gets the shield, and that is going to be Comet to take him down. First blood goes to Cuz. Quandong Freaks once again off on the right foot.
Yeah, good start. It looked precarious there, but they get the plate, they get the kill. I will say, Henna surviving is pretty big. He gets a lot of farm on the back of that would have otherwise been denied. But you see what happens when you have these lanes like a Rakan, who doesn't have the pressure early. And also, we've seen a lot of them taking the heal. The Ignite reduces that healing massively.
Yeah.
And the barrier on Henna, I mean, they're not focusing Henna, so it's meaningless.
Maybe instead it should be Duro taking the barrier. maybe that's the answer to everything. As Duro hasn't been all that durable so far, as Bulldog be trying to get out of the way of this one, does unbind the soul. He'll have to come back to that one though, as Duro is going to land himself a Gleaming Quill. And Closer is going to push this wave in. Dudu just suffering at the hands of the very frustrating Mininar, as you would expect.
Interestingly, Closer's gone for fleet footwork instead of first strike, which is normally what we see. But we'll talk about the dive first. The initial route doesn't connect. And Jiro, I mean, credit to him, I think he does everything he can here, apart from maybe he should have healed earlier. There was a point there, if he'd healed before the Ignite had come down, he would have gotten more health.
Yeah.
Maybe would have been the difference maker. But in terms of, flashing away, trying to buy as much time as possible, I think his decisions were right. It's just that late heal after the Ignite kind of backfired. But yeah, good dive from Quandong Freaks. And yeah, so normally we've seen into, particularly like the Yone, Corki will take first strike and then just farm gold off him. But Closer opting to go for the fleet footwork, and so far lane matchup has been going pretty good. We saw after level 3, Bulldog started to have some trouble last game. Closer hasn't had that, but obviously he's not just getting free money.
Well, Clear is also just going to throw down a Gnar onto Dudu. Message received, I think, but we'll now go for a bit of a reset. And it does have a decent amount of CS here towards the top side of the map, but Dudu not looking like he is affected at all. As Cuz, once again, moving down towards this bottom side of the map, Duro does get that heal. So going to be feeling a little bit better. Plants are plenty. And Cuz just going to go back towards this dragon. Looks like Raptor has some contesting on his mind. As Cuz with plants down, and that back is not going to get stopped still. Closer doesn't have teleport this time around, and so therefore should be Dragon going over to the Quandong Freaks, as Raptor is moving now into the fog of war. Pings go down, Bulldog saw him. We're a little bit concerned about whether he would be seen or not, but it looks like Raptor for Dragon going to be the trade once again.
Yeah, so looks like, I'm not sure Cuz will really move over to contest. Oh.
Yep, I said Raptor for Dragon. Duro is going to have to get out of here. There's the burn, and Andil's going to get another one. And that's just in the plain 2v2 as, that is a long twisted advance as Raptor is going to be able to push Bulldog back now. Closer Valkyrieing forward. They want to try and find this one. Rockets flying down. Another one will connect as Bulldog gets himself back far enough.
That's mission successful from Bulldog. He still had ult and flash to get out, and yes, he has to reset, maybe loses a plate, but you stalled out these grubs from Raptor. Meanwhile, the bot lane of BNK DRX is bleeding.
Yeah, this is not going well, and honestly, Duro and Henna having a really rough time so far today. Yes, it was a difficult matchup last time around, but I don't think we were quite seeing some of the pizzazz that Duro had when he made his way in. And maybe their last matchup against D+, even though it was close, maybe it did sort of really wear on them, right? Like, it's a series like that that can be extraordinarily close. You know, you can feel that playoffs were right there if they were able to actually take that one down. And then it can really wear on you moving towards the next series in the week, because you don't get very much time off before you have to be on once again. And maybe for Henna and Duro, it was a little bit of a struggle getting back towards, you know, that form that BNK had started to build.
I will say the solo lane is looking in good form so far in this game.
Yeah.
It's the expectation, but, you know, we saw Bulldog struggling in this matchup on the other side after that level 3 point in some of the trades. Closer not having that issue. Clear really putting the pressure on Dudu. Hasn't really been reflected in the farm, but you can see how low Dudu consistently is.
Yeah, and not reflected in the farm seems to be a little bit of a theme here outside of mid lane, because Henna is also very, very close to the CS as, okay, All Out is going to come on through here as Clear does have to flash to create that distance. Trading ulti for flash, though, I don't think is necessarily worth it, as Clear will now hit that Mega Gnar. And we'll find a wallop here, actually pulled on over towards Dudu. The rock isn't going to land, though, or the house, depending on what you want to talk about, whether it's the actual ability or just this particular skin. Clear is going to be able to push this one further forward. But flash advantage now for Dudu in the 1v1.
Yeah, which can definitely be punished later. We'll see Clear, though, now with the ult down, a bit more confident, does get a plate there.
Yep.
So still happy in terms of goals, but potential vulnerability if that flash is capitalized on. We can see Bulldog, as you said, down in farm in the mid lane. And Duro, not sure what happened to make him reset now, but you can see Henna is playing so far behind the tower without his support. Feels like the pressure is just getting more and more prevalent in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's
better.
Cannon's coming through, and maybe they were just sensing that this could be a timing for Cuz to be down there towards the bottom lane once again. They hadn't seen him in quite some time. And he's going to stretch that RCS margin. But I think that was a cannon minion as well, so Henna should be able to come through and actually clear out a lot of these. But it's not quite enough to actually even things out. As we can see, it's going to be stretched to a 10 CS gold CS advantage. As Closer moving over, will I believe find Cuz if he does throw any vision in the area.
He pinged the plants you can see on the map, so
yeah.
I think spotted those and assumed Cuz had been in that area. We can see the Raptor now moving over to provide some cover. We'll check things out with the saplings and do a little bit of investigating.
Yeah.
So you can track down the enemy jungler.
Get some bad news that the jungle's pretty empty at this point in time. Cuz just coming on over and tearing everything out. Still, the Raptors are going to spawn. Raptor will find the Raptors and take the Raptors.
Yeah, you'd hope, you know,
yeah.
his namesake. But yeah, so I think ultimately, you know, avoiding anything too horrific happening. If we saw another dive bot lane, I think it could just be game over. But this is where it gets really problematic, because we've already seen bot lane suffering. Alipa now has the Bloodthirster, and this...
Okay, a little bit of an aggressive move from Clear and Dudu on this top side. They're just playing Biffo. It's just a lot of hitting.
You know,
yeah.
It's a bit of wrestling. Nothing too crazy here. Unless Cuz is spotted, so he's not going to be able to make anything happen. The main thing is, can Clear get the cannon?
Oh no, zoned away from the cannon.
Yeah.
Beautiful timing from Cuz.
Yeah, -1 cannon. That's a tilter more than anything, and that's what you really need.
Oh, that's not a -1 cannon. That is a beautiful cannon take there, as Closer able to Valkyrie away from the dredge line that was coming in to try and punish it. Plant comes on through, and looks like Duro and Closer are going to be able to take that one down. Raptor flashing in immediately. The Stranglethorns goes down, though. Gets a nice double knock-up. The ulti comes in from Bulldog as well, and the rocket is going to miss. Oh, so close there for BNK. Still, they are still alive. Not going to get punished too hard.
So much committed there. Unfortunately, not able to find it. They are just going to move towards the grubs. I mean, because it's low enough, they should be able to secure these. It is a Chemtech Dragon second, though, so no disappointing soul now. And if Quantum Priest can secure that one, it'd be pretty big for them.
Yeah, Bulldog coming on over to try and grab a plate, and will be able to do that successfully. Raptor getting 6 grubs could be pretty important here. They've got a Corki that does wipe out turrets pretty quickly. Not to mention Gnar, if left in a side lane with a Trinity Force, especially able to get work done there too.
If you're able to get those 6 grubs and make some use of them before the plates are gone, that's really where you can benefit. So I think that's what Quantum Freaks are hoping for. Clear's had pressure in the top lane. If you can get some more time on that tower with the Demolish as well, could be big. And they've just given up on bot lane.
Yeah.
But now with the Bloodthirster, you know, Zeri, her ability to contest lane after 6 is very much based around her ult. If you're not ulting, I mean, even if you do, Lipa just walks up to you, autos you, and out heals all your damage. There's really very limited counterplay. So I think, even though this feels bad, sacrificing the first turret, I think it's a decision you have to make.
Well, Henna's moving over. Wants to try and make use of those grubs that they did manage to pick up. Extendo Beam going to allow him to do that as Raptor is considering a dive as they get rid of Vision as well. Dudu just going to have to vacate the area. First turret blood does go over to Kwangdong Freaks, and Dudu eats the CC. Will not be able to keep his turret alive. They keep this investment of people towards this top side, though. This could be a lot of damage onto an inner turret at the same time. And Kwangdong Freaks, they know that. They're going to rotate Cuz and Andil over here. Andil actually thinking about a little bit of a wraparound to try and go for a counter engage. It's still going to be a man advantage for BNK, but Raptor might be caught out of position. That's a hook that's going to connect onto him. Stranglethorns goes down, the knockup avoided by the Twisted Advance and the Nature's Grasp. It comes out as well. A possible opportunity now for Henna, but the Grasping Roots is going to stop him in place. And he has to skate his way out.
Yeah, the phase rush coming through, really helpful for Raptor, and also that locket rush, you know, that little bit of extra shielding really makes you feel so much more durable in those early fights. Here we see it's very instantaneous. They spot the Zyra in the right spot of the wall, immediately flash, and Closer, fortunately, just to get this final rocket. That would have taken down Cuz, would have made the play all worth it. A lot of summoners invested to make that one work.
And it would have been a bit like, oh, he doesn't quite have a shutdown just yet. I thought that maybe would have put one together, but that could have been even extra gold going over to BNK. A bit disappointing.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. Kwangdong Freaks now with a 1,000 gold lead, which you assume is mostly going to be in that bot lane in the jungle. And it is an Ocean Soul, so not the most impactful overall.
Yeah, we've had some pretty... It's kind of fizzed out, hasn't it?
Yeah.
The Soul situation. But that's okay. Just honest game of League of Legends between two teams.
It's good for BNK FearX. Second time in a row where they give over 2 dragons and get a good weak soul for the other side.
Well, there's an all-out once again as Clear is looking for that Mega. Now he finds it. The wallop connects onto the all-outed Kazante, and now Andil looking to come up and try and punish. Flash still available. Clear not going to be able to use it. Throws the house at Dudu. Max range on the wallop, but he's still just dead because there's another Nautilus. And he is just going to go down. Nicely played here by the Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, Clear though, kind of clutching it there. Obviously did lose out the fight against Dudu, but denied the kill from him. I think that's the pivotal thing. It looked so close to it just being a bunch of gold for the Xante. And now Andil's on the warpath.
He is just walking with a purpose, man. And it looked like, you know, Henna just didn't really know. He's like, why is he so confident? I guess I should probably respect it. Skates over the wall, gets out of the way. Now looking to try and put some farm together. Does have a static shiv this time, so clearing waves going to be a lot quicker here for the Zeri. We know that Henna very practiced on this champion. See whether he can utilize this extra mobility that he will have on this champ to try and be a little bit more relevant in this game. I think a very different story to how late game team fights are going to go now that a Zeri is being piloted instead of that Xayah, which is something that you'd expect that we would say because we were pretty critical of the Xayah last time around. It's Kwangdong Freaks now looking for a bit of an engage, and that's a max range hook to come out from Andil, but Clear not too worried about it. They kind of like the fact that they started this fight, and there is another option here as Leaper going to get Extendo Beam. Stranglethorn's now on cooldown as Bulldog in this bottom lane was split pushing Andil a little bit too far.
And ultimately, BNK FearX not only get a kill there on the Nautilus, but also rewarded with the Herald as well. So they can be pretty happy with that one. They've already taken down the top tier 1. I think mid tier 1 is usually the port of call when you have a Herald. It could be a nice influx of gold to close this gap. A minute until that next dragon. Obviously, Ocean Soul not the most impactful, but still one you want to deny where possible.
Yeah, Raptor on vision here, because it looks like he's going to be able to grab this Rift Scuttle up pretty comfortably. And 1,000 gold the lead for Kwangdong Freaks. Not feeling as important as it was in the last game where Kwangdong were making play after play. This is a good hook from Andil, but
yeah, they
bridge too far.
Really have the follow-up because it already split off. You don't have the ult from Nautilus. You're also down in numbers, so you wouldn't really want him to take the fight anyway. Just a little bit over-ambitious with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andil's had a pretty solid Nautilus game so far. Just one little flub.
Yep, and that's first kill for Closer as well. So this Corki getting on track, does have the Trinity Force now completed. Looking for that Mirror Mana for that big spike that we were talking about in the last game and have been talking about all season long.
I mean, both solo lanes, BNK FearX doing great, but the goal difference between 80 carries right now,
that's
massive.
Insane. And I think that's mainly just plates. Of course, the couple of assists coming on in there, but it was Andil that was able to pick up one of the kills, Cuz grabbing that first blood. Still doesn't matter. That gold lead is gigantic.
It was the plates, and it was also that solo tower bought the first tower as well that really paid off. Now the tower, about low enough. Leaper's recall gets cancelled. He's a little bit more low mana, but there's a honey fruit. But that Herald should just kill that mid lane tier 1. Pretty big for BNK FearX to take that one. Oh, it's super close though. I think one burst fire, I think good.
Yeah, and it goes over, presses Q, going to be able to grab that one. That is some local gold for the Zeri. At the same time, we can have a look back at that gold advantage, trickling towards about 1.2k or something like that. So certainly doing a bit of triage there as Clear looking for a flank angle. That Narbar in a gorgeous position as Bulldog, same idea for him. And Clear now just going to be pushed out of the area. Raptor was considering some sort of movement as well as Closer pushing out the mid lane. And this Drake being started up by Kwangdong Freaks. Rest of the map not necessarily in the right position for them though, as Clear is on vision. Bulldog gets rid of him. And now the Nature's Grasp comes in. Andal in a little bit of trouble. The Flash Twisted Advance is going to connect. Bullet Time doing a lot of work because it's just going to be destroyed. There goes Andal as well. And Raptor, he's done his job. Gorgeously played. Still going to go down, but it doesn't seem to matter as Lipa in the alcove just trying to be avoided by the rest of BNK. Closer almost goes down as Dudu looks for him. That flash was so sexy from Closer. And now Clear just trying to get rid of this because Sante, he cannot close the gap. It's the first time we've seen it, and Bulldog's even baited in. The Hyper Proc will get it, and Clear, cool guys, don't look at explosions. It's a double kill, and they wipe them off the map.
There's the beautiful team fighting from BNK FearX who were looking for, able to clutch it out. And it was so many individual moments that ended up being so impactful because you see him spotting Henna and Raptor on the side, pops a bit of a burst down onto him, and then this is the combo between the Zyra and the MF. You see that Henna just survives, able to finish off Andal. And I think Closer plays this so well. Leaper obviously gets away no HP, but Closer pre-firing the Phosphorus Bomb as he comes back to chunk him out, takes out Leaper, and then this flash at a clutch moment.
Oh
and
my god, the flash.
Think how close this ended up being, Judo nearly taking them down. If Closer had died any earlier than this, they might have just lost.
Yeah.
But him surviving makes a big difference. Bulldog tries to commit for the kill, gets chased down by Clear. I think also Juro did a fantastic job of just being there, getting the CC down, getting the healing, the shielding.
I think, like, honestly, like, the battle dancing around, the landing of the Gleaming Quills to get that little bit of extra health back for Closer.
It made the difference.
Yeah, absolutely clutch. And that means the BNK are able to grab themselves this third dragon, deny Soul Point from Kwangdong Freaks. And this is where things have deviated from what we saw in game number 1. This is the BNK that we know and love, the one that just puts together team fights that just work out, as Dudu is just going to walk past him. And he'll never know that he was one step away from catching Captain Jack Sparrow.
It's funny, he walked back and it's like, wait, did I? Was that?
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah, there was something tingling.
Bush?
There was something tingling. You know, he could feel the pixels.
And then he walks, he said, no, I must have imagined it.
Yeah. Does that brush look a little bit more polygony than the last one? I don't know.
Hard to tell. Oh, it's because it's the ocean map, so all the brushes look a bit different.
Yeah, they
do.
do.
It's the little flowers in the bushes.
Yeah,
that must
what
have
it
been it.
And, you know, there's a little bit of a flowery vibe to Rakan just in general, so you can understand why you might just miss it. As Kuz moving back into his jungle, he's going to continue clearing things out. Ahead by about 30 CS is feeling pretty good, but 2 items are now done for Raptor.
If you look at Juro's skin, it's the same color as the flowers in the brush.
Oh,
you know?
it's actually camouflage.
Yeah,
there we go. Intentional skin choice based on the potential soul for this game. Gorgeously done by Duro.
Very effective, you know. He's
maybe Riot Media is going to vote for him for POG purely because of that. Like, maybe that's an example of the things we just don't know.
Yeah, we just don't. We're getting a glimpse into the genius behind Riot Media.
I know.
You know, I don't think we can compete.
And that's why you should never judge things you don't understand, because maybe you're just the idiot. You know? And that's why, actually no, we judge all the time. But still, maybe we should think twice before we do it. As now Henna has found Leaper. Bullet Time goes down. He gets himself a big old shield, and despite the Stranglethorns, he's still going to be able to grab the kill. Now both 80 carries are dead. The Nature's Grasp, it flies forward. Andal's trying to get out of there, but Dudu's trying to get in there. And I don't think that was the right idea. Clear getting towards his Meganar, and I don't think that this fight is going to last any longer. A 2-for-1 trade, and Henna is angry after game 1.
See how much more confident he's looking on this Zeri, going for the aggressive play, takes out Leaper, and the power with the ultimate from Zeri, able to sort of zip away from Leaper's ult. Does go down, but they get another kill in return as well, and that's the thing, when you have the Gnar providing all this DPS, and the Corki is that backup 80 carry, and it's just confident to trade his life there. I think the big difference as well, he had not only the barrier, but the shield bow.
Yeah.
So much extra durability in this fight. And you can see Lipa just, didn't expect to get dove on by Azeri in the situation.
Yeah, the point-blank ultimate as well, relatively easy to move out of the way of. Dudu does dispatch him quite comfortably, but then he just goes too far forward. The all-out is an all-outer here.
Yeah, it's one of these things where if he didn't go that aggressive, Andal probably dies, so...
나 미포랑 1대 할게. 미포랑 1대 할게.
And the big thing, he gets the extendo beam.
미포랑 1대, 미포랑 1대.
Like, we're gonna go kill it.
미포 잡았어.
Yep. He's like, undead, but it's okay, win the fight.
It's about sending a message.
잘 가라고.
Nicely done there by Henna, keeping his head on his shoulders despite a difficult game number one. 3-0-3 now is the result for Closer, as we can see. Moving towards Rapid Fire Cannon, very close to 3 items completed.
Also, so much farm in this game. Lipa's pretty close at 246, but I feel like so many times we panned over to Closer, just clearing waves in the top lane. You can see it from the experience as well.
That's a full level, right? Yeah. Ooh, that is a scary, scary Corki. And this is the other side of the matchup from game one.
Yeah, and it's been going really well for Closer in this one. And as well, when you have the Triforce, the extra levels, the extra base AD makes pretty sizable difference.
Yeah. Duna now looking for Henna once again. A little bit of a tussle, but Henna does have a dash. Gets himself out of the way. As the Corgi making his way up the bottom lane. Bulldog trying to do the same thing here, splitting on the top side, but the extra pressure here from BNK starting to wear down onto the Kwangdong Freaks. You saw them start off the Baron earlier on. That was sort of what predicated the catch there from Henna. See whether they do go back and try and accelerate this game anymore. We've got 45 seconds before the Dragon, though. That might be the next time we get a 5v5.
You see, BNK Ferrex toying with the idea of starting up this Baron. Maokai peeling off Baron with the ult, definitely very powerful. He can also sustain quite well with his passive off it.
Yep, teleport in from Closer. They know that there could be a potential fight here, but Bulldog doesn't have his teleport. He's in the bottom lane, and he's not going to be available for this team. But this Baron is just gone. Nature's Grasp will say, no, you are not getting in here. And Dudu is once again overextended. He's going to try and get out, able to mitigate the CC. But now there's no frontline available for a potential team fight to come in. Hook is going to connect onto Henna. It's the perfect target. The ulti from Bulldog as he is going to rebind the soul. They take down 2 of the Barons, and Andal is even able to walk it off. How the heck did that happen?
Beautiful hook from Andal, but a critical error from Henna there. Just walks through the brush, not expecting the engage. And after getting the Baron, getting away scot-free, it backfires. 2 kills picked up by Kwangdong Freaks, and they will get that 3rd Dragon as well.
That is really going to impact the Red Bull Baron power play as well. You can see already at about 800.
It's like in the heist films when they pull off the heist successfully and then someone betrays them inside the squad, and it all backfires. And now Kwangdong Freaks, looked really dire, them losing this Baron here. But this didn't need to happen. I think BNK Ferrex could have just backed away on this one, so a bit of a mistake for Andal with the killer sense. You can see the ult here from Lipa really disengages the fight, not able to follow up into that. But here, they don't have vision in this brush, and Henna's just walking through freely.
Yeah.
So disrespectful. It is a great follow-up from Bulldog onto Andal's initial hook there.
And I think they just kind of thought that they were fine, and they were absolutely not. Wallet going to connect here on the top side as Clear throws his ultimate in the wrong direction. But of course, Dudu able to dash his way out of it. Looked a little bit silly there, coming straight out of the replay as Nature's Grasp coming down once again. Lipa in trouble. The flash forward, the grand entrance, and Lipa should just be dead here. The burst fire does come on down. We'll see whether Bulldog can actually equalize the trade, but Henna is going to be able to flash away now. Dudu going all out once again, but Clear is just going to hop on over the top and picks up the kill. BNK back on track once again.
Even with that hiccup, they still know what the MO is. They managed to find an angle. Lipa with the cleanse, thinking he's safe in the Maokai, but just wasn't enough to stop Juro coming in. And now BNK Ferrex pick up some more kills. They have the Baron in hand on a couple of their members, and they're going to keep pushing in.
Yeah, Closer going to be able to take down an inner turret on the top side while the rest of the team are able to get rid of the mid lane. This should be inhibitor turret at least taking a beating, as Bulldog looking to try and defend, does a decent job. Remember, this is 6 grubs, so these turrets just fall like they're made of paper. And Henna even able to eviscerate this wave as well. And what we thought might not be that much of a Red Bull Baron power play is just triaged pretty nicely here to close to 5,000.
Yeah, they don't want to overstep here. There's only 30 seconds left on it, and they're kind of cautious about being engaged on, so they will back away without getting that tier 2 bot. We can see here Andal stepping up, trying to, defy Juro a little bit here, but the team really is in a position of pressure, and Lipa ends up caught up here. kind of isolated, doesn't have flash, thinks, okay, I got cleanse, doesn't even get hit by the Maokai ult, but this flash combo coming in from Juro just ensures his death.
Yeah. I think Leaper knew that he was in the wrong position there as well. With the way that he was moving, he's like, oh no, 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 and then he's dead.
Yeah, one of those things where you see it a little bit too late. And we do see Henna get the flash burn by Bulldog there, though, so, you know, it is potentially something they can look to punish. They obviously did take him out earlier with that Nautilus hook. See if they find an angle like that again. But there's not any objectives on the map for another few minutes now. But the team's posturing, and I think for the side of Quantum Freaks, that mid-tier 1 still being up, definitely a sore point for them.
Yep, they are going to try and mitigate that problem right now as Bulldog dashing forward, but this minion wave is going to be wiped out.
It's crazy because there's obviously a pretty big goal lead, but it's just all mid and top.
Yeah, my God, Closer is so big.
He's almost got IE, he's almost got 4 items. He has more components of IE than Bulldog does. He's finished his IE.
Yeah,
Bulldog's just got a BF sword, and it's his 3rd item versus Closer having his 4th, so this Corki's monstrously strong.
It's like he just has a free rapid fire cannon, and then is ahead as far as the race to IE is concerned. Like, that is just nutty. And we know what he's capable of doing on champions like this as well. It means that Henna, much less pressure on him with the double 80 carry composition. BNK looking so much better here in this game. Looks like shoring up the composition really has done wonders here.
Shoring up the composition by not having Xayah.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and also picking away all of the champions you lost to in game number 1 on the top side of the map. Worked very well, as now Nature's Grasp is going to fly on forward. Clear, throwing houses around. There's the flash. No, the ulti from Bulldog does nothing. They take down the turret, and now they're looking to just say goodnight to game number 2. And this Saturday Showdown might be going the distance. The ulti comes in from Henna. Their health bars aren't exactly the greatest, but look at Dudu. He is not really a full tank in this game, unfortunately, not when Closer has anything to say about it. They'll take down the inhibitor on the bottom side of the map, and maybe they can just push further forward for even more. Andil trying to hook his way in. The knockup not going to connect there onto Dudu, as Bulldog going to have to go back to the Unbound Soul. And I think maybe they'll just back away with what they have. BNK now with an 8,000 gold lead, looking to go for that final push after they've gotten all these health bars back up again.
Yeah, trying to stop the recalls a bit here, because it's only 35 seconds till Dragon and Baron would be sold for Quantum Freaks, so you can see them pinging the Dragon, thinking this is what we'll go for. There's actually a ward there. Not sure if we'll see a TP to try and punish, but pretty big play for BNK FairX, but not quite enough for them to close out the game. Claire gets a massive ult here on all these members. It's a nice buffer, though, from Bulldog, so he doesn't end up actually going down. But Leaper, there's just nothing he can do. Ult at the end, gets a few waves off, which does lower the health of everyone BNK FairX, but it's not enough.
Yep. And while Clear was diving, they had to deal with the turret there as well, so the follow-up wasn't immediate. Does mean that they do lose the Gnar. Maybe that is part of the reasoning here, but Quantum Freaks not fast enough on this take of the Baron as Duro gets in there. Yeah, the Make It Rain does come down. That is going to deny, but let's see whether Quantum Freaks can keep themselves in this game, whether they can pick up a soul as Nature's Grasp is looking to try and say no. The Stranglethorns comes down though as Raptor avoids the knockup once again. That is going to be the soul picked up, and the jungler is now dead, but Andil is going to go down as well. Dudu is taken from the fight as Henna, the ultimate's going to come through, but the knockup is immediate. The bullet time comes down, and the flash is going to be used just to get out of the way. Leaper is dead, and Cuz, the last man standing. And yes, you may have picked up a soul, but it's going to be traded for your Nexus.
It's a valiant effort from Quantum Freaks, but it's just not enough. The goal deficit too big. Closer way too strong. And it looks like we'll be getting the 3 gamers. Both teams not willing to give up on their playoff dreams now.
Exactly, and it's exactly what we wanted to see out of this Saturday Showdown as well. 3 games, these 2 teams so tightly matched. And after what was a bit of a fumble in the draft, BNK just like, we can fix that. They sorted out, no side selection change required, and they will be able to bring us to a game number 3. This is where things get interesting if we do have teams switching sides now.
Yep, obviously Quantum Freaks losing that one feels a bit rough, but they get a chance to adjust. We saw BNK make some great adjustments. Yep. Quantum Freaks now get side selection. They can obviously go over towards that blue side if they please. Things like the Maokai, 100% win rate so far. Corki as well, the Gnar as well. So potentially the opportunity to prioritize some of these picks. We'll see what the adjustments come in, but both these teams doing everything it feels like in these games to keep their hopes alive. Both of them just challenging constantly in the fights. have been so good to watch.
Yeah, just explosive. And B&K, I think they can be trusted for that. I think Kwangdong Freaks really meeting them on their level for that one as well. I think this time around, Andor was a little bit punished, and I think the Nautilus is once again proving to be a little bit of a problem point for a lot of our teams. Yeah. I don't know whether it's like a symptom, like if it's part of the problem or just happens to happen every time, because we know that Nautilus does have its value. I think it hasn't been working.
Part of the problem is it gets mangled by a lot of the picks in the meta in the team fights, you know, like playing into Maokai really hard, but also, you know, you ult the Zeri, great, there's still a Corki. You know, with these double AD carries, there's more threats to deal with. You can't just ult a Zeri and be done with it.
Yeah, and you can see Ryu still with a lot of things to say to B&K. It's time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break it down, and we'll have game number 3. We'll see you there.
야 이번 천천히 나가보자 이거. W 8초.
나 그래 먼저 끌리면 안 되거든. 나 공 쓰면서 봐볼게.
오케이 요네
나
봤다면
그래 끌릴 때 공 쓸게.
아 가보자.
야 너 앞라인.
나 선택.
가게 상태 봐봐. 나 가게 했거든.
선택 앞에 보자. 나한테 불만해 이거. 야 쭉 가자.
봐봐. 야 요네 앞으로 박았다. 다이라 노플. 요네 봐.
요네. 나이스.
다이라 노플이야. 다이라 노플.
미포 보자. 프리서.
다이라 노플.
끝까지 가자.
나 집텔. 미드 탈. 현민아.
오케이 여기 봐.
여기 방어.
끝내. 어우 나이스. 오 마이 갓.
어우 이 맛이지.
아 이거지.
I feel it in my bones. A spark to lead us through the shadows. But can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul. A road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside? I'm never quitting. I'm never giving. No, I'll never be a prisoner in your control.
OMG is right, Duro, as B&K FearX tie this one up after a great back-and-forth match between them and Guangdong Freaks. And what better way to earn your playoff spot than doing it the hard way? They dropped the first game, but bounce back here.
The next game is probably going to decide which of these two teams is going to make it to the playoffs, right? Every other team that's currently fighting KT and T1 are going to be looking at this one as well. This is going to be a really, really big deal. And right now it's 1-1 after what was definitely a pretty weak showing. Yep. I think that there are a couple of things we need to talk about. I think Maokai is absolute top tier, and we have seen teams that can kind of play around him, but I don't think either of these teams' objective setup is good enough. So I really wish we would just ban it and leave the Renekton up. I know Renekton is strong, but I do think he's more answerable both in comp and in draft. Because Maokai, when neither team has perfect macro, is just so insanely OP. Because if you ever get a tempo advantage, you just walk to the objective, and if they're like a couple of seconds too late, you just can't approach. So it's basically just an objective hack.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of insane what that champion can do, especially alongside Inari. You saw that they were able to prioritize both of them, especially because the Cassante was picked blind, so that kind of gave a good lane for Clear to play around and also a good pick for their composition. And then eventually we saw the Zeri Rakan got behind, but we were very happy that it wasn't Xayah and that he was actually able to join into the fights. Even though Henna didn't have a fantastic game, was still, I feel like, a bit more serviceable, even though they did get dove on the bottom side of the map.
You said probably take a look at the Maokai and get rid of it. Well, I want to know which ban you dropped, because these bans look pretty good, because this is the power of it.
Yeah, you dropped the Renekton. As we see here, the team fighting power of this comp in full force. And we see the MF, it just hasn't seemed to really hit. I really do think MF is the type of pick that excels, in theory, when you have a frontline like this, but it just isn't enough, right? I think there's so much mobility, so much backline threat in the composition that is available here. And this is even with the bot lane not necessarily going that well, right? There was the early dive that the Zyra found. As closer, we talked a lot about this guy's individual performance, like really stepping up. And I think that these fights are a great example. Mechanically, very, very clean with it, making sure they have enough damage to actually clean out this fight.
Yeah, the flash was insane. I feel like that's part of the reason why Closer is going to get POG in this game, if I spoil it again. I mean, he did do a lot of damage, and he just, was able to carry really heavily, even when Henna wasn't really as available in this game. So yeah, big shout out to Closer.
Brendan Spoiler Valdez over here. Well,
still be clear.
Good.
Nope.
Here, spoil this next highlight, Valdez, is they fought around Nash and then got a pick in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this is that the Nash play from the side of B&K was great. They get the Drake, or the Baron, they throw out the Nature's Grasp, and they say, okay, well, you can't fight us. And then they walk in a straight line in front of Nautilus. This was a... you can't do this. I'm not really sure why they did this. And kind of gave an opening for Quantum Freaks to maybe come back in the game, but then immediately Quantum Freaks threw it back.
That realistically could have been the end of them making playoffs. If they do that against a better team, like that pick right there on Henna when he has Flash, that could have been it. And I think realistically, shouldn't they still have Baron on 3 people? But there are teams against which you can't do that. But then Guangdong are like, we are going to really flip the game on fighting in the jungle over a red buff. And I don't think that level of desperation was needed. I think there was still, even though it was slim an angle for them, if they find a good team fight angle, they had great engage on front line. So I don't really think you need to go that aggressive. And I think Guangdong, again, also need this win very desperately.
All right, well, let's see who the POG is here for game number 2 for B&K FearX. And yes, It is closer Valdez.
Yeah, not a very difficult guess. I mean, he did do like 40k damage in this game, and yeah, I mean, we immediately go to this highlight. I mean, he's just layering in damage perfectly. He's playing on the edge, and this fight could have maybe even just been done, but he essentially extends it by fooling Dudu. I love the vision toggle there as well, and he's just able to kite back with the help of his teammates and really just extend that lead even further.
Corki really is in its current form a champion of which we often say that the skill expression feels very muted and just not that engaging to watch. I thought this was, and this is a really big compliment to me, one of no, that's based. That's a good VA. That's way better than an AD carry vote. Like, I think it's fine. I think Clear had a really good game. I don't think it's that bad.
Valdez. I'm with Valdez.
Going back. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine, I guess.
You know, the key matchup right now has been between Rapta and Kuz with the Maokai here. What are they going to move to now if that gets banned away, do you think, here, Cronny?
I don't think they are going to. I think both teams are just going to leave it up, but it really does feel to me like that has been a crux pick. And make your draft as easy as possible. I think the easier draft won in both games, and that's what you got to do here as well. Try and get something front to back as straightforward as I have no idea.
I mean, he made Andil sit down and he's like, look at it, look at it. It's like the SpongeBob episode. I don't really know what exactly went wrong. Maybe they're talking about that thing in the jungle, which was a very big whoopsie, but could just also be a minor thing knowing CV Max, so it's kind of hard to know.
The thing in the jungle to me just looked like Leaper. It was a play that happened very quickly. Leaper tried to go help out his jungler and then just got caught in between the red buff, and it was a good catch there by Raptor. But I guess we'll see what happens here. Very, very important game. The stress is high, the stakes are high. So let's send it on over to the casters for the decisive game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And as you were talking, as we were sitting here, I noticed an elephant creep into the room.
Oh no.
And unfortunately, we need to address it because we saw this earlier on. The game score of Kwangdong Freaks, quite good. That has a lot to do with the fact that they're picking up a lot of 2-0s. Hi Prince, how you doing? But I'm going to stick to the point. A lot of the time, when Kwangdong Freaks lose a game, things like what we just witnessed happens, and Kwangdong Freaks don't necessarily keep themselves together moving into the follow-up game.
Yeah.
And that allows for a lot of losses that are 1-2 and a lot of wins that are 2-0. And this might be moving towards one of those losses. As B&K, they do move to the red side. Kwangdong Freaks, theoretically, with that first pick advantage, we've seen blue side be very strong. It's 50-50 in this series, though, as the Nidalee once again going to be banned away. Blue side a little bit more flexibility with these bans as Renekton and Vi taken off the board. Something is going to slip through.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is now B&K FearX kind of need to ban Rumble and Trist in
and
this
Renekton?
situation.
And Maokai?
Yeah, the Maokai first pick likely going to be one to come through for Kwangdong Freaks. Unless they just go, you know what, we'll leave Rumble open, which is a massive risk. Kennen banned as well away from Clear. I think Kwangdong Freaks really want to cement the fact you have to ban Rumble, but you have to give something up if you do.
The Aurora, the Maokai, there are lots of things that are going to be up and available. I think the Maokai ban makes some sense within this series, that will open the Aurora to go into the hands of either Bulldog or Dudu. We know that Bulldog has already played it, looked very good on the champion, but Dudu is thinking that maybe Rumble just that little bit too powerful right now, especially with Kennen banned away. Instead, it's just Aurora. And I think that this is the team that's been able to win on this champion. She's been played 3 times, and it was Bulldog that was able to come away with the victory. Clear is now able to head towards the Rumble himself.
I think Rumble Corki, we've seen in Bulldog's matchup against the Corki when he played Aurora, the laning phase was rough, even if he obviously had massive value in the team fight, so perhaps they just lock those in immediately. Kwangdong Freaks, be interesting to see what they bring out here for where they're gonna, if they're gonna cement where the Aurora is going. They could keep it open as a flex and pick like, you know, they could pick like the Sejuani in the jungle. They could also pick the Ezreal as kind of a denial. Looks like they're gonna try and secure top, and they are gonna put that Aurora into the mid lane. And we have seen this matchup be heavily Rumble favored in the laning phase, but we've seen the K'Sante come back hard in the team fights.
Yeah, we've actually seen a lot of just weathering of the storm from the K'Sante actually work, because a lot of the times Cassandra just kind of melted, wasn't actually able to do anything, and then the game was over. That was sort of what was happening prior, as Cuz considering on jumping on the Lilia hype train that we've seen sort of building up in speed here in the LCK, but instead, Ezreal priority pick here for the Kwangdong Freaks. Leaper now on screen, as you can see.
Yeah, I think this is massive as a denial because we've talked about how Ezreal is fantastic into Aurora. Ezreal Corki is such a strong mid-AD duo to have, so denying that pretty massive away from them. And also, you know, if they did lock in the Lilia, you'd have AP mid, AP jungle, and a Cassante in the top lane. Probably wouldn't feel too amazing about that. So I'll see them locking that Ezreal. And now it comes over to BNK
Oh, this would be kind of cool.
Now for Raptor here, not something we've typically seen. Obviously, into a pick like the Ezreal, you know, you want to maintain a healthy distance, and your damage is going to be mitigated there. But it's not a pick we've seen too much so far in Summer, and not had too much success either.
The thing is, Audacious Charge and Wind Becomes Lightning kind of works in Ezreal. At least you get the follow-up slow, because if the Arcane shifts as you use that Audacious Charge in, it's pretty easy to land the Wind Becomes Lightning, so I guess follow-up does get a little bit more comfortable, but does have a lot of mitigation as well, and you can sort of spread out a lot of these fights. The Aurora goes in, tries to get a priority target. You can actually peel with the Crescent Guard. That's a possibility, as the Karma is going to be banned away from Andal. He had a great game one on that champion, and it was a very oppressive lane, as Lee Sin also taken from Cuz. I'm feeling a Viego game from Cuz. I don't know why. That's just in the back of my mind, as Ashe and Callista both taken away from Henna. See where he is going to go in this draft. There are a few picks that feel pretty risky that are up and available right now. Misfortune is at the forefront of my mind right now.
You know, typically you'd expect an AD carry in this situation, but the priority on Rakan has been so high, I think they might just deny it, yeah.
Yeah, not a bad move here, and Duro on it once again. Picking up a win in the last game. This will be his third game in a row on the champion. See what they're going to actually pair alongside it, as now we'll get the information as to what Andal is going to be playing and what Cuz is going to be bringing into that jungle as well. Whole bunch of picks still up and available.
That's a question for me. I think especially the Lee Sin ban, they may be thinking that he has to lean on something that is AD. Looks like it could just be that Viego you were alluding to, but they won't lock it in yet. They'll go the Nautilus again. Despite the loss, and despite the fact there's a lot of AoE on the side of BNK with that Corki, with that Rumble to really mangle him. And you don't even know what the enemy AD carry is yet. But it does mean you have that single target lockdown, and when you have a champion like Viego who gets the resets on the back of that, it is very powerful, but I wasn't really convinced by the Nautilus in last game. I think it's on a 9-loss streak now.
Yeah.
So moving towards to break that.
Yeah, moving towards 10, as there is the Viego that we were talking about before. Cuz, of course, loves this champion, was super famous on it when he was on KT, really having dominant performances. And we know that if Viego gets going, he can be a massive problem. And if you eliminate one target, which is exactly what Bulldog's task is going to be in this game, then things can become over very, very quickly. Henna obviously going to be locking away the Zeri if it isn't banned away, and it wasn't, and so he's locking it. Even into the Nautilus, he's not too worried, especially given the fact that it is now, once again, an Ezreal Nautilus lane. This time around, not a Misfortune, but still a similar idea. Not going to be something that they need to avoid quite as much as that Ezreal Karma.
I'm going to be honest, I feel like the Zin's out. Need to see what Raptor can do, and I'm not fully convinced by the pick, but the rest of their draft looks really solid. I think this is really going to be a test of what Bulldog can do in Aurora. We saw him in his previous game absolutely pop off, but hopefully people have learned a bit more about the champion since then. If it doesn't, I feel like the draft for Kwangdong Freaks is kind of lacking. You know, the Aurora has to carry so much weight, so much budget has been given to this pick. The Ezreal denial as well. That if, you know, Bulldog falls behind the lane and doesn't get those big ultimates, we could just see BNK taking the series 2-1. Certainly that team fight once again looks devastating.
Yep, that's it. Gerora, which kind of roughly translates to Dog Aurora, which is like Bulldog playing Aurora, I guess, was that one. I'm doing my best here. We'll see whether it is once again going to be him able to pick up a victory. He's the only one that's been able to do it so far in the LCK. Let's jump into the Rift for Game 3 of our Saturday Showdown. All right, BNK fans actually raising their voices here, challenging the might of the volume of Kwangdong Freaks here at LoL Park. And you can understand why this is feeling like it is for a large portion of the marbles in this one. Making it to playoffs gets so much easier if you can take down your direct competitor. This is the last one of those series that we are going to see until B&K faces off against T1 that is going to be coming up next week. Oh man, this is, we are really getting into crunch time.
And I think, you know, going into the series, it was a +1 game score for Quantum Freaks, a -4 for B&K FearX. B&K FearX need this win so much more, especially as Quantum Freaks still have a series against DRX to play. Quantum Freaks have the easier schedule, they have the higher game score. B&K FearX cannot afford to lose this series. There is so much pressure on them right now. And if they do, they're going to have to get some upsets against some even harder opponents.
And it is, like, miracles can happen. We saw that. KT demonstrated that. Nongshim also jumping on board immediately afterwards. It was a day of upsets. We'll see what today is going to be, because regardless of the result, we're not calling it an upset. These two teams are so incredibly evenly matched. We knew that moving into this one. I think it could have been a coin flip as far as what the prediction was going to be there. As Closer witnessing that Electrocute's pretty broken. As a hook going to connect here from Andil. Still playing aggressively here, but Henna with the Burst Fire able to offer a decent amount of damage back, especially with that Mystic Shot missing there, as we could see. Fleet footwork here from Henna keeping him healthy there as well. And 9 losses in a row as we update our graph. That one was an easy one to build because we already had the template from the previous game.
Yeah, they just added the Andal game. You know, Quantum's got one, Andal's got one, but clearly a lot of faith in it being able to deal with Henna. But again, you know, a lot of AoE threats that are going to really make the Nautilus feel so squishy, and he doesn't have the mobility of the Rakan. And also, you know, you can target 180 carry, not the other. So we'll see what Andal can do with this pick. Obviously started off pretty well in the last game, but did not finish so hot.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out. We'll see where the early dives are going to be coming in once again. This time, a bit of a side switch and also a bit of a champion switch. Viego, not necessarily as known for his ability to really put pressure underneath his turrets and power from the jungle to the point where he can get there at like the 3-minute clip. Like, we're moving towards 3 minutes. He's still got 2 camps to go.
Yeah.
Zyra is ridiculous.
It is going to make the skirmishes explosive, though. You know, anyone misstepping, making a mistake, going down quickly, those resets start coming in, it becomes really hard to deal with. Particularly, you know, against a team with champions like Xin Zhao, Corki, and the Rakan. I feel like whenever you're possessing a champion with a dash in their kit, just makes it so much more possible to chain those resets together. And, you know, last time we saw this matchup, Bulldog got kind of blasted.
He did.
Maybe perhaps been doing some practice because he's faring a lot better right now.
Certainly faring better in the matchup. Going to see him try to put down some vision, perhaps, is what he was considering there, moving towards the jungle, as Kuz going to be able to take this one down very comfortably. Raptor getting that information. We'll be able to move towards the southern Rift Scuttler. As checking in on the priority pick here, and Clear in a little bit of trouble. He might have to flash pretty early on. Does have a decent health bar, but avoids the stun, and is now just going to try and cook Kuz on his way out.
Yeah, I like that he moved into the brush and flashed as late as possible so that Kuz couldn't follow it. But still, a big hit to lose that summoner, and especially into a Cassante. Being flashless feels so dangerous when he does hit a level 6 point.
And it does mean that the Cassante will be able to farm a lot more comfortably. We can see already Dudu doing a great job up here on the top side of the map, staying even with the Rumble. It's not something that we often see. Rumbles really do like to pulverize this matchup. Not happening this time around just yet. B&K still with a slight gold advantage as far as just farm is concerned. Henna getting a bit of a shove here as well, as a hook is going to go entirely wide on the bottom side. Grand entrance onto 2 as Duro mitigates the aggression that was coming on through here. But most of this minion wave is getting thinned out as Kuz moving down towards the bottom side as well. The battle dance comes in. They get the idea. This is happening. Kuz going to be able to get rid of whatever vision was sitting there as Bulldog throws all of his abilities away. Kuz are going to be able to win out on that trade, although not massively. Kuz is moving in once again. Bulldog will be able to connect that one. Electrocute damage comes on through as Kuz does walk away with only a turret shot to his name.
Kuz are getting the fleet footwork, movement speed there just to disengage from the fight. You see Kuz trying to find angles in all 3 lanes so far. You can see bot lane, even though Juro got like the nice knock-up onto Lipa, they kind of knew that Kuz was going to be down bot side, so they didn't even follow up on it, and it didn't. Oh, but now he's...
Ooh, yeah, nice little hook there is going to connect. There's the knock-up onto Lipa, just try and mitigate some of that damage, but I think a lot of it had been done. And Closer once again, pressure is on. As Bulldog with control of the wave for now is behind by a little bit of farm, and you can see Closer just finding any angle he can to try and get in here onto Bulldog.
I'm just a bit concerned because we saw what Aurora could do from Bulldog when it was 100 farm down. It's not 100 farm down.
No, he definitely is not. As the back is coming on in, Ward goes down and is known here as Dudu. He wasn't shopping. He was actually looking to set up a fight as the equalizer goes through as well. Dudu could be in trouble. He dashes over the wall. And Clear not going to be following him this time around because gets information and they do stop Dudu's back. That should mean that Grubs will go over here as Bulldog not very high on the mana department as this ward does come on in. And Duro and Henna, they're moving down this mid lane. Should be able to guarantee BNK these Grubs.
I love when bot lanes do this. They just walk down mid and then make the decision later on, and they don't lose much time. Henna's like, okay, I'm going towards bot lane. I'll be around if you need me, but I'm going to pick up the farm. But making sure they rotate in a way where if something did happen towards the Grubs, they would be there. Now that they're posturing aggressively, the jungler isn't here.
Yeah, Durham is going to be out of grand exit. Henna's coming down as well. Bulldog dashing away from this one. That's an aggressive Valkyrie forward here from Closer. As into the mist goes Cuz, but Bulldog sort of left for the Wolves. Leaper moving up. And Raptor trying to get in position. The hook goes wide. So does the W Grand Entrance onto one. It's a good arcane shift to get out from Leaper. But this control of the Dragon area going over to BNK, despite the fact that they're the ones that managed to pick up the Grubs. The flash forward from Andal. He sees Raptor and he puts down the Crescent Guard. Bulldog puts him into a circle, but he's the one that built it first. The knock-up's gorgeous. Cuz goes down and the Dragon is going to get distracted. Andal falls. It's a disaster. The Kwandong Freaks are on the floor and BNK are on the board.
And normally, you get Grubs, they get Dragon. That's how it goes. That's the trade. But BNK FearX are tired of trading. They want both. And they managed to take the fight around Dragon. It feels like Kwandong Freaks didn't expect it. The engage comes out on Raptor. Definitely not the target I think they should have gone for. And it ends up backfiring massively.
And this is what happens when Xin Zhao sort of slips under the radar for a little while. You think, oh, we're at a dragon fight, let's kill the jungler. You just don't kill Xin Zhao that easily.
Yep, and the fact he's level 6 here, you know, Henna and Juro are so mobile, so they don't want to try and go for those targets. They know Raptor's flashless, they go for the engage, but the ult is immediate.
Yeah.
They try to follow up, Bulldog goes down, and then Cuz is trying to get that reset. That's the point of having a Nautilus Diego. You kill a target, you get a reset. He doesn't get it, and the fight falls apart from there.
And Henna, a big benefactor of this one as well. You saw, like, you can even see now that the CS is so far in favor of Leaper, 20 to his name above the Zeri. But 1-0-1 now for Henna. We're not certifying it, but we're getting closer and closer to signing that paper. As BNK, that's a huge win for them. And I think that, honestly, like, that's made me a believer in the Xin Zhao pick.
Yeah.
Based on that. And I think something like that probably had to happen. But now BNK look like geniuses, because it did.
I mean, the Xin Zhao is going well. That was the one concern I had with the composition, is how it's going to fit in. It's doing well. The rest of the team have some decent gold leads. They've denied that Fierce Dragon. And I just love the fact that, you know, Raptor was still cleaning up the Grubs, and the rest of the team were confident. They saw Leaper bot lane. I'm like, look, we can force them off. You know, we're strong. We can actually do this. Often a lot of respect paid, you know, when there's a numbers advantage to the enemy team, but they saw an angle and they really punished it. And now Raptor already has the Sundered Sky.
Oh,
such a huge spike in these skirmishes as well, that healing based on missing HP. You know, you already saw him survive at a sliver of HP. He'll be a lot healthier than that going forwards. And now Kwandong Freaks, they're wanting to start up this dragon, but Raptor is coming, and he is strong.
Full vision available here as well. He might not make it in time. This dragon is going down low, but when becomes lightning, should be able to get him in here. There's the quickness, and he steals away the dragon. The Heartbreaker comes in, but I think it's Kwandong Freaks that are going to be heartbroken at the end of this one. It's another kill for Henna. Andal absolutely nowhere to go, as at least Leaper will escape, but that is now a Zeri on a killing spree, and I think that somewhere Wolf has his glasses on, and he's signing the bit of paper that's in front of him.
I just don't understand the decision from Kwandong Freaks. You know there's vision there, you just had a fight there. Raptor, I don't think you can get on top of this, yeah, it's a bunny, he's gonna hop away.
Yeah,
but
hops through to a different dimension a little bit there.
Yeah, learned a lot about that yesterday, but I just don't understand the decision, because you know they're gonna have some vision there left over for when their fight was. That's a given. You spot some of the vision when you put the control ward down. You know they're aware you're doing the dragon. There's nowhere else for Raptor to be. Grubs aren't up yet. and they still commit to the fight. I think it was very naive from Condom Freaks, but being KPRX so quick to punish, and the fact that they secured the Dragon in the 50-50 as well, massive here. You can see Jiro making use of Demolish.
Yeah, really nicely done.
Closer.
Another 6 grub stack here as well from B&K, but the biggest difference is the fact that they also get the Dragon.
Yep.
And there's 3,000 gold in the lead. They took the 6 grubs in the last game and they were behind the play, right? They had to make sacrifices in order to get that. True Shot Barrage not able to stop these backs.
And also both, I think it's so funny, both games so far, we saw Quantum Freeze get the first 2 dragons and then it was a weaker soul. It's totally going to be like a Hextech soul.
Oh yeah, 100%. Guaranteed.
Yeah, use the Blast Cone. I love the engage from Jiro. They focus down Cuz first, so that reset potential of Viego is just not there. And then they're just so strong. You know, Raptor threatens the Ezreal, obviously can't catch, and they give the kill over to Henna, but there's no way when he has that Sunder Sky completed already, you're ever going to be able to deal with Raptor. And now, on the back of that, Henna has 3 kills. You were talking about certification. Someone should call Wolf.
Yeah, no, we have him on the line, and I think that he could probably let us know that that one is worthy. As Quantum Freak's not going to give up. Good sidestep on the stun there from Duro, but he's just going to turn it into their own engage. Andal is going to come out from the brush, though, and they do manage to possess him. Grand Entrance is decent as Cuz trying to get his way out. Raptor says, nah, buddy, you aren't going anywhere. As Bulldog is dancing around this circle, Dudu is teleported in, and he is gigantic. He's going to pick up 2 of them. And now Henna is just dashing for the hills. Raptor is still pretty huge. Bulldog not going to get hit by that equalizer. In fact, no one is at all. And this is jungler versus top lane, and Raptor kind of likes those odds. Clear is going to come in. He flashes to barbecue Dudu, and he's been silenced. That's going to give him that power as True Shot Barrage wanting to take down a control ward.
Super scrappy fight. And I feel like Quantum Freaks, you know, they don't manage to get the shutdowns on the pivotal members. I think that's the big disappointment for them. Raptor 305, Henna 303. If they'd been able to kill them, I think it would have been a different story, but it just feels like it's not necessarily enough. Claire going to take advantage of this window, get a plate as well. We'll see in the fight, you know, Jiro kind of a little bit isolated here. You can see he turns on the Cuz, but the follow-up isn't immediate. And the engaged turnaround comes in, and this is why this fight felt very different, because Cuz does get that reset. But unfortunately, he doesn't get a second target low to turn onto Raptor. They just can't deal with him, you know, and Bulldog does a lot of damage to close, and the TP from Dudu comes in sooner. And I think, you know, there were some mistakes here from being KPRX, which is why this fight didn't go so smoothly, but it still ends up panning out pretty well. Claire, unfortunately, not the best equalizer, otherwise they would have killed Bulldog, but does make up for it by just deciding to melt Dudu.
Yeah, and he can also follow up on that. Like we saw it before, was able to grab that plate that you can see in front of you, and he's continuing down here on this bottom side. He's extended that CS advantage, and there is the Rook Earn completed for Dudu. He has made it to that first item, which is pretty good in the matchup, but it's not good in this one, and Raptor is just huge. So Dudu going to have to back away, and we're going to need to find some armor items before, you know, Closer and Raptor can really be dealt with, not to mention the Zeri situation, sitting on 3-0-3 now. Duru just able to walk this one off. This guy's Rakan has been phenomenal. 7 out of the 8 kills. He has helped provide for his team at the same time. And 8 out of 8 is for Raptor. So I think, you know, POG-wise, I think we know where things are going.
He's doing pretty good so far.
Yeah.
You know, a pick like Xin Zhao, I feel like you can be, with the Sunder Sky completed so early, like you're so hard to kill even without your ult.
Yeah.
I think that's the difference. Sometimes you get the Xin Zhao who's behind, and his ult just makes it so he doesn't get 1 shot, he gets like 2 shot, right? They get inside and finish you off. But here, you know, the ult just feels like the icing on the cake. They're going to struggle to ever take him down. You can see in the last fight, they weren't even looking at him. They were focusing everyone else. They knew how hard it was to deal with it. Like, let's kill everyone else and hopefully Raptor, you know, forgets to finish us off.
Yeah, something like that.
He's now on the Herald, and they are moving to try and combat this. Remember, Clay doesn't have TP. Bulldogs is up soon, but he's getting burnt right now.
Yeah, he does skip across the Veil, but unfortunately not going to be able to save him from a bunch of Harpoon damage as Raptor doesn't find the Wind Becomes Lightning, but Andor doesn't find the hook. There's the re-engage with the Audacious Charge. Great knockup does come on through as Dudu's trying to do his best, but it just does not work. And remember, he has full magic resist. The magic damage is here in the bottom lane.
And he just gets shredded. You know, he's even picked up Negatron Cloak as well. He's full MR, and he's not the one laning against the Rumble. I feel like this lane assignment ends up being a big flub for the side of Quantum Freaks. They don't have the Aurora there, and they kind of just sit there, watch them take the Herald, and then get engaged on. Content Freaks crumbling in this game 3.
They are falling apart before our very eyes as BNK. They are going to be able to take down this top lane outer turret. Some possession here of Shelly, who saves her health bar because it goes down just in the nick of time.
Content Freaks are going towards Dragon. They're just they're losing. So this might be, I mean, it's definitely 2 towers, but they might get a 3rd tower charge. On the back of this is pretty low. Maybe Dudu can stop it.
Yeah, Dudu should be able to deal with it here.
Still, and that gold's going not only to Raptor, but Closer as well in the Corki. Sure, you got an Ocean Dragon. It is a Hex 6, of course it is.
Oh god, yeah.
Of course it is. But it's not 2 dragons for...
Cuz could be in a lot of trouble here. Heartbreaks. There is a circle put down by Bulldog, but who is trapped in where with who? As Closer comes on over and Bulldog absolutely nowhere to go. No options. They are able to split off because they want to kill Cuz as well. There's the flash forward. The grand entrance. Raptor looking for the win becomes lightning. He'll have to settle for Andal as a teleport is coming through. Dudu is going to turn up. But look, Raptor is able to just stand here and say, no, you can't engage onto me. I will kill you. And Henna is now in this fight. Dudu just has to try and get himself away. And some more cooldowns are there now. Decent Q3 going to come out from Dudu. But once again, Raptor is immortal. The wind becomes lightning, comes in. Leaper is just going to be a secondary effect to the battle that was happening.
This feels like the most lore-accurate Xin Zhao we've ever seen. He stands there and says, welcome to the arena. He's ready to take anyone on. 5-0-6. Now with a 9,000 gold lead, this was a must-win series for BNK DRX. This game 3, they've come alive in it. I mean, the setup, and I just think Content Freaks, you can't contest this. They go for the engage with Andal, it misses. They do manage to stop Duro from getting onto the back line, but it doesn't matter. They'll just hit the front line, and look at the damage coming out in return from Leaper. He's doing nowhere near enough right now.
Yeah, I think even a coursing River would be pretty scared of Raptor at this point in time. And look at this, they get to just spread their resources as well. Like, Bulldog, he's going to be the target, but he's after this teleport from Closer, which is beautiful. Duro can split off and then meet up with Henna and Raptor, who are coming down to close this gap. And this proactive flash forward from Duro, which looked a bit silly because there wasn't really anyone there. Leaper gets a flash out of Henna on the top side, but Raptor is just so big it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's no answer. And you can see how these team fights are playing out. Content Freaks are trying to ignore the issue. They're like, we'll kill other people, get our Viego resets, deal with Raptor at the end of the fight. But he's doing so much work.
Raptor is dead, everyone. Knocked up. There's even an equalizer there that's going to be put down. Henna picks up his 5th kill of the game. A circle does come on in. Henna is just trying to stand his ground. He survives for so long because he's going to go down before he can reset. Bulldog is, he's running. He's trying to go across the veil, but I think he's going to join Sirius Black here.
Well, I feel like the only positive side for Content Freaks is at least Baron isn't up yet.
At least the game isn't going to be going for much longer.
Well, that's definitely true. 18 minutes, it's a... You know, we talked about how BNK DRX kept having these really close games where both teams fighting tooth and nail, the goal is completely even. We saw it in game 1, we saw it against D+. This is what happens if you can't match them pound for pound. You get blown out.
And Raptor is doing as much damage as a Rumble at this point in time on the Xin Zhao. This was beautifully done, setting up this catch. Really liked the camera work as well from Jonas Strong.
And you can see the value Bulldog gets here, the burst on a Henna. You can see, you know, they put a lot of weight into this Aurora pick, and if the game was an even state, it would be really valuable, but it's not. And they have no answer to just how fed some of the members are on BNK DRX. And what's started to happen now is obviously Raptor was super fed, but the gold has become spread. That's why the gold lead is so big. But everyone is fed on the side of BNK DRX. Everyone is super strong. So even if you do kill the Zeri, there's still so many members of the team who are just going to decimate you.
Yeah, we're seeing here as Dudu is going to come out of the Hex Gate.
I think
it's a dangerous one to take.
I think it's the only person who could have taken that Hex Gate and easily get killed.
Yeah, and everyone else is only allowed to if they are supervised by Dudu. And that is understandable. They're going to brute force their way towards this Baron pit because otherwise BNK probably could have just taken it and won the game. This Baron is going to spawn. Duro sort of just walking at them. And Raptor has a flank angle. The equalizer in the choke point is gorgeous. as Bulldog is trying to bounce around, but Henna is just going to kill him. The job is for Bulldog to murder the AD carry, but instead, Bulldog is just going to be wiped out. Only Dudu left standing, and I think B&K are done with this game.
With 6 grubs, Baron's up, but they don't care. They're just going to try and end the game now. Dudu, the only one alive, he's going to do his best to try and survive. There's no way against 5 you can save the game.
Nope, he's going to try and waste as much time as possible, but that is all that's going to be. As Andal has respawned, this Nexus turret is not long for the world, though. The grubs come down. Remember, there are 6 of those. The Void Might's really helping out here. Another minion wave comes in, and the Nexus is the next thing on the menu. DRX, they're not wasting any time. They are going to take down Guangdong Freaks and get one step closer towards the playoffs.
And this series does so much to keep their playoff hopes alive. They're not out of the woods yet. They still need to do more. Picking up game wins, not even just series wins, will make a difference, but this has kept the hope alive. And more than anything, I really hope B&K FuryX make the playoffs because their series have been so fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
And the growth of this team, they deserve to be in playoffs. If they're playing like this, absolutely. I feel like every member of the team has stepped up. And, you know, for me, a lot of people have talked about Juro, a lot of people have talked about Clear. They have been fantastic. But Raptor has really been so solid for this lineup. And once again, popping off in this game 3 and a massive win. Quantum Freaks.
And Prince had a fan sign saying, I want revenge for 2022. We'll see whether he can get some of that, as that was a little bit of a dispatchment in the playoffs earlier on in that year. But still, I mean, B&K, there is so much promise to this team. We always knew that Closer was a great player, but didn't quite have the same tools around him. But you're seeing, like, Clear in his 2nd year of the LCK coming on in. Duro, he arrived like last week, and he's already looking fantastic. And Raptor, you already mentioned, these are such young players with so much time ahead of them. This could be a team to watch out for moving further forward and also into these playoffs.
And it's so easy to be a fan of this roster because the way they play is so fun. The games are always exciting. It always delivers so heavily. For Quantum Freaks fans, it feels rough, but they're not out of playoffs. You know, like I said, they had a big game score advantage. They still have DRX to play, and there are 4 teams around that 7-8 win point. They are now the last team on 7 wins, the rest on 8. But there's still opportunity for them to make playoffs. There are a lot of spots available in that lower end, but obviously this loss, a bit of a hit towards their chances. And we see Raptor, you know, this was obviously that first fight where he survived in a sliver of HP. But he really made that advantage work, and I feel like, you know, it's just a sign of a great player when you get a little bit of gold, you get a little item advantage, and from then on out, the confidence he played with, he made the game about him. You know, we had a 5-0 Zeri at one point, and you'd be forgiven for not noticing because Xin Zhao just ran the rift.
He did. Like, and I think that was an unfortunate situation for the Guangdong Freaks. I think without that early game moment, but the way B&K played around it, they never gave any avenue back in, and they continued just making every play they could possibly find around the map to make sure that this Xin Zhao was like that coursing river. You know, this guy was just a complete monster on the river.
Absolutely, you know, and we definitely see teams able to take an advantage like this and run away with it and completely take control of the game, but usually they're called Genji.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that B&K FuryX are showing this level of play, because we know they can go toe-to-toe on the team fights, but the skirmishing also been so good in this one. And just the way in which they pushed the advantage so fast in this one. And I love the team fights, you know. Henna's kind of isolated in 1v2 and obviously strong enough to turn it around, but it feels like everyone's so capable of functioning independently and bringing it together in unison for the big moments.
And I feel like they're also so good at sacrificing one another just to make sure that they win the team fight. Because in that moment, if Bulldog had have just 3-shot the Zeri, they wouldn't have cared because they killed 4 people over the other side. And yeah, Bulldog's going to live, but he can't kill everyone that's left over. They understand that that's still going to win them the fight with the game plan that they had. Orchestrating these team fights is just really, really beautiful to watch from this team. And they're going to, like, they're really trying to push up the pace here, understanding that they just have to focus down the Nexus, don't let any shenanigans happen. Oh, Duro, you can see, really, really psyched about that one. And look at these damage numbers. Raptor only 600 behind a Rumble.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. And against Cuz, you know, I will say Cuz has been the shining light for Quantum Freaks, and he is a fantastic jungler in his own right. And going up against him was a big test for Raptor, especially looking towards playoffs. So to match up against a player like that, and have such a dominant performance. It's great to see.
It was phenomenal. Incredible game by BNK. They're not into the playoffs yet, but this is such a big step forward for them, being able to take down their direct competitor. It is now time for us to throw it over to the space, though, to break down the series.
Thank you very much, guys. And it is BNK DRX continuing on with their playoff lives now firmly in their grasp after the 2-1 victory against the Guangdong Freaks. Welcome back to the space. It's your boy Digon alongside Chronicler and the Valdanalist to break it down. This last one was not close here, Cronny.
Yeah, this one kind of hurt. And I think that this is... we'll talk a lot about BNK, because obviously they deserve a lot of the positive attention here today. But I think that this third game, especially after what we saw in between the two games, right, the amount of pressure that's being put on these players, this is a consistent issue that's been happening for Guangdong. Not just, and it's why, you know, we warned you jokingly about the Guangdong collapse, and we get to witness it here in real time as well. Because this was so far beyond what was the level of play, I think, in the last two games. And Guangdong isn't mathematically eliminated. They still have a decent amount of control over their own fate, right? They still face T1, they still face DRX, so like it's not done and dusted, but after this win, you can't imagine that the team is feeling great.
Yeah, absolutely. We can take a look at the draft as well, just to see what we were working with here. Obviously, Quantum Freaks did get the Aurora first pick once again, which does get another loss. Doesn't feel like a lot of these losses are specifically due to Aurora. It just feels like kind of the situation surrounding the picks and where it does come out. I feel like you are trading a lot. We did see the Maokai ban finally come out, which we were very happy with. We saw Rumble and Corki picked up, and then the Xin Zhao was really the key pick here because, you know, we don't see it very often. Comes out here. We've had a lot of just tank junglers, and it turns out that Xin Zhao is very good at absorbing pressure as well.
So interesting to see that the Sejuani just makes it through. And I think that the Viego is a clear sign that Cuz wants to try. And I think the draft here, to me, makes sense. Like, I don't think... Obviously, top side is a bit of a rough situation. Bot lane doesn't synergize necessarily amazingly. You don't actually have that much pressure on Zeri and Rakan. But this is... Once you get to mid-game, and especially with mid-Aurora as opposed to top Aurora, like 4v4 bot-side skirmishes, find target, kill target. It's a classic Viego comp, and Cuz is one of our best Viegos, which makes the eventual results all the more harrowing.
And I think BNK knew that, as the cast called out. A lot of the time, if you take Grubs or take the top side objective, you'll trade Drake. So in our first highlight here at the Dragon, BNK DRX says, no, we want everything, and Guangdong Freaks weren't ready.
Yeah, so the thing about this fight is that, you know, there's a lot of poke going both ways, but we already have one of the guys backing here, and then it's just a very forced hard engage onto Xin Zhao. And I feel like this is a bit of that pressure coming out that we get to see, right? I mean, Bulldog is like, what? We're fighting? What's going on? He flashes in, just dies immediately. And this is Xin Zhao who presses R and is like, I mean, you were never going to kill me anyway.
And even there, if Leaper like flash autos onto Xin and Cuz takes it over, like that, the fight was that close. That might have been the difference maker. And then this is where you see the decision making just completely out of whack, trying to contest or sneak away a dragon that you knew, they were very aware that it was happening, and it ends up being a complete blowout. And from that point on, I feel like Guangdong were just very clearly not able to find their way back into the game. And BNK, also to their credit, they win fast. And you really saw how much they like to push their leads in these scenarios.
Yeah, they really, tasted blood in the water in this case, and they pushed the pedal to the metal, were able to close it on out. Let's take a look at our last highlight here. Up on the top side of the map again, Guangdong Freaks still trying to find ways to skirmish, and they were scrapping just on the losing side of it for how far behind they were.
Yeah, you could say, Digon, they grabbed the bull by the horns in this one, and just just trying to continue with the phrases. You know, it's just, again, just a little bit of desperation from the side of Quantum Freaks, and they get caught out. And like Chronicler said before, I mean, the game was essentially over after the first couple of highlights we showed, and at this point, it's kind of just Quantum Freaks floundering, and BNK, to their credit, you give them an inch, they are going to run at you and try to kill you as much as possible, which they did in this fight.
It is just a great thing to be able to talk about with BNK in this roster kind of coming together, and it reminds me of some of the magic that they had back in 2022, right? When the Kyle and Croco combo slowly became a bigger and bigger deal. And we've, coming into the day, talked a lot about Claire. In general, we've talked a lot about Duro and what his presence has meant for this roster. But as Ox was saying, even to a certain extent in game 1, but especially in game number 2, like it was all about Raptor, right? The Xin Zhao pickup requires you, like the Viego does, because that is a very snowbody matchup either way, to really get a lead and then extend it from there, and my god did he do it.
All right, well, let's make it more than just a formality. Let's see who the POG is here for the decisive game number 3, and it is the man of the jungle. Raptor has come on in at the beginning of this split, won our hearts, gets his 6th POG of the split.
Yeah, and, you know, he started off kind of just getting engaged on and doing the right thing on Xin Zhao, but for this one, the game just became about how fed Raptor was, and he used his lead excellently because every time there was a fight, he just put his face into it immediately, knowing that he was basically unkillable.
So I want to highlight as well, for the people that don't know it, Raptor, you know where he first started to gain some momentum? As the jungler on Breon. Bro challengers. As we are also learning, ever since we have had Saturday Showdown, apparently Live Sandbox /Fox /BNK, the only team to never lose them. Which is crazy, because obviously often you will have teams that are of relative strength, but must have meant over that longer period that they've also punched up a good amount of times, and I think it's why people love this roster. It's the ability to, when everything clicks, really punch above their weight.
Yeah, it's part of dealing with the pressure of being on the Saturday Showdown. The spotlight's on you. It's a very important match. In this specific case, being DRX with their playoff lives on, same thing with Guangdong Freaks, they stayed cool. It was almost like they embodied their leadership.
It's like they are cool kids.
That never panic.
That never panic, no matter the situation, Dagon. Who could have thought? Would have known?
Not me.
We can get the math going for you in just a little bit.
Deacon's like, what are you guys talking
I get
about?
it. It's the nickname. It's the old nickname of that. I got it. The OGs of the...
Why did you laugh? We were hilarious.
So funny, yeah.
I've been listening to you guys the whole time. You guys don't hear us when the game's on and we're here in the space.
Think we're funny.
Time to stop hearing from us right now. It's time for the interview with someone who is way funnier and way more smarter than us. It's Ji-sun. Ji-sun, take it away with the translations.
2024 LCK Summer 8주차
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by a closer and Raptor on the side of BNK DRX. BNK DRX secured a victory and increased their playoffs chances. Let's hear from the POG winners. So you just defeated a rival team competing for the same playoff spot. How do you feel about the win today? Today was a very, very, very important match. I couldn't even get sleep yesterday. I am so relieved that we managed to get a win. What about you, Raptor? Yeah, for the playoffs, you know, today was a very important day for us, and I'm so happy and relieved that we won. Closer, the match was highly anticipated due to both teams' strong recent performance, and the head-to-head record was pretty tight. How were you able to secure a win today? I think, you know, our team started to play even better as we head into round 2. Exactly like you mentioned, this match marks your 5th win in the second round. Your performance has been on a steep upward trajectory, so why do you think that triggered this much of an improvement? Pretty much because of our, you know, hard work, and also our teamwork has become a lot more smoother. In the first 2 games, we saw Yone quirky matchup in mid, and you get to play both sides of it. Tell us about the mid lane matchup. I think it's a 50-50 matchup, to be honest. You know, it depends on, you know, the players' confidence and their proficiency on the picks, so I'm pretty confident on both sides. And Corki, in fact, won all 3 games today. Is Corki currently the top mid lane champion? I think so, because Corki right now, his laning phase is really strong, and also his late game value is also very strong, so he's pretty strong right now. And then in the most important 3rd game, you left Aurora open, and Raptor, you played Xin Zhao, who hadn't appeared in the current patch so far. Xin Zhao is always one of my, you know, strong picks. I'm always very confident, and I thought, you know, getting that AD champion in the jungle role will round out our comp really well. And that pick turned out to be the most important kind of factor in that game. So let's take a look at this replay. You actually survived after all of those engages. So I was like, if they tried to jump on top of me, I was gonna go in for a fight, but I was not expecting myself to walk away alive like that, but I guess I got a little lucky. I also think he got very lucky over there. And today we had Prince in the audience, and also your ambassador, Sona Yu, a streamer in Korea, also came to support you. And Prince also told me he thinks the chances of us winning will be 63%. So he actually doesn't sugarcoats usually, so I believed in him, and I think we were able to get a win just like he said. So I want to say thank you to Prince. And we also have a very interesting record of BNK DRX. You guys have never lost a single match in the Saturday Showdown matchup, and you guys are the only LCK team to make it happen. How do you guys always perform so well under so much pressure? Because Saturday Showdown is always, the important match, and we get to work even harder. And I guess our hard work and effort, pays off. Yeah, most of the Saturday Showdowns are very important, so we get to focus up and prepare harder. Please give it up for the BNK DRX players with their amazing victory today. So previous to today's series, your chances of making it into the playoffs are 48%, but now it has jumped up to 74%. Your next matches are up against Hana Life and T1. What are your resolutions as you aim 100% playoffs qualification? I want to say our team has been ramping up, so I hope we can stay strong and be confident up against the stronger teams as well. Indeed, our momentum is unstoppable right now, so I don't want us to get scared because we are going up against the stronger teams. I know that we're going to do a great job. And this will be the end of the interview from Raptor Closer on BNK DRX, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun. As you see the standings, this is how important it was. Those teams flip-flop positions, which means BNK DRX are currently in playoffs, and Guangdong Freaks are on the outside looking in.
Again, game score is weirdly enough still pretty good for Guangdong, given that they're still ahead of both KT, even after the win, and BNK after the win, but after that last game, it's gotta be scary. They gotta win basically all their next games.
Yeah, game 3 is pretty telling, and they've got T1 next, Quantum Freaks next week, so gonna be a pretty interesting matchup with both those teams kind of in a rocky place.
Yeah, especially after T1 take on Bro, which will happen tomorrow. But today we have Hanwha Life Esports against DRX and an episode of replay for you in between. Don't go anywhere. One more series to go here on Saturday.
킹티비티로 몸도 마음도 하나가 된 듯한 은퇴양난. 하지만 정규 경기까지 남은 시간은 단 8일. 스크림을 아무리 늘려도 부족할 거고 라인전 체급을 단기간에 올리긴 좀 어렵지. 메타픽을 뒤늦게 쫓아가는 것도 좀 별로인 것 같은데 이거 결단이 필요한 시점이다. 자자 은퇴양난 전원 집합. 자, 우리가 오랜만에 여기 합숙소에 왔습니다.
와, 너무 오랜만이다. 너무 행복해.
아니 근데 내가 일단 궁금한 게 양난이가
살아있네요?
너무
다른 애 아니야?
아니야 우리 그 이름표 있었던 애 그대로야. 하늘이 죽으란 법은 없다고 얘기해주는 게 아닐까.
원래 이 친구랑 한 달 살지 않아요? 한 달 살지 않아요?
없어도? 그래? 잘 몰라. 사실 식물에 관해서는 잘 모르는데 또 우리가 저번에 한번 다 같이 1박 2일로 갔다 오기도 했고 하나가 됐다라고 생각할 수 있겠지?
액티비티 통해서 돈독해지기.
이제 결과적으로 연습은 해야 될 거 아니야. 경기를 앞두고. 그래서 하루 종일 오프라인 스크림.
너무 좋아. 너무 좋아. 완전 프로 최고.
프로 때 스케줄이잖아요.
그렇지.
최고.
일단 근데 저희가 프로 시절에 항상 다들 그냥 합숙을 하면서 스크림을 진행을 했었고 피드백 당시에도 게임 내적인 것뿐만이 아니라 외적인 부분 뭐 서로의 감정 상태라든지 느끼고 있는 그런 마음을 확실하게 표출하기 위해서는 아무래도 오프라인이 편할 거라고 생각을 했고요. 그래서 저희가 오프라인 스크림을 요청을 드렸고 또 감사하게 또 자리를 마련해 주셔서 하게 됐습니다. 참 그냥 또 연습하면 안 되잖아. 우리가 이왕이면 하는 거 좀 사전에 좀 얘기를 어느 정도 서로 하고 들어가는 게 좋을 것 같아서 일단 첫 번째는 과연 대회 메타를 따라가는 게 맞는 걸까? 어찌됐건 저번에 우리가 대회를 할 때는 프로들 간의 라인전 상성 구도에 대해서 우리가 맞춰가는 느낌이었는데 쟤네는 365일 그 메타로 게임하는 애들이고 우리는 사실상 연습 시간이 좀 부족했잖아. 그들이랑 똑같은 조건에서 게임을 하는 게 맞는 걸까에 대한 고민을 해서 차라리 우리의 장기를 살리는 게 어떨까?
너무 좋습니다. 좋습니다.
좋습니다. 좋습니다.
그러면 너희가 이제 솔랭을 하면서 좀 느낀 게 있을 거 아니야? 이거를 해보니까 솔랭에서 잘 풀리더라. 오늘 연습 때 좀 해보고 싶다. 이런 카드들이 하나씩 있어.
이거 전략 유출 아닌가요? 그러게요.
대회 전에 안 나가.
대회 전에 안 나가.
어차피
대회 전에 안 나와요?
안 나가죠.
유출인데요?
안 나가. 시간적으로 안 나가. 전략 유출이 될 수가 없어.
저는 요즘 솔랭에서 제이스랑 캐넨을 하는데 좋은 것 같습니다.
제이스 캐넨.
정글은 이제 리신 빼고 솔랭에서도 안 되더라고요. 근데 뭐 리신이 메타챔은 아니니까.
맞아.
아니지.
그냥 메타챔 세주 마오. 세주 마오. 다이.
비에고도 빼고.
비에고는 좀 2경기 하고 싶어요. 1경기
우리 저번에도 2경기 했잖아.
이번엔 큰 사건이 있어.
오케이.
저희가 탈리아랑 막 미드 막 루시안 같은 거 나오잖아요. 그러면 제가 항상 그냥 빅토르 하거든요. 미드에서 그냥 콩콩이 들고.
너무 좋아.
그래서 빅토르랑 그때 썼던 르블랑 요즘 미드 제리를 하고 있는데 생각보다 잘 맞아요.
미드 뭐?
미드 제리.
제리.
네, 생각보다 괜찮아요. 그래서 제리도 조금 연습을 해보고 싶다.
오케이.
스크림 때.
오케이.
하찮은데 뭐 저는 그냥 딸깍챔.
진, 미포, 애쉬, 직스.
미포는 진짜 잘 미포는 모르겠어요. 미포를 언제 쓸 수 있을지 잘 모르겠어요. 그냥 딸깍챔 하는 게 마음이 편하긴 하지. 이제 없이 하는 느낌.
이제 없이.
직스도 딸깍이죠.
직스 딸깍. 직스도 편하지.
서포터는?
이제 없는 그런 라인전?
서포터는 이제 브라운.
저거부터 브라운 무슨
솔랭에서 쓰는 거 나오니까 레오나, 브라운, 라칸
라칸도
세 개더라고요.
너무 좋은데 라칸. 근데 내가 또 느낀 건데 우리가 스크림 성적을 내가 좀 추적을 해봤어. 부탁도 드렸고 데이터를 좀 달라고 얘기를 해서 챔프 승률을 봤을 때 스크림 내용이 뭐 레넥톤 3승 1패, 승리가 있었던 챔피언 뭐 트페, 갱플랭크, 아트로스, 뭐 럼블, 제이스도 있고 전체적으로 약간 차이는 있겠지만 확실히 주도권을 잡고 흔들 때 승률이 좀 좋은 편이다 탑이. 그래서 오늘 얘기했던 제이스 캐넨 말이 된다. 오늘 좀 탑에서 주도권 있는 픽을 좀 더 연습을 해보자. 비교시 되는 것 같고 정글 쪽에서도 뭐 얘기한 바이도 4승 2패, 마오카이 2승 1패, 진짜 5일승도 있고.
어카이 승률 좋은데?
어카이 좋은데?
좋은데?
의외로 비에고도 2승 1패야.
좋은데?
조금 마음이 아픈 건 세주아리가 0승 4패인데 이거는 근데 난 어느 정도는 이전 메타가 AP 정글들이 너무 셌던 시절이라 상대적으로 세주가 어려웠었는데 반에 이제는 좀 괜찮아지긴 했잖아. 그래서 다시 한 번 더 연습해보는 거 괜찮다. 그리고 나는 혹시 가능하다면 또 이거 피넛이랑도 같이 해봤잖아. 빠삐 한번 해보는 거 어떨까?
우리 이제 스크린 때 맛보기로 좀 해보고 대회 전에 결정을 하시죠.
좋아. 그리고 이제 미드 쪽은 확실히 탈리아가 좋다. 탈리아가 4승 0패.
멋진 느낌이에요 요즘.
원데이 쪽은 카이사가 4승, 칼리스타 3승.
칼리 왜 이렇게 많이 이겼어?
좀 약간 라인전 강하게 가는 챔프 구성이 좀 더 메리트가 있고 카이사 같은 경우에 캐리력이 보장됐을 때 종이도 그 능력 보여주는 편이고 되게 다양하게 그냥 연습을 해보면 될 것 같아 원딜은. 난 오히려 서포터한테 좀 포커싱을 하고 싶어. 내가 또 써놨는데 바텀 라인전을 좀 강하게 갈 수 있는 구성. 그러니까 결국에 라인전을 엄청 고려하기에는 대회에서 막 리턴값이 크진 않은데 그래도 바텀은 유리한 게 메타상으로도 좀 많이 이득이 보는 것 같아서 레오나를 가능하다면 좀 더 적극 기용하는 게 낫지 않을까.
저도 좋은 것 같아요. 레오나.
챔프 자체가 워낙에 라인전 세고 레는 혹시
레도 좀 했는데 승률이
자신있게 해.
또 저는 할 만한 것 같은데 승률이 이상하게 안 나와서
그래? 한 번만 해보고
해보면 될 것 같아요.
그래. 그래서 오늘 전체적으로 내가 얘기했던 그런 그림들 바텀 라인도 좀 세게 나갈 수 있는 챔프 구성 한번 연습해보고 이제 메타를 따라가기보단 우리가 잘하고 우리가 좋아하는 챔피언 위주로 좀 더 연습. 그리고 이제 챌린저스 리그 특징 던지는 경향이 있지 유리할 때 본인들이 그거 잘 받아먹을 수 있게 이니시 챔프도 최대한 갖출 수 있는 쪽으로 이거 거의 고정시켜놓고 우리 연습 들어가서 해보고 뱅카드를 어떻게 쓸지에 대해서 살짝 토론하고 끝내면 될 것 같아.
오케이?
오늘 연습에 대해서 쭉 이해됐지?
네.
이런 그림으로 딱 2시니까 들어가 보자고.
오케이. 좋습니다. 고할게요.
자, 잘해봅시다. 이거 나인 가면은 얘네 수업하면 위험해서 그냥
어이씨 깜짝이야. 수업이네. 야, 이것도 조심해야 되긴 하는데 이게 수업이어가지고 와드 하러 가려고 그랬더니 우지를 찾아다니는 중 나도. 일단 바텀엔 없어요. 바텀 클리어. 밀자 우리도.
네.
갈게요.
얘는 필수 없어.
얘네 일단 집타임 잡고 그냥 바텀 오는 것 같은데? 맞다. 집타임 잡다가 다시 바텀으로. 아랫바에게는 근데 형 얘네 턴 먼저여가지고 먹힐 수도 있긴 하겠다.
그냥 정글 위주로.
레벨도 없어. 잠시만요.
그냥 아래로 가. 살고 싶어.
내가 둘 다 개피야.
자야 노스펠이고
피 빼놓게 계속. 얘 노플이고.
자야세도 노스펠.
여기 다 피부야 많이 빼놨어.
그래프 한 번.
나 일단 한번 뺄게.
나 한 번 살려줄 수 있어.
잡아.
옆에.
알겠어. 이거 포키 왼쪽에서 온다. 포키 왼쪽에서 온다. 봤어요.
나 힐 한 번 되긴 하는데 뺐어.
버릴 생각.
와, 내 있었으면은 시간 오래 끌긴 했겠다.
이거 이용해서 그냥 바텀 계속 압박해야겠다.
오케이. 밑에 쪽에 와드를 잘 모르겠거든요. 근데 노칠이 위쪽에서 와가지고 위에는 더 와드일 거야 지금.
20개 있다.
보인 것 같은데.
100개.
나 이런 데까지는 와드 돼 있을 듯?
레나타 오면은 좀 불만해.
네, 해도 돼요? 나 천천히 붙어줄게. 여기까지 오고. 오케이.
나 보이긴 했다.
나 다시 탑으로 갈 거고. 여기 와드야, 참고로. 세주 땅굴은 생각 안 했어.
내가 라인으로 붙어줬거든.
아니, 내가 천천히 했어야 돼.
할만한데?
저기 있어요?
나 그래.
일단 노틸 노플이야.
약간 다이아트 줘서
오케이, 잡았거든. 잡아.
나이스.
세주 맡겼어. 세주부터 볼게. 세주 봐야 돼.
나 죽어.
그냥 죽고 그냥 억제기 밀고 그냥 끝인데?
노틸 나왔어요. 빼면서 이거 어디를 테리거든?
노틸 이거 땡기겠다. 나는 상관없긴 하거든?
노틸 풀어놨어 이제.
저는 뺄게요.
갔네?
여기까지인데 빼야 됐다.
괜히 한 번 더 했네? 일단 그렇죠.
그렇게 붙어 있어요.
아깝다 이게 셀 잡고 맞네. GG. 너무 던졌다. 까비.
모여서 같이 보자.
오랜만이다 이런 느낌. 보정 좋은데 이거?
오프라인이 또 다르지 느낌.
와 지금 느낌이 너무 시원한데 이거?
라인 수업 이후에 보니까 확실히 서로 라인이 지랄 맞게 되거든. 쟤네든 우리든 한쪽은 무조건 라인이 맞아. 그러니까 예를 들어서 럼블 같은 경우에 이제 밀고 나가야 되는데 정글은 아래 턴이라 사실상 뭐 그냥 오면 진짜 망하는 순간이고, 반대로 얘기하면 얘네도 밀고 나오는 라인인데 정글이 우리가 아래잖아. 우리도 이용할 생각을 하는 것도 괜찮을 것 같아. 내가 보기엔 럼블이 망해도 우리도 똑같이 망하게 하는 패턴을 만드는 게 맞아. 우리가 풀어줄 생각을 하던, 뭐 예를 들어서 이쪽이 유리하니까 지금 이런 상황에서 나 이거 탑 라인 안 좋아 이거 풀어줄래가 돼서 예를 들어서 레나타가 뒤로 붙어서 도와주던.
수업을 본격적으로 한 적이 없어가지고.
그렇지, 이제 배워가는 거지. 그러니까 우리가 더 쟤네보다 부족할 수 있긴 한데 난 너네 그 경험을 무시 못한다고 생각해서 그걸 인지만 다음에 하면 더 좋은 결과값을 도출할 수 있을 것 같은데 생각에. 9분 때 한번 이거는 와드가 얘네가 설치를 해놨어가지고 여기서 우리가 콜은 잘 됐거든? 서해이가 아마 그 얘기를 했을 거야. 노티를 한번 날락해서 와드는 다 있을 거야 얘기가 됐잖아. 그럼 이제 여기까지 어떻게 고려를 해야 되냐면 지금 사실 여기에 와드를 보이고 있었어. 그래서 이걸 당연히 지우면 좋은데 이거는 뭐 항상 우리가 지울 수 있는 건 아니니까 다음에는 한번 신경 쓰는데, 여기서 중요한 게 콜이 우리 보이고 있다, 쟤네 뭐 설계할 수 있어 이런 얘기는 해야 될 것 같아. 우리 시야에 보일 수 있어, 보이고 있다 이 정도 얘기를 하면 이제 너네가 자연스럽게 바텀이 신경을 써서 조심해야 되나? 얘네 상대 정글 위치가 안 보이는데 설계할 수 있다고? 땅굴에 있을 수 있나? 이런 고려를 아마 자연스럽게 될 것 같거든. 얘기가 보이고 있다 이 얘기 너네끼리 한 번씩 나누면 더 좋을 것 같아. 우리 보일 수
저기
있다.
와드 진짜 많이 하긴 하더라고요.
여기
좋아하죠.
저기 있어.
웬만하면 다 졌다고요.
그리고 신경 써서 다음에는 한 번씩 지워주고, 결국 모든 거는 시야의 바탕으로 설계가 되는 거라 우리가 보이고 있다라는 건 상대가 설계할 수 있다까지 너네가 대화를 해야 돼. 오 좋았어. 근데 이제 중간부터
우리가 아직 어디까지 해야 될지 잘 모르는 것 같아.
근데 나는 그냥 그런 생각이야. 어디까지 해야 될지 모르는 거보다 심적으로 내 생각에 하위권 팀들이 지금 많이 발생하는
신나서
건데
좀 더 하는 거.
유리할 때 거의 다 잡았다는 그 마음에 좀 약간 집중력이 살짝 흐트러져서 약간 산만한 거 알지?
네.
약간 산만해지는 거. 이거 우리 이긴 거 같은데 라는 생각이 드는 순간 실수가 한 번씩 꼭 나오거든? 이런 것도 사실 그런 거에 들어가 있고, 아니 이거는 그냥 단순해. 내가 보면 막 어렵게 막 우리가 이때는 빠졌어야 됐다, 이때는 어떻게 했어야 돼, 이게 아니라 단순하게 너네가 중후반부터 유리해지고 다 이긴 거 같으면 서로 그런 얘기 좀 해야 될 것 같아. 집중하자. 야 우리 이거 거의 다 왔는데 실수하지 말자. 집중하자라는 이야기들이 오고 가면 자연스럽게 용 시간도 되고 상대 설계에 대해서 의식도 하고 우리가 뭘 앞으로 해야 될지도 소통을 할 것 같거든. 단순하게 난 그 얘기만 서로 좀 했으면 좋겠어.
살짝 신나는 거랑 집중만 하면 돼.
바텀에서 너무 신났다. 끝난 게임이었는데. 살려줄게. 다 죽었구나 우리.
살짝 성장차기 때문에.
그러네.
고춧가루 있어요.
근본 있는 중국집이다 이 정도.
대회 보는 거.
여기 동빈이 형 있네요?
와, 간당간당하네.
뭐지?
종민이가 죽어 있는데요? 종민이가 죽어 있는데요?
뭐야 이게?
안녕하세요. DRX 챌린지 팀입니다.
저희 DRX 챌린저스 팀은 1군 경험을 겪어온 친구들이 미드 원딜에 또 있고 얼라이브 선수가 이번에 플레인 코치로 이제 선수까지 같이 하면서 강력한 팀이 되었는데 아마 라인전 쉽지 않을 거라고 예상이 됩니다.
네, 안녕하세요. DRX 챌린저스 원딜을 맡고 있는 파덕 박석현입니다. 일단 리치 선수랑 프레이 선수에 대해서 솔레노 랭크에서 좀 많이 만나가지고 두 분은 굉장히 잘하신다라고 알고 있는데 나머지 세 분은 이제 안 만난 지 좀 오래됐었거든요.
우리 둘만 만났다는 거야.
나머지 선수 이제 이름만 정도.
이름이라도 알아주네.
옛날에 애쉬 신궁 장면을 많이 봐가지고 프레이 선수가 그때부터 이름을 알았던 것 같은데 요즘 또 애쉬 빼면은 잘하시나 잘해서 첫 경기 봤을 때 이제 스코어 선수가 니달리를 했었거든요. 이 찍고 칼부를 먹고 돌거북을 먹는 시점에 좀 그거 보고 바로 껐습니다.
한 마리까지는 괜찮은데 두 마리도 수가 좀 크다고 생각하고 있습니다. 안녕하세요. DRX 챌린저스에서 정글 맡고 있는 제피를 황혁수입니다. 저는 15살.
아니 2007년.
안녕하세요. DRX 챌린저스에서 0607 맡고 있는 레이서 유경주라고 합니다. 타분이 생각보다 라인전 체급이 살짝
미안해.
리치 선수 체급이 많이 아쉬워지셨던 것 같은데 제가 닦도록 하겠습니다.
무서운데? 닦아버리겠다는데?
DRX 챌린저스에서 서폿을 맡고 있는 베르 이준민이라고 합니다. 좀 수동적인 서폿이다. 각을 잘 못 보시는 것 같고 요새 탱커포 메타인데 이니시챔 들고 그렇게 수성적으로 하시면은 계속 답답할 거니까 저희가 빨리 2대 0으로 끝내드리겠습니다.
사이 너무 많이
안녕.
빠졌는데?
사실 우리가 같은 세대라 좀 그렇더라. 나도 게임할 때 요즘 눈이 좀 침침해서 CS가 잘 안 먹어지고 딜 교환도 안 되고 둘 다 하고 싶은데 둘 중에 하나만 해야 되는 그런 상황이더라고. 그리고 요즘 챔피언들도 우리 때랑 디테일이 너무 달라서 쉽지 않더라. 게임 템포도 빠르고 뭔가 트래시 토크를 하고 싶은데 힘내. 한번 힘내봐.
아니 얼마나 걱정이 안 되면 파이팅 이러고 있어.
감동받았는데?
힘내서 이겨야지.
마지막 살짝 감동이었어.
역시 F인가?
네 하루 종일 하자고 했는데. 이상.
네. 아시죠? 고할게요. 출발이요. 굿바이 굿나잇.
사기 스킨 껴야겠다. 안 되겠다. 악에 물든 제이스 갈게요.
근데 리드 1차 밀린 시점에서 좀 많이 빡세지긴 했다.
뭔가 데이터는 많이 쌓는 느낌인데 한 판은 이기고 싶긴 하네.
마지막 판 이기면 또 승자긴 해.
아리 공 빼는 식으로 해도 돼.
방어 끊겼다. 미션 한번.
아리까지? 아리공까지? 뒤에 캐는. 오케이. 여기까지 할게 그러면은.
뒤에 봐줘야겠다.
근데 나 어차피 캐넨한테 안 죽거든?
헬퍼.
나 여기 캐넨 다 주시. 공 하나 줄게.
스물더 노스펠. 아, 나 죽었다.
나 이거 어차피 캐넨한테 안 죽기는 해. 스몰더한테 죽을지도?
괜찮은가? 너무 빼야 되나?
빼야 돼. 안 좋아.
이상하게 됐네.
근데 여기서도 그냥 리신 자르고 그냥 바람 갔으면 되긴 했겠다. 더 하려다가. 마음이 좀 아프긴 하다. 근데 이거 맞힌 거는 게임이.
잘했다 말았다.
이게 그냥 브레이크가 없어. 미친 돌진맨이야 우리.
아니 머리를 너무 안 쓰는데 너무 내빼고 한다. 그게 너무 아쉽다. 우리가 그래도 유리할 때 좀 서로 침착하게 하자고 얘기하기로 했는데 또 그런 느낌이야. 이겼다고 생각하니까 약간 또 시작하는 느낌?
사실상 그럼 이겼다는 거네?
오늘 사실상 다 이기긴 했어. 근데 진짜로 근데 진짜로 이거는 좀 심각하게 받아야 될 것 같아. 얘들아. 왜냐면 이렇게 지는 거는 아무리 우리가 챌린저스 애들이랑 하지만 마치 챌린저스 애들이 된 느낌이야. 이런 게임은 이겼어야지. 너네가 잘해서 역전하고 있고 완전 잘한 게임인데 아쉽네. 근데 오늘 스크림으로 그냥 내가 알아갔으면 좋겠는 거는 할만하다. 우리 실수로 우리가 질 정도면 우리 손에서 게임을 좌지우지할 수 있는 거잖아. 그냥 난 이미 그것만으로도 만족이긴 하거든. 그리고 얘네가 스타일 자체가 내가 말했지만 T1이랑 비슷해서 라인전에서 폭파하는 스타일로 플레이하는 애들이거든. 근데 얘네 상대로 우리가 라인전도 막 구조적으로 막 안 털리기도 했고 오히려 리드하는 경우도 많았고 많이 폼이 올라온 것 같아.
근데 진짜 진심으로 너무 할만한데? 아니 나 오늘 하면서 상대가 왜 이렇게 할만해졌지?
내가 많이 안 해봤어.
그런가?
저번에 코스는 지고 꺾였다.
그러니까 근데 이군이랑 하니까 근데 이군이랑 계속 하는데 이군이랑 너무 할만한데?
8일 남았어 8일. 진짜 열심히 좀 해서 진지하게 해봅시다. 고생 많았습니다.
수고하셨습니다. 희망을 많이 얻어봤어. 그러면
파이팅. 좀 가장 큰 이유는 저희가 막 좀 스크림을 해도 이길 뻔한 경기는 많지만 이긴 판들이 좀 적다 보니까 좀 조급해하는 부분이 가장 큰 것 같아요. 제가 일단은 기본적으로 좀 중심을 더 지켜야 좀 잘 굴러갈 것 같아요. 이제 목줄을 딱 잡고 그만! 이 정도는 해줘야 좀 안 던지지 않을까요?
어찌 보면 이 스크림하면서 피드백을 받고 그런 연습 과정이 팀 연습다운 팀 연습을 한 것 같아서
저는 6대0 당하긴 했는데 저는 되게 도움 많이 됐다고 생각하긴 하거든요. 저희가 이제 POX 이군한테 지고 저도 좀 이군한테 힘든가 이런 생각했는데 막상 이제 이군들이랑 좀 연습 조금 하면서 물론 승률은 잘 안 나오긴 하지만 우리 되게 할만하구나.
체급에서 밀려서 진 게 아니라 다 저희가 잘하다가 던져서 지거나 아니면 좀 한타적인 부분이나 운영적인 부분으로 진 거라서 물론 전패해서 화나긴 하지만 엄청 아쉽진 않다 그런 느낌이었어요. 약간 빛을 봤다.
가스라이팅이 성공. 근데 아예 없는 소리는 아니긴 해요. 레전드의 장점 중에 하나가 또 아무래도 무대 경험이잖아요. 네, 큰 무대라고도 볼 수 있는 이번 무대에서 챌린저스 선수들보다 좀 더 높은 집중력과 좀 더 그 열정을 보일 수만 있으면 저도 충분히 승산이 있다 생각하고요. 사실 뭐 저희가 지금 이미 꿈을 꾸고 있는 거 아니겠습니까? 이 프로그램 자체가.
솔직히 형들한테 내색은 안 했는데 좀 긴장되고요. 롤파크에서 경기하는 것도 경기하는 건데 저만 좀 현역을 하는 선수니까 또 무조건 잘해야 된다는 마인드가 커가지고 좀 긴장이 많이 되는 것 같아요.
사실 좀 기대라기보다 무섭네요. 좀 잘못하면 어떡하지? 약간 그런 걱정이 들긴 하는데 그래도 이겨보겠습니다. 화이팅!
저희 근데 진짜 열심히 준비하고 있고요. 뭐 불안해하지 않으셔도 좋습니다. 이미 나도 불안해하고 있는 것 같긴 한데 남은 다른 사람 모르겠어. 근데 나는 되게 열심히 하고 있다는 거. 저는 열심히 해가지고 진짜 저는 롤파크에서 하는 마지막 경기일 수도 있다고 생각하거든요. 그래서 선수일 때 약간 기억 살짝 떠올려가지고 임하도록 하겠습니다.
연습과 실전은 다릅니다. 실전으로 보여드릴게요. 예. 믿어주세요. 이겨보겠습니다. 파이팅!
야요.
루시안 노플이긴 해요.
그럼 불로 뺄게요.
세나 노플?
바비.
이거 깨주셨어?
나이스.
왜 이렇게 힘들지? 많이 유리한 것 같은데.
전체적으로 조심할 걸 먼저 좀 조심해야 될 듯?
그 지민아.
네.
일부러 Q를 나중에 쓰는 이유가 있어 혹시? WR부터 쓰고 Q풀 쓰는 Q를 쓰는 이유가 있어 혹시? 대회 보면 레일들 다 Q풀 받긴 하거든. 너가 Q풀을 박아. 네가 WR로 추가 진입을 하거나 진입각이 안 나오면 W로 도망 나올 수가 있거든. 선택지가 2개가 되거든. 그래서 한번 그거를 솔로 랭크부터 해가지고 한번 연습을 해봐.
네.
나 왔어? 그냥 시작해.
얘네도 애초에 밀 생각 안 하는 거지. 바텀 많이 사리고 얘네. 잘 가라.
홀딩 살짝만.
시안 한번 풀었다.
맞아.
약간 들어가긴 하겠다.
너무 좋다.
폭탄 걸기도 없고.
야 미드 걸린다.
아 괜찮아.
일단 괜찮은 것 같긴 하거든.
아 이번에 들어갈게. 들어갈 수 있으면. 아, 나 봐줄게.
괜찮은데? 너무 이쁜데? 너무 이쁜데?
오, 나이스. 끝내. 맞다. 제일 잘하는데. 아이.
좀 쉬노 이거. 뭐고 이거.
우리 이 정도 골드 차이에 이 정도면 너무 잘한 것 같은데. 오케이, 잘했습니다.
오 뭐야 뒤로 썼네. 얘도 나 이거 잘하는.
굿.
빼야 돼. 위에 럼블.
빼면 돼.
어우 야.
저희 그래도 5분컷 안 났습니다.
아 좋아.
한판 이겼잖아.
아 이길만 했어. 얘들아 이제 진짜 끝났다. 여기 경기 끝나면 한동안 쉬니까
하루 남았다.
고생 좀 합시다.
수고하셨습니다.
잘 주무셔.
내일 이깁시다.
오케이, 이깁시다. 화이팅.
파이팅. 레이저다! 나이스!
가자.
turned to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2024. I'm Atlas, once again joined by Orcs as we're ready to delve into our second series of the night. This one, Humble Life Esports taking on DRX. Now, you might be looking at this thinking, this is a pretty done deal, and it might be. But Humble Life Esports still wanting to lock in that round 2 bye, right? Like trying to make sure they get that second position on lock.
And I think there's a more important factor. We've had the Nongshim Blue Shell moment. We've had the Bro Blue Shell moment. We're yet to have the DRX Blue Shell moment, and they have blue jerseys.
They do have blue jerseys, and, you know, Psyduck is a water Pokemon, and that might be a little bit of a precursor to what might be happening in the rosters. First, though, let's have a look at the standings and exactly where these teams are. DRX in 9th place, as we can see here, just barely above Bro right now. Humble Life Esports still haven't locked playoff round 2 just yet, as you can see here, and so wanting to make sure that they keep picking up wins so that they can get that round 1 bye.
Yeah, I mean, they have a pretty sizable game score difference above D+.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much a done deal, isn't it?
But if they start losing all the games, D+ winning all the games, you know, mathematically, it's possible they get challenged. Chances are they won't, but I think they definitely want to secure it, have it locked in like Gen G do before doing any crazy gaming.
Yes, I think that is definitely a good idea. And upon a 2-0 victory, Humble Life Esports do manage to pick up that round 1 bye like we were talking about. So it could all be done and dusted this evening. DRX on a 9-match losing streak as well against Humble Life Esports. This is honestly just a pretty mismatched matchup. Of course, Zeka used to wear a DRX jersey. So did Doran as well, although on a very different version of the team. And if you go back as far as Longju, so did Peanut. Everyone sort of cycles through DRX, but unfortunately, right now, this iteration is not working. But this guy certainly is. Satab actually had a really good series last time out.
Yeah, and it genuinely looked super competitive.
Yeah.
So even though, you know, obviously DRX are out of playoffs, Satab looked like a great addition and really made you think, you know, going forwards, going to next year, might be a starting member of the roster.
Yeah, and Padak, like we were alluding to, is going to be joining the starting roster due to Teddy having a few health issues. Not going to be a performance reason or anything like that, but we'll just have to see how he's going to do as he makes his way back in. I actually have pretty high expectations for Podok. I think the guy is pretty good, and his name is a Pokemon, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's nice to have someone willing to fill in for Teddy. I think in a situation where you already add a player contention, 100% the right call.
Yeah.
Teddy hopefully will get some rest and feel better for next year. But yeah, Paddock will be cool to see him. A little bit of a change up. And obviously Satab's still a pretty recent addition. So some testing situations.
That's a Peanut Shyvana, by the way, guys. If you weren't quite sure about what that drawing was, that is a Peanut dressed as Shyvana.
I could see HLE being like, it's DRX. Shyvana didn't work before.
No, just let it go. We just got to let it go. No more are we going to be talking about the Shyvana. And I imagine that Peanut has had to deal with that on social media and things like that. And so we'll probably just be playing Maokai. And be very happy about it. It would definitely be very funny. And he's up against the only player that's won on Shyvana. Which is hilarious, because DRX don't do very much winning at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, it kind of... we should stop talking about it, But it amps it up, because I'm like, it's like, look, this is the Shyvana Master Sponge.
Yeah.
I have to defeat it. No, okay. HLE, obviously, heavy favorites in this matchup. And, there's been a couple of moments here in the season, little hiccups, which any top team, apart from Gen G, has. Gen G obviously had one hiccup. But HLE have been pretty consistent altogether. And securing that top 2 playoff spot would definitely be deserved for them, given a lot of security. Being on the other side of that double elim line.
And it's a pretty comfortable week for HarmonyLife Esports this time out. They got the 2-0 over the Bros. Unfortunately, the Bros weren't able to put up much of a fight. And this one up against DRX could be another one of those, but it could also be a trap game. We'll see how vigilant HarmonyLife Esports are going to stay, because they did just lose that series to KT prior to that match against Bros, showing that they are certainly fellable.
And I'll be honest, this isn't really the series for DRX where I think they can play the most spoiler. They can obviously play a little bit. But next week, they are playing against KT and Quandong Freak.
Oh, yeah.
So if they're going to sort of ramp up the blue shell energy, right, they have full opportunity to ruin a couple of teams' playoff chances next week. And hopefully, if they show good form today, we'll see if they're capable of doing that.
You can see here a couple of losses on the Shyvana for Peanut. But there is one win on it for Sponge. Having a look at the rest of the stats, of course, things not looking very good KDA-wise for Sponge, but that's understandable. His kill participation has been very high. His team has relied upon him. Peanut has been spending a lot of time farming, and honestly, it's not even necessarily that. He's been making sure he locks the enemy jungle out of the farm, and also is in the right place for counter ganks and ganks around the map in the early game. Peanut has really shown that he has a gigantic brain in a lot of the victories for HarmonyLife Esports.
Yep, I feel like he's really been pretty consistent, other than obviously the Shyvana one. I think Delight has also been a force to be reckoned with on this squad.
Oh yeah.
Viper, there was a period middle way through the split where I think everyone was looking at Viper as the best AD carry in the league, even with how Pays was doing. I don't think he's in that conversation anymore. Pays is clearly taking the top spot, and Viper, I feel like he's not being on his usual form in some of his recent series, which isn't to say he's been playing bad, but the standards are so high for Viper. So I'm hoping in this last week and a half, we'll see a bit of a return to form before playoffs, especially because the last match of the season is HarmonyLife Esports against Gen G. They won't be the ones to potentially end the undefeated streak. KT already did that, but the potential chance to prove they can take them on going into playoffs.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely huge. And I actually think it's kind of fine that Viper's been a little bit quiet. They've already locked playoffs. They are certainly looking like they're going to be second place. Any sort of victory in the next 3 matches that they have coming up is going to secure that one for them. This is adorable. That is a lot of oranges pinned into his hair. And I think that he's saying that his MBTI is Zeka because it's 4 letters, and that's really funny. I have one of those too that the internet told me I had, and I don't agree with it. It's not Zeka, unfortunately. It's DEFT, actually, as it turns out. I've got a different one, but that's absolutely fine. Just has a picture of an alpaca. It's really weird. Anyway, we are getting ready to jump into pick and ban for game number 1. HarmonyLife Esports will be on the blue side, DRX on the red.
I saw him pin a screen. Do you know what he was doing?
What was he doing?
Getting ready for the game. He was setting up his emote wheel.
Yeah, no, that he does that all the time, actually.
Yep,
and he waits until it's just we're just ready to go into the game to do that. Just like Doran waits until he gets into the game to adjust
like,
his monitor.
Look, like the emote enjoyers are the ones who make sure they have their standard emotes going to every game. The true emote connoisseurs are the ones who will custom tailor the emotes for every opponent. You know, that's truly the next level. Juicy bans coming in quick and fast. Renekton banned away, denied from Rascal, and the Poppy banned out as well. Yoni is the final one, so not seeing a lot of the picks we normally see banned out in this situation. Rumble still open and available. Aurora still open and available.
The Ashe as well, with the Ezreal banned away, feels like its stock goes up just that little bit. And you can see DRX pondering as to whether or not they want to unleash hell on the Rift by not banning any of those other things.
Yeah.
Double Tree is another one. Ivern has been a big pick for Peanut as well.
I feel like banning Ivern would make more sense, and then yes, you give over something like the Rumble, but you get like a one kind of punch on red. They ban the Rumble, but leave the Vi open.
And Aurora is up and available.
Yeah, I think playing 80 carry, you know, it'd be such a rough return to the LCK for Parduk if you were to play into like Vi Aurora.
Yeah.
You're like, what's this champ doing? This wasn't it last time I was here. So I think DRX need to deny that 100%. They will take it. They'll pick up the Corki as well. And now we get some options for Honor Life Esports. If they want to pair something up with the Vi, they can. You know, Ari is a popular one.
LeBlanc is available as well, and Zeka is a great LeBlanc player.
Even if he's feeling it, Yasuo's been really good into Corki, and obviously got that easy setup with the Vi, so that'd be pretty cool. I'd kind of love to see that. But they're going to start off by picking up that Ashe you were talking about. A lot of engage already for Honor Life Esports. A lot of ways to get onto the enemy backline. And it looks like, I hope they go for it. It's a good matchup. We've seen Yasuo, especially since the buffs, doing really well into Corki. The wind wall really helped him with the matchup. And also just Vi Yasuo, very hard to play into.
It really is. And she has the Vault Breaker to get the little knockback as well, but the ultimate, like you say, means that someone's going into the sky no matter what. It is going to be the late switch over to the cannon here for Doran on the top side of the map. I was actually kind of hoping that he was going to take a leaf out of Kingan's book and go for the Gragas that he's always been so good at. We know that Gragas has gone through a couple of nerfs, isn't necessarily what he used to be, but Kingan kind of ignored that and just smashed the game. Looked really, really good on the pick. Sejuani the hover here for Sponge. That's going to be his attempted answer into the Vi. I don't know whether I necessarily like it. Fits team compositionally, even though these are both ranged champions in solo lanes. That feels bad. Sedge is just good for setting things up, but into Vi doesn't feel great.
Yeah, and now looking to see, possibly going to see mid laners banned away if they want to deny that Yasuo. Now is the time for DRX. I think Honor Life Esports probably just going to target bot lane bans is generally the way to go. Actually, starting off with the Rakan ban, obviously works well at following up on the Vi.
And also, it's Delight, and it feels mandatory in the second round if he hasn't locked in his pick.
I feel like it's so difficult against Delight, because it's like, you know, there's Rakan, there's Rel, there's Alistair. I think it's very hard when you come to the second rotation with 2 bans to deal with his champion pool. He always has one left. Honor Life Esports going to ban away his Senna. Don't want to see a Senna combination from the side of DRX. Planet did play, I think they played Senna Ornn in the last series, and he was on the Ornn, I believe.
Yep, something like that. I'm pretty sure. I was watching him in Challenger earlier on in the week. They didn't actually sub him out, and so he's played a lot of League of Legends so far. I believe was playing on Monday. So see what we do get out of him, as the Taliyah going to be the final ban. Zeka pretty good at the Taliyah, and Taliyah Vi in general is very, very powerful. So not going to see that this time around. I actually kind of like that, kind of unlocks Zeka for me. His Ari and his LeBlanc are untouched and unpickable here for DRX, most likely. And that should be a worrying sign for anyone that is a DRX fan, as Zeri will be banned away.
Okay, banning away the Zeri. I feel like in this situation, you've got to go toe-to-toe in lane. Maybe something like the MF or the Jhin would be better than something like the Zeri can have a rough time into the Ashe. I don't think it'll happen, but being that it is Delight, they could still flex the Ashe. We have seen that at
true.
in the season. Like Kalista Ashe, we saw KT play, is a possibility. So, you know, there is some concern about that, but I think you probably just take something, like the Jhin, matches up well in terms of range against the Ashe. You're not just going to get kind of rolled in lane. Also has decent follow-up onto the Aurora.
And Viper has been playing a lot of Jhin recently as well, so it feels a little bit like Denial at the same time. Not too bad. Taking a little bit of time to think about exactly what they want to be locking away, and this does make a whole lot of sense to me. Zeka has been super good at this champion, and it pairs well with the Vi. Leona, bit of a no-brainer here, pretty high on the tier list, but Alistair into it alongside the Jhin. That is a lot of chain CC available for the bottom lane here for DRX.
Yeah, they kind of need some more engage, and also Jhin Braum, we've talked about before, not the combo you want. No Braum good and Leona, so Ashe Leona, a lot of engage. You have the HLE, a lot of threat onto DRX's backline, I think significantly more so than in reverse, but there is that Aurora. We'll have to see what Rascal can do in this top lane matchup. I don't think DRX are in too much trouble with how the draft has panned out, but
okay, good.
I am a bit concerned about the mid-jungle matchup and what Zeka and Peanut can do there.
Yeah, and I feel like this, it's kind of a similar vibe to what we saw in the last game that we just had. Quantum Freaks picking up the Aurora, and that was the good part of the draft, and everything else was just kind of eh. This is feeling a little bit like that same kind of eh alongside it, just given what they're staring down on the other side in every single lane.
I don't think it sounds bad, but it's definitely, you know, I think there's some difficulties if Aurora doesn't get ahead. I also think, I mean, mainly it's just the Violet Blanc can be so punishing. But then again, if it does fall behind, if you're able to protect your backline, you have the Jhin Corki. Corki in particular we've seen be really successful recently. So we'll have to see how it does end up panning out. Obviously, HLE heavy favorites in this matchup, so they're going in with an even draft. They're solid. If they're going in with a bit of an edge in draft, definitely feeling comfortable.
Yep, that's absolutely true. See where the Hummer Life Esports are going to be able to put the pressure on early. They do have so many ways to start a fight from every single lane. And we'll see whether Doran's flanks are going to be good. We know that this guy is a great team fighter, but he can fall into troubles in the lane. See whether Rascal can capitalize. Let's jump into the rift. All right, DRX fans still in full voice here. Even though their playoff dreams are dead, they can still try and ruin that first round bye for Hummer Life Esports, or at least help try to do so with a victory here. That's what's on the line. If Hummer Life Esports are able to win, they will join Gen G in skipping the first round. Of course, they were always pretty likely to do so, given their game score and how far ahead they are of DK, who are their direct competitors. They are the only 3 teams that are so far successfully promoted towards the playoffs. As Rascal is standing on a ward, ladies and gentlemen.
He might end up just dying.
He could potentially be dead, but he's not dead right now, as Delight comes on over and says he is going to be dead. His flash is still up, but first blood goes to Zeka.
Yeah, and the trade is Zeka burns his flash for 400 gold. I think he's more than happy with that one. HLE just going to go for the lane swap, and Delight has unlocked Hex Flash.
Yeah, this is already a very bad start for DRX. I don't think I really needed to reiterate it, but it's definitely true. Peanut going to be starting on his Raptor camp, and Delight is standing still.
You know, obviously with the nerfs to lane swap, it's not as advantageous as it used to be, but if you catch a team off guard, you can be super punishing. And that's kind of the impact here. You know, Rascal obviously going down early, and DRX not being ready. So you can see Peanut already trying to secure some of these jungle camps on the side that typically is traded. So he'll take this red and he'll disengage. Just end up getting low, but you know, he's taking these 2 camps, and he will end up benefiting overall in terms of jungle camps on the map he's able to access.
It's actually really, really nice to be able to start off on this side, given the fact that we're able to get that kill onto Rascal, kind of catch them out with the lane swap that they have set up. It's already a 600 gold lead for Hummer Life Esports, and that is not common for the team that chooses to lane swap. Often you make a gold sacrifice getting there. Getting first blood on the way, certainly going to be helping out here, as Satab immediately has to flash as the chain does go wide. But Zeka is already, like, he didn't even go back yet. It gets worse, guys. Like, way worse.
Yeah. And we see this big wave stacked up in the top side. That's obviously going to be denied by HLE. And yeah, Delight, they have full vision of the situation, so he flashes over. And he flashes out of vision, so he can walk up. And as soon as Rascal walks towards the brush, just gets the Q. You know, if you had to E and close the distance from the Fog of War, maybe there's a chance that he can flash out, but when you can just walk up and Q, it's as easy as that.
Yeah, DRX getting a lot of extra damage here as this concave of minions is getting obliterated by the turret. Might be 3 plates that do go down. Doran might be able to collect himself one of them. You can see some delayed backs as oftentimes there are jungle top laners that do want to try and pick up this wave. They can sneak in there. Can be an opportunity. This time it's going to be a teleport used, and now Delight and Viper still sticking around. Might be able to capitalize. Only level 2 here for Rascal, who does look to try and get a kill back, and he will be successful. Doran has to flash to avoid dying. That's best possible scenario.
Yeah, I think you're happy with that. If you're Rascal, you end up trading a kill. You know, he TPs in. It's so hard to judge in these situations. It's like, okay, well, if the enemy bot lane has recalled and I TP up now, I get a ton of XP. It's super advantageous. They were waiting around. They managed to kill him, but I think he's happy with that trade up. Now we'll head over the lane and just pick up as much of the wave left as possible. Satab, no flash, but now has that Valkyrie.
Yeah, you can see Zeka actually trying to bait Satab into that topside brush where Peanut was lurking. Peanut now just going to head back towards his respawning Raptors. Hasn't actually gone back to base yet. He's ahead by a couple of camps here as well, as we can see. So the Vi farming very effectively, and Chains once again going to be going wide. Zeka, I think, should be able to get himself a electrocute proc, but no, not able to. Phosphorus bomb to the face. And that is a lot of damage. There's now some good old honest laning here on the top side of the map. Orcs.
Yep, bottom side as well. You can see Viper and Delight applying a fair bit of pressure here. And the thing here is because Delight gets aggro and he's level 1, also doesn't have flash. You know, Aftershock times out, can't flash at the last tower hit, and then Doran does make the flash at the last second. If he died as well, that'd be a devastating situation to be in, but does manage to disengage. So it's not the end of the world, but obviously not how they intended it to go. And I think Delight maybe just waited around a little bit too long for that extra tower hit.
Yep, it might have been worse, you know, if he doesn't tank that extra tower shot, but you saw the ramp up of the turret damage, certainly a bit of a problem here. So everyone struggling a little bit with some of these dives, but a lot of the recent ones have been pretty clean. So I think that maybe our expectations are getting higher and higher for how these dives are actually executed.
I think if Peanut was there, it's such an easy dive, but, you know, Delight being level 1, not having the W for the durability, not having the E and Q, not having flash, just made it a bit trickier.
Yep,
and,
Aftershock's pretty good, but not that good.
Yeah, not anymore. Once upon a time, maybe.
Yeah, very, very true. As Viper now, moving on in, is able to take that cannon. That's going to make Jonas Strong feel happy, and if Jonas Strong's happy, so are we. Level 5 to level 4 here, as Bolt Breaker is going to be used on the Grubs. Peanut should be able to pressure Sponge away from this one, and we'll see where the Sponge goes for a trade on the Dragon. First one going to be a Chemtech, thanks Orcs. That's not an Orcs Susture in the chat, that is a Orcs Pog in the chat, thank you very much.
Good my job.
Yep, there you go.
But Sponge forced away here because it's Prio on mid and top. So Peanut will be able to get these 3 Void Grubs, and also there's Vision on the Dragon, and Sponge not really in position to set that one up at all. So essentially just 3 Grubs in this situation for HLE, which I'm sure they won't complain about.
Oh, precisely. And Peanut now moving up to 54 in comparison to the 36 of Sponge. The jungle is certainly Peanut's playground. This has been sort of what we see in games that Humble Life Esports are just, you know, the normal Humble Life Esports experience is Peanut just runs the rift and they get vision where they need to. I feel like it's Peanut and Delight working together so incredibly well that allows them to either know exactly what's going on or they are there in the other side. So it just works very, very well. Peanut going to utilize that to try and take down this Dragon as well. Zeka does have control of the mid lane, and he's got his little Hex Deck cookie there as well, as he does have First Blood under his belt. He is even on farm, but he will be so much further ahead given that First Blood that did come in. It's going to make things difficult for Satab as this game goes on. Currently trying to stack that tier. Doesn't have a cull or anything like that. I think needed that Null Magic Mantle to stop from being in trouble, as Delight goes in, gets headbutted away. Flutter says, nah, prefer not.
Easy disengage on that one. And yeah, I mean, the fact that Peanut has such a lead in the jungle already and has that Chemtech Dragon lane on lock. Next is going to be a Cloud, so hoping it's not an Ocean, I think, ultimately, for the Soul. But it's been a strong start for HLE, and especially with both the fact that Zeka got that early kill and the fact that Peanut is fed, starting to feel already a bit concerned for the side of DRX.
I would say so too. I also just want to say, that I really appreciate Zeka going for the Mistletoe LeBlanc. It's one of my personal favorites and an oldie but a goodie. And there's a lot of people that do that cool one with the like fancy cape and arrow flying in. That's not part of a LeBlanc skin. That's just talking about an arrow that almost hits Rascal. Rascal says, "You throw Freljordian things at me? I am Aurora. I am one with the Freljord." And he is able to use Walk to get out of the way.
Yeah, didn't even have to pop the W or anything. Nifty.
As it turns out, if it flies over quite a few things, it is not something that's able to be... it's not going to have too much difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, I like ults like that because it's a pretty big long shot, but if it hits, there's a lot of impact. But, why not? Are you going to have to do anything with your ult on the bot lane? Probably not. Jhin has Cleanse, and Alistar is Alistar, and is nearly level 6.
Yeah, and you're not under that much threat, as we can see. Deadly Flourish avoided, as Viper is now just going to pick up the wave. Tanks it for quite some time. He's going to do some damage, but he's got a bunch of attack speed, some boots that allow him to move a little bit faster. Interestingly, Puddock has decided to pick up a pickaxe early on instead of going for Swifty boots. We often see Swifties rushed very, very quickly on the Jhin. Not something he's opted in for this time around, wants the extra damage.
More expensive now, though.
That is very, very true.
Changed. So before, if you had 900 gold, you get pickaxe or Swifties. It's now 1,000.
Yeah.
So maybe that was a difference maker.
Well, Doran is going to find a stun onto Sponge. Peanut with the cease and assist does come on through. Flash out, Arctic Assault with the flash after, and the ulti comes through from Rascal, unable to save the boar and the lady. And Vi is going to be able to pick that one up. Nice work there, Peanut, and he's on the board now as well.
Good play coming out. Rascal not able to do enough in return to turn that one around. Now Zeka looking for safe. Oh my, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was a mimicked distortion. If ever I've seen one. Lots of damage onto Satab. You will survive. Flash in hand, but it's going to be hard to stick around in this lane. But he has done a good job staying like in, touching distance of the CS on. It's been very, very good from him. But I don't know whether this is the worst we've seen from Zeka just yet. If you're a DRX fan, as the arrow is going to connect Zenith Blade as well. And that is double value from the cleanse. And of course, does give you a lot of tenacity, so even if the layering wasn't necessarily there, still a great cleanse angle. Puddock now has that on cooldown though, so next arrow could be more difficult.
Sponge playing a bit aggressive here. He gets found. I mean, Peanut doesn't have ult, but he's just picked up Sundered Sky. And
he just flashes on top of him and makes sure he stuns up the Sejuani. Sponge in so much trouble. Humble Life Esports, this was hectically decisive. Doran's going to pick it up with a shuriken, and they're going to go for 6 grubs on top of it.
Love the confidence from Zeka, second flash of the game that he's used, and both times just like, I am going to land this route, I'm going to kill you. Here you can see Doran gets a ton of damage down, Peanut follows up, and just isn't really enough damage coming out in return. Sponge really just playing the escape game, and a similar thing happens here. Flash for the chain, they know no flash available for the Sejuani, and Peanut has so much damage already with the Sundered Sky.
Yeah, and the confidence to just know that, like, oh, if I flash on top of him here, Peanut's going to be able to get him. He's got his flash. Ballbreaker flash comes in, as we're going to see that exact same play once again with the electrocute procced by the chains. Oh dear, things really starting to get off the rails. 2,000 gold the lead as a result, but 6 grubs on the board as well. As these turrets start to fall down, it really could be dominoes here in this game. But right now on the bottom side, it is DRX that do have a lot of control there. And of course, able to pick up those plates earlier on. The product of the lane swap, really, if anything. We'll see whether DRX can actually get back to this turret.
Teddy may not be here, but it still feels like standard DRX, where the bot lane are doing their best, and the map is on fire.
As it turns out, Pletter is still here. And that guy, I think, despite everything, we still think he's really good. That's all right, Doran actually trading quite nicely here with Rascal. Wants to be able to get that last Mark of the Storm. There's another Mimic Distortion does fly forward. This time the chain not going to connect. And the auto attack from downtown will land onto Satab. Little Corgi is going to make his way back to the lane though. Should be okay, at least for the moment. There's a lot of proactivity.
Scary.
Yeah.
It's so scary trying to deal with the threat from both this Bai and the LeBlanc potentially just looming. And now, Humble Life Esports, they already have 6 grubs. They're now going to get a second dragon. They're ahead in gold, sure, but the fact they have this complete monopoly on the objectives is pretty devastating. And chances are, this is going to be a pretty strong soul.
Yeah. Ocean? No, it's going to be Mountain. That would be fantastic if Sponge could get his hand on quite a few of those, but Leona as well would be unkillable. They can stack this one up. A lot of power in the Mountain just in general, and I actually think that I often talk about tanks when the Mountain is revealed, but it does so much for champions like Vi, as you're gonna have to hold that thought. Slicing Maelstrom does come in here as Rascal in a bit of trouble, was tanking up the turret for a bit, but they swap that over to Sponge. He is going to be able to lock down that kill. Good dive, and Rascal now on the board.
Yeah, good gank. You see pings coming out though. Peanut has been spotted, but maybe looking towards the bot lane onto Paddock, but don't think he'll find anything there. Paddock, sorry, you know Peanut's there.
Yeah.
This is very greedy.
Well, he is going to stand on top of the captive audience.
Oh my god, that is, you know what that is? That's prime walking right there.
Uh-huh. And that's prime flashing right there.
Yeah, I think he sensed the move. Well, he saw the move from Viper and was hard to get out of dodge.
Is going to once again survive.
A very hectic passage of play in
yeah.
a few seconds. You know, DRX, a little bit over aggressive, have to back off, punished for it quite quickly, but no one does go down yet. But you can see this immediate move from HLE that pressured down towards the bot side. Meanwhile, on the top side, Rascal does catch the ult on a Doran. It looks like he was about to get out of it, but it does connect. And then after that point, he is just kind of stuck between a Aurora and a Sejuani and not having a good time with it.
Yeah, it's not quite working. That Monopoly you were talking about is going to continue. As Peanut looking to start off Shelly here. Control Wood in the back of the pit, but I just don't know whether they're going to be able to do anything to answer this. The Summoned Sky, like you were talking about, a little bit better than a Zeke's. Zeka is looking to get out of there, not wanting to tango with Satab Valkyrieing forward. He doesn't have the buttons ready.
The hotels are down, right? And
yeah, Solar Flare is going to have to get flashed.
A lot of flashes being burnt. Well, I mean, I say a lot too from DRX, but kind of just feels like Honor Esports constantly have that pressure. And when you're forcing summoners consistently, especially with the LeBlanc Vi, it's so dangerous. Satab, you might just end up dying here if you walk up a bit too far.
Yeah, you can see Delight moving on in here. Does get information about some vision.
Delight goes the Blood Song, the bloodthirsty support.
Oh, I love that.
He knows he's going to be tanky, right? He's a Leona. He's like, I want to do more damage.
Yeah, let me get the Mountain Soul so that I can be even more tanky and then do a little bit of damage. You'll love to see that. Peanut going to be able to get a little bit of a charge here as now Sponge could be in trouble. Ballbreaker comes in. Stacking up the denting blows quite nicely, but Sponge able to get himself out of there. Holds on to the flash as Viper wanting to try and finish off this turret. Glacial Prison does come down. That auto attack not enough, but the next one is going to connect. The chains go all over the place. So they got what they were looking for here as Rascal misses everything. Oh, does manage to hit the Q onto Zeka as he throws down the ulti. Zeka gets over the wall. His clone not so lucky, but his clone doesn't matter.
Yeah, Rascal's still showing the threat of Aurora. You know, even a champion like LeBlanc, who is so mobile, can still be caught out by it, especially the invisibility.
Yep.
But it's still such a trade down for DRX. They lose mid-tier 1, they're losing top tier 1. Sure, they get the flash of Zeka, but I just don't think it's really enough right now. They're in a pretty big deficit as far as gold 3,000, and with a dragon in a minute and a half and to be a mountain, they need to figure something out quick.
Yeah, look at this. The gold advantages are absolutely everywhere. And a lot of that due to the fact that 2 turrets have been taken down here by Life Esports. One of them being the mid-outer is so important for a composition with a Vi LeBlanc. You want to open up the map as much as you can, and that is precisely what they've been able to do. Deadly Flourish going to be used here by Paddock to try and farm, and that is a perfect representation of what it means to lose out on that map control, because he just can't feel like he can walk up anymore. As Doran clearing out some vision here towards his top side. And the Aurora, like you were talking about, pretty dangerous. Doesn't quite have the ultimate backup just yet, though. Just have to see how Rascal's going to be able to employ this pick as this game goes on.
Has no TP, and Doran does. So, you know, this dragon needs to be contested, but Rascal is going to clear this next wave out, and then presumably has to run immediately down bot. Doran can hang around longer if he wants to. Has a lot of options in the situation, but it's 37 seconds. And because Rascal's still top lane, HLE can do what they want on the bottom side of the map. There's really no limit. If a fight starts, it's 5v4.
They have so much vision already in this area. They're just looking to hold on to it as Zeka finds a Q. Sigil of Malice, not going to quite be enough damage there as we can see. And Delight is just making sure it is as dark as possible. Doran's going to be able to grab the cannon. He'll head home. Might even be able to put a new item together as well. We'll see what he does purchase. Dash cannon already done. There's a needlessly large rod there as well. As Zeka diving forward once again. Chain going to go wide. Needs to start hitting a few more of these as the teleport in comes down from Doran. A flank angle, definitely an option, and he's got so much vision power here as well. DRX all kind of stacked up towards his bottom side. As the Q's not quite connecting, he's still in the fog of war. And Puddock trying to get himself into position, and we just need to see some patience from Doran right now in the banana brush, but he can move on over. There's the curtain call. That might be the time for Doran to come over as Pleta. He gets flashed over the top of the exhaust, still comes in, but Rascal's dead. Somehow Sponge dies to the lightning rat as well, but this was over before it even really started. Homer will also get themselves soul point.
Beautiful flash there from Doran. You can see Pleta waiting for him, waiting to play interruption when the cannon comes in, but the flash is perfect. As a result of the headbutt, Pleta's not in range to immediately exhaust, and the damage is already done. We see in the replay, it's just such a hard fight to take from this position. You even see the arrow blocks so Jin from ulting. Pleta goes in, does run back to exhaust, but the fight is already lost by that point. He then, this big pulverize does keep Paddock safe, but it doesn't matter. Third dragon secured for Honor Life Esports, and now one away from Mountain Soul with a 5,000 gold lead. This game's firmly in their control.
This is just kind of feeling like another day in the office for Hummer Life Esports, I have to say. And the fact that this composition is so incredibly proactive as well means that it's not going to get better for DRX. It's not one of those, oh, we're going to get this thing and then we'll sort of slow down the game because we're lacking engage or something like that. As Satab in a bit of trouble. The Witch Lady is just going to disappear though, and so he maybe feels like he's kind of okay, but now he's lost 50% of his health bar. Zeka going to move on in, doesn't connect the chain, and then disappears once more.
Yeah, he's been doing a good job of dodging the chains, but it's still just such an unfun matchup to play where you're just constantly being harassed, and you know, you try and get an auto back into, oh, she's gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
He just gets to decide which fights he takes. He gets to retry whenever he would like to as well, is what it feels like. And the cooldowns just barely even exist. Does have the Horizon focus now as well. And so 3 items going to be on the way relatively soon. And that is a very scary thought. You can see Doran picks up the Hextech cookie, and he is going to be heading towards Shadow Flame very, very soon. It's a lot of damage for the cannon, bit of extra mobility as well with the dash cannon, and not one of the Zhonya's variety. We don't see many of them. Wanting to try and get as much damage as quickly as possible, and there it is, 2 item spike now done.
Platter and Sponge set up a little trap and might have walked into one themselves.
Oh, the arrow is going to connect onto Satab. The dash forward from Zeka, he'll connect the chains, but it is broken immediately by the Valkyrie. Great pulverize is going to come through as Zeka trying to get out of there. Sponge looking to chase him down, and now Rascal flashes in. He finds the Q, puts Peanut in a circle. And Peanut just able to get himself out of there with a Vault Breaker. The curtains are being called. Peanut trying to get into the right position. Cease and Assist comes down. Somehow he avoids the curtain calls, and Solar Flare is going to come in. Peanut finally goes down, and Doran is going to be denied here as the inner turret is going to fall. Viper still alive though, trying to keep them interested. And Viper's auto's really starting to hurt. But that was a big one for DRX. Oh, Satab going in. Don't know about that one. As Sponge, he's pretty low, as is Puddock. And Humble, they're still looking for this, still trying to find the angle. A teleport is respawning in 1 second's time. Doran goes boom, but have they bought the time for a triple kill for Zeka? That's the question. As they dash in, Viper's looking for more. They didn't need the LeBlanc. Viper just cleans them up.
Triple kill for Viper. Pretty quiet game from him up until this point. And you can sense the looming doom for DRX. They end up committing to the fight there. Unfortunately, Sponge is the one who gets a shutdown onto the cannon. But you can see at first, HLE feel like they're the ones with the advantage. They get this arrow, but the chain's quite late. Zeka wasn't in position. And then this follow-up on a Zeka punished him so heavily with a CC. And this TP that comes in from Rascal, a really good angle actually, takes out LeBlanc immediately. Peanut times his Q so well, waits out the ultimate so he can get away. And Rascal does chase down. You can see the Sunder Sky actually comes in pretty big here to keep him alive longer, but unfortunately not enough to take out Rascal, although Rascal goes down basically immediately afterwards. But yeah, good interruption from Sponge down the ultimate, but you can see, you know, DRX aren't really happy with this being a 2-for-2. They want more out of it, and they just end up overstaying for such a long time that eventually the threat of that LeBlanc TP forces them to make some rough decisions.
Yeah, and they do manage to at least take down Doran and Delight. I think the 3 kills onto Viper, he had in this situation a Phantom Dancer and a Kraken Slayer. I think that item number 3 is going to be very, very close to this stage. You can see just firing out these autos, avoiding the deadly flourishes, prioritizing the right targets. He's able to clean that one up. And BF Sword in his back pocket, going back home once again. And I have a sneaking suspicion we might be heading towards a Bloodthirster for item number 3.
And, you know, I feel like we've seen a lot of Ashes recently. Like, it's good in lane, obviously, but then struggle when it gets to the team fights. And Viper just really setting himself up so well, felt really untouched for so much of that fight, and just able to get the damage down at the end. And now it's 25 seconds till that next dragon. A lot of summoners expended on the side of DRX. You know, their entire top side without flashes. It's Peanut and Delight without theirs, but they need to win this fight and secure the dragon, or else this game might be a bit doomed.
And Zeka, for the first time this game, I believe has Flash available for a fight. I feel like he's just used it on cooldown aggressively here, as once again tries to find the Banana Brush with a chain. DRX in good position. Oh god, that flank ward. Doran has the ability to get behind the enemy team on Cannon. That's sort of where we're standing right now. There's the teleport in, pretty obvious one. And he has turned up, he's on vision, but now the curtain call! Oh, that was the wrong timing as Satab's just gonna blow up like a balloon. Doran's in trouble now as the knockups are decent, as Zeka still just toying with them. Sponge on the wrong side of the fight, and Viper will not let him get away. As DRX with only 3 members left alive and no way of getting towards his Dragon Pit.
Yep, no smite there, so it will be Mountain Soul for HLE. And of all the souls in the game, when you're behind, when you're lacking damage, if the enemy team gets a Mountain Soul, this early it feels so suffocating. You'd always see them struggling to finish off targets, and now it just becomes almost impossible.
Oh man, I want to see Viper build a Terminus after this. I feel like he'll just be an actual tank. As this Ash
going Bloodthirster.
Yeah, Bloodthirster's next. Then Terminus item 4. Surely we're going to get to 4 items in this game.
I want to see how Doran died, by the way. I didn't catch it the first time round. I was looking at the top of the fight.
He flashed.
Was it a W from...
Oh,
it was a grenade.
He got hit by a grenade that went to Narnia and then came back.
Yeah, I mean... I was like, how did I miss? Oh yeah, that's how I missed that, because I think everyone would have.
It wasn't on screen, I don't think. As there is the Hex Flash Heba Pole from Pleta. Yep, that was about that. Delight is, you know, he has his Blood Song like you were talking about, but his Warmogs is now completed alongside his expensive shoes. And he's now got this little extra shield on top of everything. Look at his health bar. I mean,
oh man,
he just looks like an actual tank.
Yeah, it's just going to make things so much harder, and especially when, you know, you have Jin and Corki. As far as 80 carries go, they are very bursty 80 carries. You have a Aurora, who's also a bursty champion.
Doran is going to press his R button. Arrow connects onto Rascal, and the rest of Hanwha are moving up. Zeka just says goodnight to Rascal, and the cease and desist letter is sent towards Satab. He's trying to Valkyrie his way out. Pleta, he has an unbreakable will, but he doesn't have an unbreakable nexus, I don't think. Not in this game, as Sponge is going to get corralled towards his. Padak also gets towards the inner turret, but he's not helping. Not any way whatsoever. And I think this could be a Baron or whatever else Hanwha Life Esports decides they want to take.
Yeah, it's really up to them at this point. Padak is going to try and clear the wave. I hope for his sake he doesn't get one shot, but, you know.
Well, Zeka is going to miss another chain. Deadly Flourish does go wide, and he tanks turret shot and isn't too happy about that one. Still, Hanwha Life Esports, they're going to get to work on this Baron. It's not going to last very long, as Kraken Slayer, Bloodthirster, and Phantom Dancer all completed here for Viper. He is very, very fed. And we're going to check out how this one all started once again.
Yeah, and Rascal, I think, missed the Q here. And that is a difference maker, meaning they don't burst through Doran. Unfortunately, the arrow then connects, he goes down. And, you know, when you're behind already and there's a Mountain Soul, if you miss anything, it can really be the difference between you get the kill or not. You can see the Jin'll actually breaks Viper's shield. So it's
I didn't really, because then the Bloodthirster shield came in.
Yeah.
And then he had full shield again. Sorry.
Well, you know, it lowered the shield temporarily. I guess
it did do that. He did remove some shielding.
Yeah.
It's like in Halo, you know, like where your shield gets like partially broken.
Yeah, and then it recharges pretty quick.
Yeah, and then it recharges pretty quickly.
Yeah, and then
you're not too worried about it.
Kind of fine.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like that.
Doesn't feel good for DRX.
Yeah.
In this
also
game.
feels like at this point Viper might just kill people in 4 shots. So
a better Jin.
Yeah, at this point.
Oh goodness, it's not great. Jin from behind feels pretty terrible, to be perfectly honest. Not quite as bad as the lethality variety, but now Sponge looking for an option. And the cannon lasted a lot longer than I expected there, but still it's a really nice pick-off. from DRX. They're now trying to push further forward. The Solar Flare comes down. Rascal's in trouble. Cease and Desist comes in, and Viper just happily shooting everyone. Somehow he lives. That is Mountain Soul difference, baby. Even after the flash forward, he walks his way towards the enemy base.
He's just
captive audience,
man. Oh, the chip jump.
He's still got the shield back. It's fine. Okay, he's good. He's good. It was almost really exciting and interesting, and then it was not.
He is just the tankiest Ashe we have seen.
Yeah, 6-0-13. 19 out of 22 kills he's been a part of.
He could have died there, and they would have still won the game.
Oh, yeah.
But he didn't.
He is not going to let that go on to his record. That is a perfect game for Viper. Here's Ashe looking phenomenal. The cleanup towards the bottom lane really was the catalyst that allowed him to be, you know, main character in a lot of ways as we headed further forward. But I think Peanut's control of the map early on, demonstrating that he is another player that you can't let have by.
Yeah, I think Peanut really ran the game in earlier on. I think Delight, you know, also did a decent job. And then in the mid game, the fight, Storm was having quite a big impact. And then Viper said no. You know, before the series, Orc said, you know, I've been a bit quiet recently. I want to make him look stupid. Wasn't that hard, apparently. So, good job to Viper.
Yeah, sorry about that, Orcs, but, you know, it did make for a very nice comeback story as far as Viper and his performances here for Humble Life Esports. We were so used to talking about him as the hyper carry for this team. And we're going to have a look at the post-game breakdown. He did the most damage in the game and double that of his Jhin opposition.
I just think when Viper's at his best, it's, you know, it's not just that he's playing AD carry well, it's just he looks untouchable. It looks like skill shots, it's almost comical how far away they are from him because he sees them coming.
The difference between regular Viper and flow state Viper is very, very different. And
that was flow state Viper.
That was definitely flow state Viper. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is going to be the space to break it down, and then game number 2. See you there.
나 여기서 와드 오로라가 빅세가 잘 보는다. 무빙이 좀 잘하면 받을 수 있어? 약간 안 좋아. 애쉬 빠지면서 더 들어오면 봐줄게. 미드 봐줘. 아니야, 여기 쌈 봐줘야 될 것 같아. 볼게. 오로라 껴볼게. 오로라 잡았어. 해줄 쭉 빠졌고. 펜타킬. 네. 미드 가면 끝나. 죽을 거야.
Welcome back to the space as Hanwha Life Esports take care of game number 1 here against DRX. It was, again, a battle, maybe a little bit longer than what we thought, but Hanwha Life Esports in control, playing like a playoff team that we expect. We haven't had a lot of teams do that too much here in the last week, so it's nice to see that done here. Degon alongside Chronicler and the Valve Analyst.
Yeah, where a lot of other teams were, you know, trying to do their taxes, and then they, which is like just a basic thing, and then they got just slammed into a wall by Noodle Boys or by KT
or by the Bros
in a roller coaster or by the Bros. Hanwha Life just had Viper, who apparently is a great accountant, just fill out the taxes, and then that was game 1.
We're done. That would not surprise me at all. Let's talk about the draft. The Vi coming out here first, getting banned a lot nowadays, but it does go through. In Hanwha Life Esports, they identify, hey, that's a great pick. We're going to pick that up. And then we see Aurora and Corgi coming out here for DRX, which I think is fine, but you leave the Ashe available, which really just bolsters what eventually turns into a really strong dive comp from Hanwha Life Esports.
One of the big things for me is that Vi also enables so many playstyles, more so than a lot of the other meta picks. I can't even disagree with the bans on DRX's side. That's what makes this hard. This isn't a, man, you left this open. It's just to really showcase the power of this champion, which is also getting buffed in future patches. Peanut specifically uses it well, and it enables picks like the Ahri and the LeBlanc, which otherwise aren't quite as strong.
Yeah, I know. We've been clamoring for the LeBlanc. We know it pairs very well with Vi, and there we get to see it in this game. As we take a look at the first couple of highlights here, Sponge getting the action.
Yeah, this is kind of tragic because if Sponge actually gets his Aftershock, I think this is playable. But he doesn't use it on Doran and then use it on Peanut, while Peanut is unstoppable, so you don't CC, so you don't actually get value of the rune. And this is just a showcase of when a composition like this gets ahead, you just lose every single bit of control because the ability to make plays extends so far into the enemy jungle that, like, LeBlanc can double dash and chain you, right? Like, Vi can come in from half a screen away with a Q and then flash and then ult. So the moment you start falling behind against Hanwha, they just kind of take over.
Yeah, especially when it's Zeka and Peanut. I mean, Peanut is known for just eating, you know, junglers alive, especially when he gets ahead, and he was able to do that alongside a Zeka who has priority from mid and is able to make those plays. It just feels very Hanwha Life Esports for them.
Yeah, generally if you're not able to get in Peanut's face and hands check him early, he'll outmine you, and he did that this time. And then highlight number 2, Doran with the big flank, and we're getting to see the Kennen value today that we didn't get to see yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Kennen has just been not doing very well so far the last couple of days in the LCK, but Doran, he waits. They know he's there, but then eventually, DRX, they just feel forced to getting into, unfortunately, a really rough position against what is a Kennen. They try to move forward with this play, you know, open up, get the Jhin ultimate, be proactive. I like the idea, but eventually Doran finds the angle anyway.
What's the coolest thing is that, like, DRX knew. Plato was there waiting specifically with the goal of denying that Kennen flank, and he still single-handedly won the team fight, right? Like, I think that's just really cool. And the buffed up Rocket Belt, I think, is a large part of it, but I think Doran just very aware of what has been happening to a lot of the cannons, which is exhaust and knocked away, and just outplays it.
Yeah, Bodyguard Pleta wasn't so great on that one. Maybe either going a little bit further into Banana Bush and outside of the bush, or probably like being with the team to boop him afterwards.
It's kind of hard because ideally, obviously, you tried to knock him up when he comes into you. But
yeah.
I imagine Doran then would have just flashed over the wall and then Rocket Belted in anyway, so it was unfortunate that they couldn't stop him there.
All right, well, let's take a look at the POG here for game number 1 from Hanwha Life Esports. Yep, the boom boom damage at the end gets Viper over the line.
Yeah, I mean, we expected this. Me and Chronicler, spoiler, we did not go for Viper. His team fighting was too pretty, right? Like, especially this fight where it got into a really rough spot. Like, this shouldn't have happened at all. And I feel like, you know, Doran himself probably set themselves in a very nice spot. Viper just, you know, presses a couple buttons, cleans up. He had a fantastic game. I don't want to take anything away from him, but he wasn't our pick this time.
Yeah, I think Viper just, as Ox was saying, hasn't looked that hot recently. So, especially on a pick like Ashe, I think you can look really cool while doing it. As I think the Peanut votes also make a ton of sense. I'm just, I think this is a pretty good spread.
I'm just surprised VN Cast didn't vote for Viper.
Yeah.
What's going on there? I mean, Right Media kind of makes sense.
We need to know the story.
Yeah, VNcast, weigh in. We know that you love your bot button there, and it didn't quite work out. Peanut getting that one. DRX going to blue side. What do you want to see differently from this squad in the next game here, Cronny?
I just don't know if there is a draft that does it, unfortunately, because I don't even feel like the draft that they had was bad into what Hanwha had. Like, obviously, the denying Divide would have been good because it gives so much more agency to Hanwha, but I feel like for DRX, they've gotten to the point that a lot of our weaker teams do where your laning phase is so weak that you just don't really get to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, it really just was kind of Hanwha Life Esports beating them over the head, as they usually do to lower-level teams. I think that, things got a little bit spicy. Hanwha Life let go a little bit, but at the end of the day, they were just too good. The draft, they're going to have to pull out something really spicy.
Well, very much in control are Hanwha Life Esports. They will try to close out the day. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out with game number 2 with Atlas and Ox.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yeah, I would hazard a guess that they should be able to do it, but we'll just have to see because they still have to do it. You know?
Yep, that is technically correct.
There we go. I like being technically correct.
It's the best kind of correct.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me and Bright Media are just in sync. I think that's what we realized at this point. You know, I'm trying to align myself to the unleashed thinking of Bright Media.
And honestly, that is the way. I think that if you are on the same page as Right Media, you're probably correct, as we are getting ready to get into game number 2. And they asked what DRX can do to try and get themselves back into this series.
Destroy HLE's Nexus.
It's that simple. I didn't know, but apparently that's all they need to do.
That's all they need to do. I guarantee if they did more of that in this game, it'd go a lot better than the last game.
I think you might be right. All right, well, we'll see whether they can employ that tactic. There are a few turrets to get through on your way there, at least 5.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe killing those would be good. There are a few champions that are good at that, namely Tristana,
It's all a process, right? You gotta work towards that.
That is very true. But certainly some adjustments that could be made. I think not dying level 1 to Zeka's LeBlanc could be a great way to start. DRX going to move over to the blue side, and even prior to getting into this draft, I think that's probably a good move as well.
Yeah, it's a good step up. You know, we've definitely seen some teams lose on red side and then go, you know what? Let's do it again. I got one more in me. DRX like, no, we'll go to blue side. Takes a lot of weight off in terms of the bans and hopefully gives them the choice of nice things they can pick.
Yeah, the Vi actually going to be banned here on blue. Might mean that they're going for an Aurora first pick this time around, as the Sejuani taken away as well. It was Renekton, Poppy, Yone that Hanwha Life Esports banned on the blue side. Very interesting that Yone gets banned by Hanwha Life Esports, as you know, Zeka is a player of Yone of significant note.
But Satab did have that banger match.
He did.
So give him some respect to it. Ezreal will get banned again here. Rumble open, Aurora banned, Rumble left open. DRX, I assume, are just going to take Rumble here.
Yeah, and I assume Doran is just going to pick Kennen again, because he had a great game. So maybe that's why they're happy to leave the Rumble open, because they can just get their hands on that and feel kind of okay with it. I do like the Rumble first pick as well, given the fact that the other thing that's left up is Ivern, that Peanut has been pretty good at. And instead of Rumble, it's Corki.
Interesting. I don't know if you know this, but actually they had Corki last game. Didn't really achieve too much. Obviously a strong pick though. And
it was the Vi that was the problem though.
Yeah, Vi was obviously a problem, which is now gone. And HLE, they're looking to pick up Ashe Rumble, I presume.
That could be
rotation.
They could even just play that bottom lane.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, they could. Yeah.
Okay, well, this part of the draft didn't take a genius to figure out. This next part, if DRX are going to make it look good, this is going to have to take a genius, I think.
Yeah, you know, I'm racking my brain. I'm like, what is left open that is justifiable that you kind of gave up Ashe Rumble?
What is what can Rumble not lane into? Mundo?
I think we're still trying to solve that one. It seems like Rumble's been pretty fine into basically every matchup we've had in the LCK so far. If there's any Rumble antis at home who know the hidden tech on how to beat him, then I'd love to know it. Jin, Leona are going to come in, so Leona are a pretty good pick for Platter. They were prioritizing that a lot earlier in the season when they were on the hot streak. Jin into Ashe, the same matchup as last time. But again, none of the picks, like, okay, Corki and Leona are slightly higher prio, but I feel like Delight has a lot of champions that can pick into that, and also it's not like a game changer. These aren't the like super high prio, oh no, we left it through draft picks, and you're against Ashe Rumble, which really concerns me. Lucian going to be picked up by Zeka to play into that Corki as well. It's looking rough. It's looking rough. And now Honor Life Esports, they get first choice of jungler after this rotation if they want it. I think DRX just banned Alistair Braum. I think are both good into Leona, and Delight's good in them. Although to be fair, knowing Delight, he might just not pick Braum because I want to engage. That might be the mindset he has, and he does like to engage. So
yeah, he might just play Alistair.
Well, I think Alistair you definitely ban, but maybe you're like, oh, we ban Alistair Rel, you know. But they are going to ban the Braum, which I think makes sense, even though Delight has definitely lent more on engaging than roaming, and he isn't one of these engage roam people either.
No, he's not going to head towards that direction. The Nidalee going to be taken away here.
So now,
oh god, oh wait, the Nidalee is good into Shyvana.
Oh, don't say it, don't say it.
If there's ever an angle, it's right now.
Oh well, they banned Poppy, so Alistair's available for Delight, which I think he's pretty fine with.
I think they should probably just lock that one away now, right?
Yeah. Pretty good into the Leona. We'll see. We'll see if they commit to that. Shyvana's also available, you know, if anyone's keeping track.
Yeah, the Ivern also up and available, and they have the Rumble.
A bit better, you know. They did ban Brand, which you've seen good into Ivern a lot.
Last second switch over to Shyvana would have been so hype.
Look at the composition for DRX. There's a lot of AD.
Yep.
So they need some AP. They have a player on the roster who is actually the only player to win in Shyvana in the LCK.
Oh.
So
wait a second. Do you know what we also saw? We saw Ivern be a big problem for Shyvana. But that is neither here nor there. As LeBlanc going to be picked up, as well as Corki. And there's Lee Sin. Where are the champions going?
I think the Shyvana would have been less confusing.
Is it top lane AD LeBlanc for Rascal?
Is it top lane Jin? Full walk. This is the counter we've been looking for. The full walk strategy, just never being range of his flame spitter. Delight's going to pick Alistair to the surprise of absolutely no one. Maybe I guess it's Corki top.
Yeah, or I think it's LeBlanc top, personally.
Are they going to swap last second?
That's what I'm kind of feeling, but it could be an equalizer off.
Yeah, maybe they want to avoid the Corki Lucian matchups. So that's why they're swapping this way.
Yeah.
Let's see. Time is ticking.
Yeah, I think they're locked in. So it is going to be a top lane Corki. I thought for a second we were going to somehow get Rascal's top lane Lee Sin, which was kind of legendary. But then I don't think anything knows how to jungle other than Lee Sin in this composition, so that's not going to work.
What's cool though?
What's
that?
What
What does Rumble like to do when he trades?
Light people on fire.
He just presses Q and stares at you. And what does Corki like to do when he trades?
But he like autos at the same time.
And just, they're going to do other stuff, but it's kind of going to be the same little cone.
Yeah, the battle of the cones.
Yeah, it'll just be a little battle. What's that game that Mao, the game we play in the break that Mao always has? It's like air against land, the one with the little...
I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, I know what it's called. No one who's watching will
the Marvel
this.
Snap rip-off board game thing.
Mao knows what we're talking about. It's air against land. Maybe he'll bring it up. He'll
Isn't it just really complicated rock, paper, scissors, kind of?
Isn't every game just really... Isn't League of Legends just really complicated rock, paper, scissors?
That's actually very true. It all comes down to rock, paper, scissors. Who is going to pick rock and who's going to pick paper or scissors? Let's find out. All right, here we are. Still not sure entirely what has been chosen as far as the rock or the paper or the scissors, and maybe we'll never know because we're playing League of Legends.
I think whatever DRX have picked, Honor Life Esports have picked something that wins against that. So if DRX is rock, then HLE is paper.
Oh,
if
got it.
DRX is scissors, and HLE is rock.
Got it.
That's my opinion of the draft. You know, we were thinking about what could be picked into Rumble. No one thought to pick Corky Top, and
maybe we should have.
This game, look, I'll be honest, okay?
No, don't do that. It won't be as exciting if you're honest.
So I'll be honest, even if, like, it might not even be about Corky Top. Like, Corky Top could actually be the legit counter. I'm just not sure Rascal is the one who's going to display it, you know? Maybe we'll get to finals and it'll be Zeus against Keen like it always is, and then we'll see Corky versus Rumble and we'll get a real indicator. But Rascal's been having a rough one recently, so I'm not sure how he's going to fare in this matchup.
Excited to see how he does go, though. Zeka here with Press the Attack in the mid lane. We have seen some of these Lucians play a little bit more defensively with things like Fleet Footwork. Zeka is just wanting to try and do as much damage as possible.
Rascal's first top Corky game.
Wow, that is so surprising.
Yeah, I am shocked right now.
That's crazy talk. Doran is 6-1 on Rumble. Like most Rumble players, not really losing all that much as level 2 here.
Man, Delight's 10-1. He had that loss on Alistair. Devastating.
Yeah, that is a little bit worrying here. But of course, Humble Life Esports have won a lot of their games, but they have lost 3 series. So there are at least a few in the L's column. Not quite like Gen G is. Satab is just taking damage here in this mid lane. Peanut, going to come on over, is relatively low after befriending a whole bunch of the jungle.
Yeah, so instead of Corky getting beaten up here, we have LeBlanc getting beaten up here.
Yeah.
Hey, Rascal's up in farm, you know?
There we go.
Maybe it's working.
Well, so is Peanut, who is now in the enemy jungle, making friends with that. There is a Lee Sin that is coming on over to see what Zeka's doing, but Zeka can move on towards his teammate. There's the dash in, and he just gets first blood. Sponge might be able to kill Zeka here, and he will, but that's first blood and an assist going over to
moments where maybe Satab could have just not shown up.
Yeah.
But it's a 1-for-1. You know, at least Satab gets a chance to recall and TP back in. And now,
look at this pathing from Peanut, by the way. He makes friends with the whole jungle, and then he can just head towards his bottom side, grab everything, but also steals away the enemy blue buff. As we're going to see, this is the first time we've seen Corky Top since Zenix Storm's May lost to Lilac 4,476 days ago in 2012.
Just last week, honestly, it feels like.
Yeah, true. Do you know, this is one of the only stats that's come up that's, like, actually about a time before I was a commentator. Like, that's...
Yeah, and Satab actually getting a trade now.
Loses out on that one to Zeka, but Zeka does have that whole thing where he auto-attacks and they do damage.
Yeah.
And that helps in the prolonged trades.
It's solid.
Especially with Press the Attacks.
But now Satab has his cooldowns back and Sponge is coming.
Yeah, connects the chains here as well. Flash now has to be used by Zeka. Surprising that he holds onto it in the last fight as Trigger Seed comes on up. Provides Zeka with a cute little set of bushes here as Doran and Rascal. Okay, let's see whether Press Q versus Press E is working out. Rascal did a barrel roll. That is very important. If you've ever played Lilac Wars or Star Fox, you would know that doing a barrel roll is the way that you win, as that light... oh my goodness, he almost just straight up dies before Sponge even comes in.
Yeah, he was pretty low, and then he's like, you know what? I have to help. He does get the damage down, so maybe the difference was needed.
Maybe.
Maybe, hard to say.
Perhaps it wasn't, though. I'm abandoning you, bye-bye. That's what Peanut said.
Oh, wait, look at this. Perhaps Corky was not.
9 CS ahead. I will hear none of your doubting words, okay? He was just looking for a cheetah recall. He could go back. He could perfectly buy the components for Merc Treads as well as a tier.
Oh, this is cheeky. He's popped the Pingu emote as well.
Oh, that is some classic Peanut. Does like to proc the Pingu emote when given the opportunity.
Okay, he doesn't do it again. I was about to say, if he did, that would really be...
Delight?
No, you could see.
Yeah.
There was a moment where Delight was like, I can ignite him. I can do it. And he didn't do it, you know. And honestly...
He thought that actually just walking towards him
would be enough to stop
I
think he should have ignited him. I'm going to be honest. So, like, I've kind of lost a little bit of effect after that one. That is the
He remembered that it
disrespecting
wasn't
Knight.
2012, and he's like, oh, I don't have the mastery that gives me the extra AD and AP, so I guess I won't do it. I think that's what he was thinking.
Well, maybe he thought it was 2012 because we have Corki top lane.
I mean, that is
which
very
was
true.
played in 2012.
In a loss, unfortunately.
Yeah.
A little bit of a shame there. Zenix,
Well, hopefully Rascal can win this one. I think odds are...
getting some very late revenge for 12 years ago, as Zeka is trying to fight this one out. Root Caller not going to connect. Sonic Wave does, but Zeka versus 3, not feeling like he's too worried about it, and Sponge going to abandon the area, looking for some grubs to start this one off. Peanut not feeling like he's going to be able to attack them, but he's still walking into the river. Pletter here, you can see Delight rotating up. Rascal comes down as well, Root Caller comes in. There is no arrow available from Viper. Delight not really the target that they want to go for, as the Eclipse is now down. And it looks like after no grubs have actually been taken yet, and Humble Life Esports do take hold of the area, and an equalizer is up and available. First grub goes over to Peanut. Now the equalizer is going to stop the retreat from DRX, as Viper does need to use the cleanse, but Pletter is just dead, and they're utilizing these brushes so beautifully. The Flame Spitter, oh god, the culling, and Rascal has to flash away. Still, Satap goes in, gets a lot of damage, but he doesn't quite have enough. Deadly Flourish comes down, Q connects from Sponge, and he isn't going to be able to stay there to lock that one down. Only one grub goes to Humble Life Esports, and a couple picked up here by DRX.
Oh man, if Hardock had ult there, that's like prime Jinnle opportunity. Unfortunately, still level 5, doesn't get a chance to clean up that one, but so many low health bars on Humble Life Esports.
Okay, Rascal. He's going to get flashed on here by Delight. And Rascal now moving the wrong direction and will just be destroyed. There he goes.
Well,
Doran picks up that kill.
That's kind of cheating because it wasn't a 1v1, so
yeah.
I don't judge Corki top on that.
That's not how top lane is supposed to work. It's kind of like when Doran played Nasus. I think we're still sure that Nasus is a perfect pick, even though Morgan didn't win.
Yeah, and Satap actually does so much in this fight. Zones Viper completely, we weren't going to see more.
In the meantime, you've got Satap connecting a Sigil of Malice here. He's now taking the tree for a walk, and I don't think the Trigger Seed's going to be enough there. That is a kill going over to Satap and DRX. This is going better than game 1.
Yeah, the mid-jungle popping off a fair bit. This Lee Sin LeBlanc, a old school combo that we've seen many times before. And just the ability to really target people with and run them down. If that chain connects, you are pretty dead.
Yeah, Doran is actually going to be able to stop Sponge from being able to take this red buff. Gives him a good old thumbs up as well. And Peanut, he's going to be able to move into a jungle that is, yeah, not actually going to be removed from him. Certainly good, because that was an opportunity for Sponge to get a bit of an advantage there. Unable to capitalize. And we're going to have a look at this one more time. This is Peanut stealing a blue buff and then getting straight up punished for it as Daisy tries to fight Sponge. Kick Flash comes in, and Daisy's not going to be able to do enough.
Yeah, I think Platter was also there coming up the river, so even more follow-up if needed. But it wasn't. Sponge gets good, Kick Flash, and Peanut will go down.
What do you feel about Ivan working like, you know, Annie and Tibbers, where Daisy will stay alive after Ivern dies and like gets mad and runs around? Because I'm a bit sad that Daisy dies when Ivern dies.
Yeah, you know, it's a little disappointing. Would it be too strong though? You know, Ivan's already pretty good.
But like, she could be an independent cupcake, you know?
Yeah.
Making things happen.
Maybe
Rascal doesn't have the barrel.
Maybe get like Yorick, where you can just set it free and just send Daisy in the side lane.
That would be really cool, like the Maiden. That's cool.
Yeah, and just like, you know what? Go, be free, Daisy. Do your own thing. Be independent.
What would Daisy do if given full autonomy?
I'm gonna be honest, based on the jungle camps, Daisy would just stand there and wait for a jungler to come along and kill her, because that's what we see the Krugs doing. Just kind of, like, you know, they don't even do anything. They're just chilling.
Well, I mean, they are doing things. We just don't really know what they're doing when they're just having conversations with each other, not moving. As Daisy is now going to get involved in this team fight. Arrow going to connect. Pulverize is onto the Jhin as Puddock. He does have the barrier, but I don't know whether that's going to be enough to save him here as Viper has everything stacked up. Sponge trying to get in there, and the Deadly Flourish comes down, but it's avoided by Viper. Trigger Seed comes in. The kick is good, but not good enough. And Humble Life Esports going to win the fight.
Yeah, really solid engage there. The arrow from Viper is good. Oh.
Okay, the Dragon going to get mad.
Hit.
Honey fruit, honey fruit, honey fruit, honey fruit, honey fruit.
Yeah, and you're okay.
Yeah.
A lot of power there from Delight coming in with a big engage at the start. And it just felt like DRX weren't really ready for the fight. Oh, that's a hit.
Missed.
Yeah.
That's my play-by-play from now on. It's just going to be hit and miss. Maybe it should actually be rock, paper, scissors. Continue the theme.
Yeah, that was, you know, I think that was a good one.
Yep. Sponge coming forward, looking for rock. Do they have a paper?
It is a Mountain Drake, which is...
That is rock.
Rocky.
Yep. And that's a nice leash there from Harm Life, as first Drake looking to be claimed here by Sponge very comfortably. Harm Life Esports just not willing to risk it. They do have a 1,000 gold lead. This is going to be mitigated, I think, by a few of these stats coming in from this Dragon. Next one going to be an Infernal. That confirms that the last Drake will be a Cloud, and Atlas will be very, very happy about it.
Just hoping. Yeah, so we'll see the replay. The arrow from Viper is pretty good, connection to Paddock, and then Delight comes in with this combo to follow up. You can see DRX immediately trying to just disengage from the situation, and then Sponge tries to come in and save Viper, but he burns all of his energy. And then gets CC'd, locked down, does get the kick through, and can't follow up, sadly.
Not enough, and Paddock not going to be there with too much more there as well, as 4 grubs go over to Harm Life Esports as we come out of the replay. Daisy! Oh no! It's going to be the unbreakable will of Delight though, and the equalizer goes down more like giving a carpet for Delight. And yes, unfortunately, Daisy is going to go down. That is what you get for leaving the Krug pit, or the camp.
Yeah.
You know, it's
1 for 0 then in that fight. You know, we count Daisy.
As Peanut, not going to be able to make friends of these, but Delight is going to come in. The root collar working out really nicely. The kick, not going to get Delight over the wall, but Sponge is going to be able to get out as Satap's in trouble. Arrow sails through. The deadly flourish, the curtains have been called, and Peanut, he is not going to make a visit towards Sponge there, and that will be the fight disengaged. All right, Rascal's in the bottom lane as well, able to put some more damage onto this turret.
This game's been very chaotic. And
strange. I don't know who's winning.
Yeah, Rascal's kind of just farming the side lane and just pretending Rumble doesn't exist, which is kind of working.
Yeah, kind of fair.
You know, pretty well, actually.
Especially when that last equalizer did about 0.
Yeah, it tends to do more damage.
Zoning.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely can help. You know, Doran is a player who's obviously had some fantastic peaks, but he's definitely had his moments.
That is a great way to put it.
Feels like some of his equalizers this game haven't been super hot.
Well, no, they've been really hot. They just haven't been hot that anyone's witnessed.
Yeah, if it doesn't burn anything.
Oh, is it really hot? That's actually really very true. If an equalizer falls in the river, does it ever make a burn? As Viper puts down a ward, Zek puts down a ward, and DRX are going to immediately clear it. And this top lane out of turret should be falling down.
Oh, Daisy's
or at least taking some damage. Yeah, Daisy's going to make her way in, gets the information, and isn't too psyched about that information, as she's going to dash in towards Pleta. Satap looking for an angle, and they might be able to take another plate here towards the top side, but I think Daisy and the gang are going to be able to get this one done.
Hate Daisy.
Yeah, I know, it's so rude. Daisy's just a glorious cupcake, having a really good time on the Rift, okay?
Yeah, I think it's pretty abusive what Sponge is doing. I think they should just let Daisy live in peace.
Exactly. Let her do that thing where she knocks up everyone in a team fight and be really, really annoying. They should let that happen, I think, over and over again.
We do have Doran now picked up the Leandries, and he's making a beeline towards his Herald, so seems like Harm Life Esports want to do some wrestling around this objective.
Yep, minute and a half until the Dragon, so you may as well spend some time here towards the top side. Teleport coming in as Zeka in the top lane just dealing with that wave as best he can. Viper having to deal with Satap. Chain's not going to land, as the Harpoons do, or at least one of them, onto Pleta. And Sponge will frustrate Shelly one more time. Rascal gets towards that top lane minion wave. That's a lot of red dots for him to deal with as Viper gets to move in. Satap says that he doesn't like that. Still, they're able to clear out the vision. And Viper's positioning is really important. Thankfully, Viper's Viper, and so his positioning is normally pretty good.
Yeah, pretty solid in that one. We saw him in the game before on Ashe, really just felt untouchable. But it looks like DRX, you know, they've brought members here, and as a result, HLE aren't really keen on starting up the Herald now. Dragon up in a minute.
Yep.
Only the second of the game, pretty late for just to be the second Dragon.
I believe Zeka just saw the faker version of a distortion still left on the ground there, so knows that Satap in the area. He just cleared out a wave as well, so that's probably more important for giving information over.
yeah, it does give a lot of information.
Yeah, it does. Like appearing on the map could be it. Still, Hummer with 1,000 gold in the lead as we tick towards 16 minutes. Really doesn't mean a whole lot. And now we have to look at these compositions and talk about what the late game looks like. And please don't ask me, because I don't know what DRX's composition really does.
Yeah, you know, you have this mid jungle that's obviously looking to get picks, which, you know, works well against, because Ivan, if you can pick someone, if you can blow them up before the fight. But I think getting headway into a fight as a Lee Sin against Ivan, Alistar is incredibly hard. Seitab is going to struggle to cut through the shielding. The Corki feels like a weird addition. I guess. I feel like in a 5v5 I have a lot more faith in Hollow Life Esports, but it really comes down to execution, of course, so we'll see what they can do. That's an Alistar.
That is an Alistar. There is a Zeka here as well, as Headbutt is going to pull Delight over. That is Peanut's friend. Please do not hurt that blue buff. As Doran is over here, and he wants to get a little bit of help from Shelly to take down this outer turret. And it looks like Hollow Life Esports just don't really care about this dragon that will be taken here by Sponge. Next one going to be a Chemtech Soul. Oh, sorry, that's on me, because I told you not to worry about it. It's going to be a Cloud Drake, and then let your guard down.
And that's so rough for DRX.
Yeah.
They have 2 dragons in the bag, and then it's Chemtech. So
it's a bit of a tragedy.
Very unfortunate when you invest into early dragons and you're rewarded with nothing.
But they do have a very squishy composition, so it'll be very easy for them to be below half health.
Yeah, I think the problem is they'll very quickly go from 51% to 0.
Oh.
Nothing in between.
So if you can get to 50% health really quickly, then you can get to 0 then immediately very quickly?
The problem is if you're at 51% and you go straight to 0 without... You can just, then the buff doesn't exist.
Doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Well
yeah. Trinity Force is done here for Rascal. He is getting towards a stacked tier at the same time. That Mirror Mana will be coming in. We have Moonstone Redemption done for Peanut. He is at peak frustration levels.
It's such a broken combo, especially against like a LeBlanc, who obviously wants to harass people down and get them low. The amount of healing between these 2 items, I think it's such a strong combination. The fact that obviously the healing, like, kind of the Moonstone effect reflects it around the team, so...
Yeah.
I think Hollow Life Esports are in prime position to sort of take over this game. I really struggle to see what DRX can do other than fish for picks.
And that's what their composition does. In a nutshell, that's basically all it does. As Delight is going to look for Seitab, and Seitab is going to press W, and he will be A-OK. But still not going to be able to get towards his turret to try and defend. Doran is going to take some Mega Cones over as Daisy gets amongst it. Seitab going to once again distort, get himself out of the way. And Doran is on save the mid lane duty. And his Flame Spitter will be able to help him out there. Puddock just going to do some damage, but it's not going to quite be enough. Good Deadly Flourish is going to connect, but not really consequential. So outer turret will be falling down here, thanks to, in part, the 4 grubs that Hollow Life Esports put together. And Rascal is going to do his best to try and answer on the top side of the map. So 2 turrets to 1 will be the trade towards the end. Zeka is once again moving in. There's the dash out. Culling, gets the flash. Good arrow position there from Viper. And did Zeka lose health? I didn't notice, says Peanut. As the Solar Flare comes down, Pleta with the Eclipse doing a decent amount of work here. But once again, the passive is going to get procced from Seitab. It's going to be harder and harder for him to distort his way in. And this is inner turret falling down at 19.5 minutes. That's a pretty fast pace, but getting rid of these structures and opening up the map for Hollow Life Esports.
Decent influx of gold for the side of HLE. Yeah, and I just think it's going to get harder and harder. You know, Rascal obviously strong in the side lane, but he might end up struggling up against Solution, and Seitab is not having a fun time in that 1v1.
Yeah. I think Viper as well is in a pretty good position at this point as well. Being able to farm out pretty effectively as Pleta slowed down so much by the stacking slow of the Harpoons. And he's trying to walk his way towards this mid lane. Wants to be effective as best he can. Solar Flare's on cooldown though, so it's going to take a little bit of time. 1.5 minutes on the Dragon that no one really cares about. It's going to be about this Baron that has spawned 10 seconds ago. No one really strong enough, especially on DRX's side. It's going to be so hard as...
Goes bot.
Yeah, Equalizer is down just to clear out the wave. And Sponge getting hit by that. Do they just beeline? The answer is yes.
I think one thing is Viper just recalled as that was happening, and Seitab is mid to like harass, so I guess they don't end up doing the Baron, but it's got to be on the mind, you know, when it is past 20 minutes, that a team with 2 AD carries and Ivan shields keep everyone healthy could just Baron if you commit too heavily bot side.
Yeah, and they have so much vision in this area as well. And I think that just based on the fact that their turn is so incredibly good with the arrow, with the Alistair just in general, and the fact that they can stay so healthy with Peanut here, presses Redemption, and if anyone lost any health, I'm sorry, that's not a thing anymore, and he's got shields for days. This is pretty powerful. And 2 items completed on that back that you were talking about there for Viper as well. So this is a big spike for Homolife Esports at this point in time. And I do think with like talking about healing and shielding power, there is a world where Homolife Esports stacks up 4 Chemtech Drakes, and that's actually
big
pretty
shield.
high value.
Big shields, yeah. Rascal does have his Manamune spike. Paddock just picked up the rapid fire cannon, so he is the speediest Jhin. But Doran also got a Shadow Flame. A lot of big spikes coming through. Dragon in 10 seconds. I expect the teams will fight over this, even though it's obviously a lower value one. I think Homolife Esports really feeling that power right now, will want to try and not only get the Dragon, but mostly get the fight and then get the Baron, I think is kind of the port of call.
Yeah, I would agree. Teleport to come in from Zeka here as Homolife Esports. They can feel the shielding and healing power that is on the table for this Chemtech Drake. Wanting to deny the soul point as well. This headbutt just gets Pletter away. Solar Flare flashed here by Doran. Zaytab looking to try and take down Delight. Good electrocute proc there, landing everything. And the cow is out of the fight. That could mean that there's an angle here for DRX to make a fight happen. Banana Brush control has been taken as Zeka gets himself a blue buff for the team. And the curtains have been called. Arrow's going to sail in, and it connects. The equalizer's down as well. Drake will be secured by DRX, but Daisy gets the 3-man knockup. Look at those mechanics from the NPC. You love to see it. As Sponge will be taken down there as well. Paddock at 100 health. Not going to be sticking around for any fight, and it's the jungler that dies.
That's enough, you know, jungler down. I don't think Homolife Esports care that they didn't get the Dragon, but they certainly will take the Baron. You can see members of DRX not even bothering to move over. 2 of them just recalled, rest are looking mid. This Baron is gone.
Yeah. Homolife, I don't think they're even too worried about Soul Point going on over to DRX. This outer turret could be a little bit of a problem if DRX are able to get back into the game, but I have a feeling that the shutout starts now as the Baron comes in for Hanwha.
And we see on this one, the Equalizer comes in, and the arrow, Sponge moves out the way, so we just see the Jhin get roasted. Paddock has to barrier, or he would have died to the Equalizer.
Yeah, it was...
So often we see an Equalizer come down and they immediately run off it. It's not so often we see someone sit a full Ash arrow on top of it.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal. He's just not allowed to play any video games. And that's what he's here for. It's very sad.
Well, it looks like in terms of the Corki vs Rumble, I think I'd rather have the Rumble.
Are we going to say that even since 2012, the matchup has stayed the same? Or at least the state of top lane Corki has stayed the same?
I'm not sold on it yet, but, you know, I'm not sure how much of that is down to the pick.
Yeah,
how much of it is
I'm
down
not
to
going to
player.
blame the Corki for this one, as that is a big old teleport flank, but who's flanking who right now? As, all right, Arrow is going to come down as Saytap almost distorts into it. That was almost an incredibly sick play. As the Equalizer comes down, it's just going to be a warning, as Zeka's going to cancel the culling. That wasn't great. Rascal's in the mid lane, Corki. And Homolife Esports have some buffed up minions that are just moving down bot side, and Doran has come back.
Space race, right? I mean...
Well, curtains are being called here as Delight tanks up the first one. Daisy eats a chain. There's the pulverize onto Pletter. And Viper is just raining the autos in. Did they take damage? The answer is no, because Redemption exists. Saytap down to 50%, and this inhibitor turret is just more than destroyed.
Rascal, I think he's given up on the base race. It was so close.
Yeah, no, it was
so
it was close. He's going to be into this fight, but the inhibitor's dead. That's like what did I miss, guys? And the answer to that question is everything. As he comes down and clears out the wave. Not necessarily going to be good enough here, as we've got a minute left on this Baron. Inner turret up and available in the mid lane, but maybe not for much longer. The minion wave is going to be wiped out. That is certainly going to be helpful here for DRX. 3,000 gold on the Red Bull Baron power play, though, as Rascal don't face check. Okay, well, he gets the information that Daisy and Delight waiting in that brush as Rascal Get poked out here by Zek. Does offer a fair bit back. And Viper clearing out some vision. Life, I don't think they're going to be able to break the Phalanx just yet. Satab finally shows himself on the bottom side. It's just going to be some money spent now as we check out the replay.
Yeah, and Plata kind of just walks up and just gets CC locked for
infinity time.
Yeah, and then dies to the 2 damage from the Redemption. Peanut just yoinking that one away.
Deserved.
And that's kind of it. That's kind of the play. So very difficult as the solitary champion who is on the front line.
Do you think we can make a request? If Peanut gets POG, if Life Esports wins, can we get, instead of a picture of Ivern, a picture of Daisy? Or instead of a picture of Peanut, a picture of Daisy? On
You know how they
POG
have the
graphics.
pictures they use for the players?
Yeah.
Everyone should have to pose with Daisy in case they play an Ivern game.
Exactly! She should be included.
Yep.
Because she has been my MVP so far.
I agree. Can we give MVP to Daisy specifically?
I reckon any vote for jungle today is a vote for Daisy, in my opinion. As Doran is going to burn down the Rift Scuttler. We get the zoom in as there's Daisy.
There's the goat.
That's my favorite Cupcake. And there was a player called Cupcake in OCE. He was great as well. But Daisy, she's just one step ahead. I'm sorry, Cupcake. It's okay. Satab moving on in towards this bottom side, trying to clear out super minions that are making their way in, and this is really dangerous. There is 2 minutes left on the Baron and 2.5 minutes, or a little bit more than that, on the inhibitor. And I can do the math there. That will mean that the inhibitor's still down when Baron comes up.
Yeah, which isn't great. I think this Dragon's going to be one you just give up, if I'm going to be honest. I don't think you contest this as DRX.
What did we say about being honest?
I should stop doing it.
Yeah, not what it's about. The arrow is going to sail through Daisy. Oh, connects onto the Jhin. Oh no! Again, Puddock is just not allowed to play the game. I'm imagining it here. His name is Psyduck in Korean, guys. And he just went, and he died. That's what happened.
That is pretty much what happened.
He's like, I'm confused about it, but it's not on him. All right, Satab going to dive in on top of Doran. Yes, the electrocute goes off, but not really much more than that.
Yeah, and I just feel like this game is just a looming death for DRX, you know.
It's feeling like it as Daisy dashes forward. Massive pulverize. Special delivery, but Spongy's able to at least get a cute little kickback. The wallets are too heavy, though. There is nothing that's going to stop Life Esports from taking down this inhibitor. And they may just win the game right here. Baron or no, they are ready to go home. And Daisy getting to work on the first Nexus turret. Curtain's getting cold here as Peanut relatively low. Doran will be executed, but now not a lot left in the tank, and Viper is raining hell down upon them. Rascal, 50% health in the tank for him. And Hanwha, I think, might call it here, but I think a lot of the damage has been done. 23 seconds on this Baron. They can use that to finish this one off.
Yeah, I think so. You know, DRX do get 1 kill back, but their base is in shambles. I'm not seeing an angle they can engage from.
Okay.
And I'm going to be honest, not sold on the Corki Rumble matchup.
Yeah, I'm a little... He's
got a lot of
CS
farm.
up. Yeah, 80 CS up.
Yeah, but I think he's just kind of only been farming.
Yeah.
That's kind of all he's been doing.
You do kind of need to do a little bit more than that. The CSD stats for Rascal certainly going to be improved after this game, though.
This was cool, though. Delight used the dash you get.
Yeah.
Someone, and then flash Q, and then got the headbutt back. Pretty nifty, you know, some cool stuff to see.
Like that, the root caller activation. You like it as, yeah, Life. This was, you know, optimistic to try and win the game right here. And Satab was able to get that nice little kill onto Doran. Ultimately, just doesn't mean a whole lot because that inhibitor going down is so incredibly punishing when you've got a Baron on the mind.
This game is pretty doomed, though, but I do have a fun fact for you.
Oh, Daisy! She just ganked the jungler!
Daisy's just the goat.
Daisy is so good at this game, man!
She's carrying. Daisy is just carrying.
Holy! Jonas Strong deserves all credit for that one, by the way. That was absolutely fantastic, because Rascal's playing PvE. He is raiding while the rest of his team is doing arena right now. And hopefully he gets some good loot, as the arrow is going to get distorted. And Zeka is going to throw down the culling. Another distortion does come on through there, as you can mimic that one. Rascal comes back, might actually be able to take an inhibitor turret here against the flow of play, but the minions are going to disappear. And Humble Life Esports may win the game, which is something worth considering.
Yeah, but Rascal, this is your time to base race, you know? Oh no,
True.
Gave up on it.
Well, he's going to turn up to watch his base get partially destroyed here as the last inhibitor is going to be taken. The bottom one has respawned. And, you know, the Baron was sort of taken as an afterthought. You didn't even really notice when that one went down, but I think it was just after Sponge died. As we're going to check out Satap going in, trying to kill Zeka. It's not going to work because look at those heals. And the shielding that is coming on through here. First Nexus turret does go down. The next one is not exactly healthy. And there's a massive pulverize once again from Delight. Give this guy any engaged support and he's going to look like an absolute god. As Viper raining these autos down, Puddock is going to be forced onto the fountain. And Viper can't go against a fountain laser, as it turns out. And the Nexus now exposed. Humble Life Esports distracted by this Corki that is trying to run back and take down the inhibitor turret that he'd gotten to work on. And Humble Life Esports will take the 2-0 very comfortably over DRX and claim their spot in second place and get that round 1 bye.
Yeah, and I think the sad thing is obviously Humble Life Esports absolutely deserve that top 2 spot.
Oh yeah.
But I think Daisy does too.
Oh, truly. And if she doesn't get MVP or POG, she can get MVP if she wants, because we don't really have that award that's given out, so we can just give that to her on Twitter or something like that.
Yeah.
But congratulations here to Humble Life Esports, as you can see on your screen right there, are promoted just underneath Gen G as second place into round 2. They get that bye, and enough games over DK with only a week left of play.
Yeah, pretty expected result, if we're going to be honest. But, you know, we got to see some Daisy displays.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting little fact. Did you know Daisy doesn't have the same name in every language?
Really?
I learned this because my fiancé is French, and apparently in French, it's Marguerite.
Marguerite?
Yeah, I think
That's actually really cute.
Yeah, so I don't even know what it is in other languages. It could be different in every language.
I really like that you posed the question to your wife without any context whatsoever, and she's like, it's Marguerite. Why would you ask
And
me
I
this?
didn't respond.
I thought you were at work, babe.
Hey, I knew it was something like that. I was like, was it Margaret? Was it like Mary or something? And then she confirmed. I'm like, oh, that was it. But yeah, she's told me before.
We need to get a full list of all of Daisy's names across all of the different languages. That's fantastic.
That's what I want to know. Like, it'd be really interesting to see how it's been changed.
I like how she gives us a little bit of a hello there. Bit unfair that Humble Life Esports are allowed to have 6 players on the team, and yeah, DRX are only allowed to have 5, and sometimes 4, because their Corki likes to be not with them.
Yeah. The split push, Corki response to the Rumble. I don't think I can give a real verdict on this game, because this game was all about a little cupcake who could.
Oh, yeah. And she could. My goodness. There was a little bit more of a battle by DRX in the mid-game, absolutely in this one, but I think it was as soon as the Moonstone Redemption got completed, the DRX just didn't win any fight from that point on.
Well, actually, you know what I've just realized?
What's that?
You know the league we cast?
Yeah.
It's the Korean league.
Yes.
And Jisun can hear what we're saying.
Yeah.
So we can ask Jisun, is Daisy called something different in Korean?
That's true. Is she just Daisy, or is she something completely different? She's just Daisy.
Okay, so not every language has their own name.
And I could hear a little bit of exasperation in Jisun's voice as well. It's like, that's not that important. Can we focus on this series?
Are you guys still talking about Daisy? Yes.
Yes, we are. We are a little bit obsessed, but it does make sense. She had a hell of a game today.
Oh, absolutely. Did see her just die in this final clip, but the job's done. That's the main thing. Kind of similar to the Light, who does die in the game-ending play, but does get the job done.
Maybe we could ask the Korean broadcast whether they have a different name that they'd like to give to Daisy, so that we can have a separate one.
The Ncast?
Oh,
that's them?
We actually need to work out what it is in Vietnamese. In fact, can you tweet at Orcs and just say, in your home language, what's Daisy's name?
Imagine if it's Daisy in every language except French.
That would be brilliant. And also very sad, because it means we don't get to collect all of Daisy's different names, which would be a little bit sad. I'm looking forward to learning a little bit more about it.
왜 이렇게 빨라? 이 자식아 스턴이나 먹어.
So it's the name of the flower that is the daisy.
So it's a daisy called Marguerite in French?
Yeah, so Marguerite is the name of a daisy in French.
Shows how little I know about French. Yeah.
And there we go. That shows that Ji-sun is way smarter than us because she just told us that information.
Yeah, people are probably listening thinking these guys are like the biggest dum-dums.
Don't worry, they already knew that. That's not new information.
Is new information. I think we just made it very clear.
Yeah. Sometimes you need to prove points that have already been proven, though, and I'm really glad that we were here to do that today. And do you know who's also here? D-Gun and the gang to take us through that series that Halma Life Esports won.
Thanks a lot, guys. Great job. Marguerite. Also, it says Marguerite is Daisy in French. Let's see. In Australian, I shouldn't read that one. Yeah. In Australia, it's
Stop trusting. I can tell you in Dutch it would be Margriet.
Margriet?
Yeah.
That's really cool. All right, let's take a look at this series here as it was a 2-0 victory for Halma Life Esports.
Already about what's end with you, D-Gun? Come on, get it together.
There's a lot of dazing happening. Do you want to pull up the draft? Yes. Let's pull it up.
Let's pull up the draft.
I didn't see Daisy there.
So, to me, you know how sometimes you go to the cinema, you see a trailer for a movie, and you're like, man, this is such a cool idea for a movie, and then you get kind of tricked, and then you go to the movie, and it's just the word. That's how I felt with this Corki, where it's like.
Cool trailer.
Like in theory, it was like, man, that's such a cool pivot, I guess. But Corki Top just didn't do anything. It was just there.
It just doesn't do anything. I mean, you look at the rest of the comp, you're like, okay, you got like a nice pick comp there brewing. It's LeBlanc Lee Sin instead of LeBlanc Vi. You've got the Jin to open up. Leona also engaged. And then you have Corki, who just sits there and doesn't do anything. Are you guys okay?
Chronicler's so boom right now. Chronicler's so boom. He's staring at me with the boom eyes, and I'm having a hard time focusing.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, Halma Life Esports, they had a double AD carry with Rumble and Ivern draft, and it was really good. DRX's draft wasn't.
So, not only that, but as much as we're memeing, specifically for the LeBlanc and Lee combo, it stands or falls by actually winning your mid jungle 2v2. And like, I think we saw that the level of execution unfortunately wasn't there. If they get that early kill onto Zeka and Zatab doesn't die, like that could be something. But it just didn't really feel that way. And to me, DRX, perhaps even more so than Bro, really do feel like the type of team where once they start falling behind, nothing is happening.
Yeah, and in this composition, Halma Life Esports, we're willing to play it slow, scale, and play through Daisy as we take a look at our one and only highlight from this game. 22 minutes on in. Watch this. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I can't get hit by that arrow, so our damage does.
And Chronicler tried to give him the benefit of the doubt when I showed him this, and he was like, you know what? Sponge can't stand there because he'll die to the equalizer and the arrow. And I'm like, well, Podok died to the equalizer and the arrow instead. And then Sponge eventually does die anyway.
Yeah, especially looking at it should have just been Pleta, right? Which is still not great.
Just abandoned Podok.
Well, yeah, but again, I think that every person should have just all moved out of the way. We still had Flash.
Podok opened his Jin ult.
I know, but that's my point. You can't also just open up equalizer and arrow are still available.
That's true.
Oh, guys, it was just... This game was rough.
They just got a free Baron.
Everyone was just kind of sitting and stewing and watching and kept waiting for it to be over. And
I felt bad for our casters.
Well, I felt bad for DRX, right? I think that DRX is a team that we know that they've been struggling. And yeah, look at that.
Yeah, see?
It's all good. They left.
I see.
No, but normally they were sitting here. They're laughing merrily at the great post-show that we do. They definitely always...
You know what they are doing? They're
Always
pondering what they were doing back in 2012, last time Corki was picked. Sometimes history is not supposed to be repeated, and Corki top, maybe it'll be another 12 years.
How old were you, D-Gon, when Corki was picked in 2012? Just curious.
I'm still the young. How about that? Still older than you.
You were 24.
There we go. Around there.
Really? 23 maybe.
Yeah.
Actually, because it was in May.
Yeah.
You know, Max Atlas, he also said that he wasn't even casting at that time. It was also like 1 month right before I started casting.
That's when I started law school. I was 18.
I was playing soccer overseas still. I was still playing professional soccer at that time. So.
Professional? He's a professional?
Yeah. Well, from one professional to
Well,
another, time to see who this professional
Professional,
POG
am I right?
Oh.
Yep, professional. It's Peanut, of course, on the Ivern. He knew how to manage Marguerite around. I tried. I'm sorry. That one was bad, Mal.
Oh, it was great. You did a good job.
So, Chronicler, explain why you vote for Peanut here.
Look, Daisy got a triple knock-up.
True.
Yeah. And then we got the Q. He hit people, and I don't know, guys.
I specifically remember you voting for Daisy and not Peanut.
Well, yeah, that's what I tried, and then the powers that be told me that unfortunately that's not an eligible vote, which I understand. You know, I for one,
light highlight.
I really understand and appreciate the importance of administrative rules. So I'm very happy with this.
Daisy highlight.
Yeah, Daisy highlight. You know, I think Peanut, his Ivern is much better than it was, because it used to be he would just walk in melee range and just kind of die. So him developing into a player like this, I think it's great.
Wow. I like the delight votes as well. I voted for Viper because he shot the arrow in the one fight that mattered.
He landed it. I don't know.
Yeah, he had some good arrows, but
that's a based bot vote. I'm supporting.
I like the support votes as well.
Yeah, delight.
Actually
Delight vote. It's always good.
You always
right?
feel good about that.
Yeah. Can we do the Daisy pose, guys? Like the MVP here. Hey, guys.
Kind of just feel like a bear.
You're only doing the one. Otherwise, it's the bulldog pose.
I'll see. It's
true.
4 fingers. Daisy only has 4 fingers.
Kind of messed that one up.
Which one? It does look like the pointer is gone. I can't do that. I don't want to do that. I'm good. We're waiting for a little bit for our interview to start.
It's gone. It's gone.
So, want to reiterate, with this Homa Life locks in second round of playoffs, I do think that it's very obvious that they are, when it comes to consistently across the board, one of our best teams. That consistency is the biggest edge they have. My main question going into playoffs is going to be, do they have the peak to actually dethrone, right? Because I think that's where they've always struggled.
Yeah, the question really is, Homa Life Esports in the regular season, absolutely our second best team. But who is going to face Genji in the finals? Because now I'm like, I don't even know if it's T1 anymore. I'm feeling a little bit...
I know.
It was supposed to always be Genji T1, but now I'm like...
Even our confidence is getting
Genji
shaken.
T1?
Because like a 2-0 to Nongshim, that's too much, man.
Well, if they're able to beat the Colossus that is Bro, we'll see if it's T1. All right, interview time is ready. Let's hear from the Hanwha Life Esports players with Jisun on the translations.
2024 LCK Summer 오늘의 두 번째
Thank you very much,
매치
guys.
하나생명과
This is
DRX의
Jisun for the
대결에서
POG interview
하나생명이 승리하고
translation,
플레이오프
and
2라운드에
this time joined by Viper and
바이퍼
Peanut
선수,
on the
피넛
side of
선수와
Hana Life
인터뷰
Esports
나눠보겠습니다.
after
승리
taking
축하드립니다.
down DRX. Congratulations on the win, guys.
네, 하나생명 리브랜딩 이후
Congratulations on being the first time to directly advance to the second round of the playoffs since the Hana Life Esports rebranding. How do you feel about this regular season? I'm very glad that we managed to confirm second place, and it gives us a lot more time to prepare for a lot of different strategies, so I'm very happy. I'm happy that we have been doing a great job throughout the regular season. Also, yeah, it gives us a lot of time so that we can, utilize it really well. Viper. So in the first game, Hana Life opened Aurora to the enemy side and then initiated a lane swap early on, showing a great strategy. What kind of discussion did you have? Once we saw the Aurora lock-in, we were planning for the lane swap. And we had a lot of communication during the draft phase. And then it turned out very nicely. And Viper, your kiting skills with Ash were incredible. So let's take a look at this replay where you were able to just, show the peak AD carry performance. So prior to this moment, if I remember correctly, I landed my ults and the team fight started, and it was actually a very bad angle for us. I was feeling really sorry to my team. And then after that, this follow-up fight, I managed to, pick up kills, but I don't really think I did a, great job over there. Just LeBlanc was like a little bit going forward, so we had to kind of follow up, and then we managed to at least clean up the team fight in the end. How do you play? What do you focus on when you play Ashe, and how do you kite so well like that? So if you're confident in your, Ashe proficiency, you'll pretty much find an angle, and also you can ask your teammates to, go in for you, kind of front line for you. And this time, my teammates are doing a fantastic job, so I was able to do my role as an AD carry. And when you're playing Ashe, the most important thing is getting the laning priority. And also, you have to be able to get as much as information possible with your hawk shot. You have to keep getting vision and gather information. Then, do you think your Ashe performance was on point and went as you thought? In fact, I did shoot a lot of arrows, so people might think that I landed a lot of them, but there are a lot of arrows that I actually missed as well. So if you throw a lot of shots, you'll get some of those. Now moving on to the second game, we had Corky top locked in. Did you see that coming? Not really, but we kind of thought Corky would be a viable lane swap pick, so we kind of had that in mind. Then how did Doran react to that top Corky pick? Nothing special. And Peanut, well, Ivern was not one of your favorite picks, A lot of people were excited to see you play Shyvana, but you decided to play Ivern. With the 14.15 patch, Shyvana is no longer viable. And then Ivern. A lot of teams are using it as a meta pick, and I thought it was pretty strong and viable, so I wanted to give it a shot today. And then early on in the game too, you were about to help Lucian, and then you kind of actually turned to the side and then, I'm gonna abandon you fighting. Why did that happen? So I was like trying to help him, and then I did everything I could do, I poured all of my skills, and I could still not stop Lucian from dying, so I was like, adios, I'm leaving. I tried my best. And there was the Daisy highlight at around 20 minutes into the game. Daisy was able to spot the Lee Sin when he was trying to sneakily get back to base. I mean, it was completely dark for Lee Sin, so he had no vision around that alcove, so it was almost like a horror movie. So he was actually exposed to our vision once when he was like heading towards top, so our only guess was like he would be somewhere hiding in that alcove. And next week, Hana Live face BNK4X and Gen G. What will you focus on in the remaining regular season matches? Both of them are having a great momentum right now in the LCK. It's gonna be a tough match for us, but since it's the last week of the regular season, I want to make sure that we end the season on a strong note. Yeah, I also agree that they are showcasing a great performance recently, so we gotta work our best, and this is gonna be our last kind of checkup before the playoffs, so we want to make sure that we maintain our best form. And today we have a special kind of a segment with the Hana Life players to celebrate Hana Life securing second place in the regular season, so the POGs will introduce the rankings themselves. Hana Life secured second place in the 2024 LCK Summer regular season with today's 2-0 victory. I just read off the script, right? Yeah, of course. This marks the first direct advancements to the second round of the playoffs in the team's history, so we aim to reach even greater heights. Thank you very much for your hard work, and also congratulations on the victory. And this will be the end of the POG interview with Peanut Viper, and back to the space. Thank you.
Peanut and Viper, 1, revealing there's a script. 2, coming for our jobs. It was great. Great job there. Just like their gameplay. Amazing stuff. Second place locked up for them. They will be in that bye spot no matter what. Let's take a look at the matches for tomorrow, as it is Nongshim versus D+. D+ still needing to get a win. Nongshim coming off of a big upset. And then the big one, the Bros against T1. Remember, Bros beat KT, who beat Gen G, which means Bros better than the world champs. I don't know. It's a great billing to close out Sunday's matchup.
I you know, before I would either make fun of the meme or enjoy the meme. I actually don't know anymore. Like with the current form,
Bro always gets stronger at the end of the season when there's no stakes left over, right? So
T1, if they lose this, could
right?
legitimately not make playoffs. I just want to, again, which prior to Nongshim's win, I never would have mentioned because I feel like it would be so far-fetched. But it's actually a thing that could happen in 2024 Summer League of Legends. Like it could happen.
Don't test the power of the Giga Chads. Could be Giga Chad wins, or maybe Giga Chad loses and allows T1 to go to Worlds. Who knows? But only we will find out tomorrow with another day of LCK to close it on out. Week 8. The playoff push not done yet, so make sure to swing by tomorrow. For those of you that stuck around today, thank you so much for spending your day with us here in the LCK. We appreciate you, and we'll see you tomorrow for one more day of LCK.